Chapter 532 Talking Up to Here. Su Zihui sneaked a glance at Yi Yuan, only seeing that he did not have a displeased look. Talking up to here, Su Zihui sneaked a glance at Yi Yuan, only seeing that he did not have a displeased look. Su Zihui plucked his courage and said, "You are blood-related kin in the end. Even if City Lord has all kinds of faults, the fact that he's your grandfather can't be changed. Since you're all one family, why is there a need to cause a scene to such an extent? Regardless of what he has done, his original intention was for the Ren family, no." But Ren Xingchuan was enraged when he heard that. "Su Zihui, do I need you to poke your nose into other people's business? How can this city lord's merits and faults be appraised by you?" Ren Xingchuan thought very highly of Su Zihui all along. Otherwise, that blow just now, Su Zihui would have already gone to the Western Paradise. But no matter how highly he regarded him, Su Zihui was also just a subordinate of his. A subordinate saying his master had all kinds of faults in front of his face. With Ren Xingchuan's temperament, how could he preserve face? Yi Yuan said with Su Zihui with a smile, "You see, he doesn't care about your kindness." But Su Zihui did not have any said look and shook his head as he said, "City Lord's temper, I'm aware. This life of mine was given by City Lord. Whether he accepts my grace or not is his problem. But whether I do it or not is mine. Since Yi Yuan you have a good opinion of me and call my brother Zihui, then even if I die, I'm also not willing to see you grandfather and grandson fall out and become enemies." Yi Yuan glanced at Su Zihui and shook his head as he said with a sigh, "Brother Zihui is very loyal. To be able to make friends with Brother Zihui is truly Yi Yuan's fortune." Yi Yuan's words were naturally not said for fun. If there weren't Su Zihui, Yi Hang would probably be long dead at this time already. And the current situation would also definitely not be how it was right now. If Yi Hang really died, Yi Yuan would surely go into a frenzied state. Even if Ren Xingchuan were Yi Yuan's grandfather, he would definitely kill him personally too. Yi Yuan recognized Yi Hang, this father, but it did not mean that he recognized Ren Xingchuan, this grandfather. If he really killed Ren Xingchuan, Yi Yuan would not have any psychological burden at all. If not for Su Zihui, this person being so upright, even if he knew Yi Yuan and Yi Hang's relations, Hi+P, he might not be able to withstand Ren Xingchuan's pressure and take a principled action. Ren Xingchuan's prestige all these years in Wufang City was still exceedingly terrifying. This situation currently, although Yi Yuan was extremely displeased, it was still not at the extent of falling out entirely, especially under the stances where he held the initiative. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of Ren Xingchuan and extended his hand to say, "Give it." Ren Xingchuan was stunned. "Give what?" "Healing medicinal pills," Yi Yuan said coolly. Ren Xingchuan looked at Yi Yuan and glanced at Su Zihui again, his expression flickering continuously. He knew that this was the last chance Yi Yuan was giving him. If he refused to give the medicinal pills his relations, Hi+P with Yi Yuan would most likely be unable to be mitigated forever. Ren Xingchuan could sense that Yi Yuan's stubbornness was absolutely not beneath his. But handing over the medicinal pills was equivalent to him lowering his head to Yi Yuan. He injured his subordinate, but used his own medicinal pills to heal. This by itself was a form of submission. Yet, Ren Xingchuan was an extremely tyrannical person. There had only ever been others lowering their heads to him. Where was there the part of him submitting to others? Everyone held their breaths, awaiting Ren Xingchuan's choice. With this falling out, Yi Yuan and the Ren family would probably have no way of getting together again. Su Zihui did not say anything by the side. He had interacted with Yi Yuan for a period of time too, and more or less understood a bit of Yi Yuan's personality. He was extremely domineering, facing a leviathan like the Myriad Sword sect, and directly detained Qin Hongtao's grandson. Now, facing a Ren Xingchuan, Yi Yuan being able to do it to such a step was already giving him tremendous space. As for how he chose, it would be up to Rin Xingchuan himself. Rin Xingchuan felt his heart beat very fiercely. He froze there without moving for a long time. He never thought that he would actually be checkmated by his own grandson. Facing Yi Yuan's overbearingness, Rin Xingchuan actually had dread in his heart. Rin Xingchuan was perfectly clear about Yi Yuan's ability. Once the Rin family had Yi Yuan, it was far from as simple as having a descendant with an exceptionally promising future. Yi Yuan's prowess by itself was already ample to astonish everyone. The Chao family's dread towards Yi Yuan right now simply could not be described using words. Originally, Rin Xingchuan was also extremely wary of Yi Yuan. But if Yi Yuan joined the Rin family, the Chao family was completely nothing to be scared of. With Yi Yuan, the Rin family would have an additional living 1,000 query wall. Faster. My patience has a limit. Yi Yuan said with a frown. Rin Xingchuan drew a deep breath and took out a Tier 4 healing medicinal pill from his storage ring. He slammed it sullenly on Yi Yuan's palm. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a long sigh in relief. Yi Yuan lightly swept a glance over the medicinal pill in his palm and said disdainfully, "A dignified peak alchemy sovereign can only refine this sort of rubbish medicinal pill? Forget it. Who asked me to be unable to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills? Brother Zihui, you make do with these and take them." As he said this, Yi Yuan casually threw the medicinal pill to Su Zihui. Rin Xingchuan's face went black, and he said furiously, "Sticking brat, this azure flower jade dew pill is the highest grade healing medicinal pill in Wufang City. You actually say that it's rubbish?" Yi Yuan said, crossly, "An exalted peak alchemy sovereign refining a Tier 4 medicinal pill can only come out with just high grade. You have the face to take them out." Ren Xingchuan said with a cold smile, "Who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the capabilities, refine one yourself for me to see." Yi Yuan chuckled, but did not speak. But the contempt in his expression stimulated Ren Xingchuan greatly. He had yet to flare up when Rin Dong interjected. "Grandfather, if master he broke through to the alchemy king realm, refining transcendent grade azure flower jade dew pills should be not an issue. You rascal, why are you helping outsiders? Also, he's your cousin. What are you calling him master for?" Hearing Ren Dong cut in, Rin Xingchuan immediately blew up and directly shouted. But Ren Dong grinned cheekily and said, "You already said that he's my cousin. How is it helping outsiders? Furthermore, we're each involved differently. It doesn't affect anything. Since I acknowledge cousin as my master, he'll be my master in this lifetime." Rin Xingchuan's face went black and his figure moved, carrying Rin Dong in his arm. "Stinking brat, still being stubborn. Watch if I don't take care of you properly when we return. Also, you Yujia, go back and face the wall to reflect." As he said, Ren Xingchuan's figure moved, vanished. H.I. plussing from inside Fengyu Pavilion. Seeing Ren Xingchuan's distant back view, Su Zihui said gratefully, "Young master, saved face for City Lord. Zihui is endlessly grateful." Su Zihui perceived that after Yi Yuan took the medicinal pill earlier, he deliberately displayed a disdainful look as an impromptu jest. This way, everyone would not appear to be overly awkward. Although Yi Yuan forced Rin Xingchuan to lower his head, he was after all one of the top alchemists in this small world. This face still had to be given. Yi Yuan had a black face as he said unhappily, "What, young master? Why are you at it again? Just call me Yi Yuan in future. Over here at my place, you're not a subordinate, but a friend." Chapter 533, The Chao Family's Distress. Chapter 533, The Chao Family's Distress. What did you say? Yi Yuan is Rin Xingchuan's grandson? These 2 days, the news that Yi Yuan was Rin Xingchuan's grandson slowly spread out within Wufang City. The Chao family was naturally among the first batch of family clans who were informed of this news. When Chao Zheng heard this news, alarm and panic were all over his face. This news was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue to him. How monstrous Yi Yuan was. Chao Zheng already had a taste of it. His performance at the 1,000 Query Wall made Chao Zheng unbelievably panic-stricken. Originally, Rin Xingchuan falling out with Yi Yuan at exquisite Jade Pavilion even delighted Chao Zheng endlessly, who knew that the situation would change drastically. News suddenly came from the Rin family that Yi Yuan actually was Rin Xingchuan's grandson. Yi Yuan's realm was not high, but was an exceptionally troublesome character. Not only was his alchemy knowledge extremely terrifying, he even had the support of the 3 sects and Qi Hai behind him. He was simply unshakable by anyone. Such an existence became a member of the Rin family. This simply could be said to be a catastrophic disaster for the Chao family. The Chao family's greatest confidence and reliance right now were the 1,000 Query Wall. Yet this confidence in front of Yi Yuan could not withstand a single blow. If Yi Yuan was not a Ren family member, for the sake of Wufang City's collective interest, Ren Xingchuan had no choice but to stand on the Chao family side. But if Yi Yuan became a Ren family member, the situation would be entirely different. With Yi Yuan's alchemy knowledge, he could completely come and challenge the 1,000 Query Wall's 7th level directly. Even if the challenge was not successful, as long as Yi Yuan's performance was sufficiently heaven-defying, he could also push the Rin family's prestige to another height. At that time, the Rin family completely did not need to rely on the Chao family's prestige anymore. Because Yi Yuan was another 1,000 Query Wall, Rin Xingchuan had long viewed the Chao family as a thorn in the side. If he had a living 1,000 Query Wall like Yi Yuan, it was impossible for him to let go of the chance to suppress the Chao family. Yes, the information is already confirmed. Back then, Ren Xingchuan's youngest daughter eloped to the southern domain with an alchemy master without any background, and she gave birth to a boy in a mortal kingdom. That boy is Yi Yuan. The one talking was Chao Zheng's eldest son, Chao Kuan. At present, he was already an early-rank alchemy sovereign expert, entirely different from Chao Feng being utterly suppressed by Rin Dong. Chao Kuan was an elite among the Chao family's second generation, standing out above the entire city. Apart from Chao Kuan, the Chao family still had a number of sons who were all alchemy king experts. Compared to Ren Yujie, it was seriously way stronger. These few sons of Chao Zheng were the people Ren Xingchuan was wariest of, especially Chao Kuan. It was very likely for him to impact through the realm of peak alchemy sovereign in the future. As long as the Chao family gave birth to another peak alchemy sovereign expert, the Chao family's declining trend would gradually turn around. These few years, Chao Zheng had always been enduring silently. It was for the sake of waiting for Chao Kuan to rise up. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely ruined his plans. Chao Zheng sucked in a deep breath. He sat back down onto his seat with tightly knitted brows. This news was too shocking. He was caught somewhat off guard. Any other news? Chao Kuan's expression was not too good either, as he said. Some news even came out of city, Lord Manor. It's just that I don't know if it's true or false. Speak. It said that Rin Xingchuan will send out a public notice 2 days later to announce an important issue. Although it's uncertain what it is, it may be AS. Some that it can't be not related to that Yi Yuan. Chao Zheng felt an incredible headache. Originally, in this Wufang city, the momentum of all of the luck was gradually leaning towards the Chao family. Yet, Yi Yuan's appearance completely turned the situation around. After a long time, Chao Zheng looked his son and asked, "How much strength? Do you feel that Yi Yuan really has? I'm talking about 1,000 Query Wall." That day when Yi Yuan challenged the 1,000 Query Wall, although Chao Kuan wasn't present, he researched Yi Yuan's answers carefully after the incident too, and it actually gave him a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. As a Chao family descendant, the most important thing was to study the 1,000 Query Wall. Chao Kuan, as an alchemy sovereign expert, was very clear about the 1,000 query walls, 7th levels questions. Yi Yuan's answers made him have a feeling of sighing at his own inferiority. This youth was too strong. Chao Kuan mused for a moment and smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, I really have no way of estimating. Although Yi Yuan only answered 20 questions, these 20 questions, he answered all of them directly, virtually without even thinking time. More importantly, all of his answers leave no room for criticism and completely can't pick out any fault. This shows that these 20 questions were very easy for him. As for where his limit lies, most likely, and body knows. Unless. Chao Kuan did not finish saying, but Chao Zheng understood his meaning. Unless Yi Yuan continued challenging the questions in front. Otherwise, body knew where his limit lies. The 1,000 query walls, 7th level, could be said to be a deity-like existence. Even though these 20 questions were only ranked at the back of the 7th level, the difficulty involved already represented the endless world's pinnacle standard. But it was this pinnacle standard that was like child's play in front of Yi Yuan, utterly without any difficulty in the slightest. So where Yi Yuan's limits lay, body knew either. But the problem was, did the Chao family dare to let Yi Yuan continue challenging their 1,000 query wall? When the mysterious veil of a holy land was uncovered layer by layer, then it could no longer be hailed as a holy land. After a long while, Chao Zheng gave a sigh and said, the Chao family has lasted several thousand years and been through several times of prosperity and decline, but we pulled through all of it. These several decades, the Chao family was suppressed by the Rin family all along. Father has never given up before either. But now, Sai, you take your leave first. Let father think about it properly. Seeing Chao Zheng's look, Chao Kuan was downcast too. His painstaking efforts these few years was for the sake of Quas, plussing the Rin family. But now, because of the appearance of a sea transformation realm youth, it vanished like soap bubbles. This made him have intense unwillingness in his heart. It was just that, so what even if he was any more unwilling? What Chao Zheng wanted to think about, Chao Kuan naturally knew. He wanted to think about how to let the Chao family carry on surviving. Was a colossal family clan with a lineage of several thousand years actually facing annihilation? City Lord Manor. Ren Yujie was currently a guest at Ren Hongling's residence. Ren Yujie said with a smile, Hongling, you and brother-in-law lived a vagrant life outside these few years. You must have really suffered considerable hards. PS. Now father finally thought it through. Our family can finally sit down properly and have a chat. But Ren Hongling was displeased as she said, What thought things through? If it wasn't for Yuan, how could he have possibly thought it through? Furthermore, my husband and I have already treated the state of Qin as our home these few years. Where is their suffering hards? PS? Rin Yujie was a goody two-shoes. Hearing that Ren Yujie was still full of grievances, he was feeling rather awkward. Yi Hang could only come forward to smooth things over. He said, Hongling, although our family went through quite a lot of twists and turns during this period, it also considered a happy ending right now. Past matters, just let it go. In truth, how could Yi Hang not have resentment in his heart? But Yi Hang's disposition was magnanimous, and his tolerance was outstanding. He had long come to accept everything. In Yi Hang's heart, Yi Yuan's current accomplishments were extraordinary. Ren Hongling could return to the Ren family too. He no longer had any worries in his heart. The various things in the past, he did not have anything he could not get over too. Chapter 534. Announcing to the entire city. Chapter 534. Announcing to the entire city, hearing Yi Hang said so. Ren Hongling had nothing much to say as well. Although Ren Hongling was resentful towards Rin Xingchuan in her heart, she was Rin Xingchuan's daughter after all. With this matter being able to be resolved perfectly, Ren Hongling was naturally very happy in her heart too. Actually, Yi Yuan's words that day shook father up greatly. These 2 days his attitude when speaking to me was much better than before. Intentionally in his words and in a roundabout manner, he had remorse towards the 2 of you. It's just that due to pride he couldn't come over to find you guys, Ren Yujie said. Yi Hang waved his hand and said, past matters are already over. City Lord is a senior after all. How can we let him come and apologize? Ren Yujie nodded his head and said, I wonder what plans brother-in-law have from here on. Yi Hang said, I've already discussed with Hongling. After some time, we'll return with Grand Elder Sky Maple back to the Tranquil Cloud Sect. That is Yuaner's home. It's naturally our home too. Ren Yujie smiled bitterly and said, Are you guys still harboring resentment towards father in your hearts? Yi Hang shook his head and said, What's elder brother talking about? Now that my wish is fulfilled, there isn't any resentment. It's just that we understand Yuaner. He definitely won't be some young patriarch in this Wufang city. He will return to the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Homelings, and my greatest worry, is Yuaner. We're naturally unwilling to leave him. Ren Yujie came to a realization. He said, Actually, me coming to find you guys today was father's intentions. He has an idea and wants to seek your opinions. Yi Hang and Ren Hongling exchanged glances and were slightly a bit surprised. Ren Yujie would actually seek the 2 of their opinions when doing things. It made them very surprised. Elder brother, please say, Yi Hang said. Actually, father felt that he owes you guys too much these few years and wants to hold a make-up wedding for you. At the appointed time, he will announce to the entire Wufang city and apologize to you guys for the incident back then. It's just that he was embarrassed. Said to ask you. So, he sent me to consult your opinions, Ren Yujie said. Yi Hang could not help being stunned when he heard that. He did not quite dare to believe that Ren Xingchuan would actually do something like this. Back then, he had experienced Ren Xingchuan's high-handed personality many times. Coming to Wufang City this time, Ren Xingchuan's behavior went from bad to worse. To think that after experiencing the incident 2 days back, Ren Xingchuan would actually undergo such a huge transformation. Yi Hang knew that this was all changes which Yi Yuan brought to him. One had to admit that this suggestion of Ren Xingchuan still made his heart palpitate with excitement. He brought Ren Hongling and traveled far away to the southern domain back then. But Ren Hongling conceived Yi Yuan along the way. Then, later on, they settled down in the state of Qin. He and Ren Hongling actually never held a presentable ceremony between them before. Although Ren Hongling followed him out of her own free will, he still felt like he owed her in his heart throughout. With a time interval of many years, if he could hold a grand and spectacular ceremony, it could also be considered a compensation to Ren Hongling, right? Especially this time. It was going to be held with Ren Xingchuan's blessings. The significance was naturally extraordinary, except making Ren Xingchuan inform the entire city. This sort of thing was a bit too damaging to one's face. This point made Yi Hang hesitate. Yi Hang looked dearly at Ren Hongling. Ren Hongling smiled gently and said, All up to husband to make the decision. The 2 of them had helped each other in humble circumstances and had long known what the other was thinking. Just one look and Ren Hongling knew what Yi Hang was worried about. Yi Hang felt grateful inwardly and said, Hongling, after we return to the Tranquil Cloud Sect, I'll invite Grand Elder Sky Maple to take charge and hold a make-up ceremony. But Ren Yujie's expression changed, and he said, You'd rather go back to the Tranquil Cloud Sect than be willing to accept father's apology? Isn't doing this too overboard? Yi Hang shook his head and said, Elder brother, you're mistaken. City Lord is the ruler of a city. His status is comparable to the 3 sects' old ancestors. How can we let him do such a thing? Uncle, you go and tell that old man. About this matter, I'll agree on father's behalf." Right then, Yi Yuan's voice came over from outside the door. Yi Yuan slowly walked into the room and came before Yi Hang and said, "This is what that old man owes you, and it is also what you deserve." "Ha ha, looks like that old man isn't stupid. He knows to use you guys to tie me down. But I have to admit that him doing this thing is quite in line with what I want." Yi Hang was stupefied by what Yi Yuan said. This boy was too impolite to his elders when talking. But Yi Yuan was no longer the former Yi Yuan. He was already a great figure who could command a region. Although that face was still somewhat childish and tender, he had already grown into a towering tree. Towards Yi Yuan, Yi Hang had long not used the mentality of treating little children to treat him. Although he felt that Yi Yuan's attitude was rather inappropriate, he did not say anything either. "Yuaner, this isn't very good, right? After all, he's your grandfather." Yi Hang used a consulting tone and said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Ha ha, I didn't acknowledge that he's my grandfather. The Rin family doesn't have anything to do with me at all. To me, you and Mother are the most important people. That old man harmed you guys, and even almost killed you. Although I didn't haggle over it, it doesn't mean that he doesn't need to pay a bit of a price. Furthermore, do you think that informing the entire city is very detrimental to him?" Yi Hang was dazed as he said, "Isn't that so?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "The martial artist world has always been talking using strength. Although alchemists are slightly different from martial artists, they similarly use strength to talk. That old man's strength is formidable enough. Even if there are nastier scandals, what loss is there to him? But for him announcing to the entire city and acknowledging you as his son-in-law is equivalent to acknowledging me as his maternal grandson. This will only make his position, the city lord, be even more secure." This was not Yi Yuan blowing his own trumpet, but it was a fact. Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was a sea-stabilizing divine needle to the future Ren family. So what if the second generation had a declining trend? So what if the Chao family's foundation was deep? These things were all too weak to take a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Hang was not a foolish person. Hearing Yi Yuan say this, he immediately understood what was happening. But he did not have any resentment towards Ren Xingchuan. For Ren Xingchuan to do so, the price paid was also big enough. A character who stood at the pinnacle of a world's alchemy path, like Ren Xingchuan, making him come forward to openly admit his fault seriously needed immense courage. Let alone a person with Ren Xingchuan's character. Wanting to do such a thing required even greater courage. For Ren Xingchuan to be able to do it to such an extent, it could be said that he was sincerely repentant. It could also be said that he was genuinely considering for the Ren family's future. Once Yi Hang figured it out, he was no longer conflicted. He nodded and said, "All right then, you make the call for this matter." "Oh, right, weren't you in closed seclusion? Why did you exit seclusion so quickly?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You're going to host a grand wedding ceremony here. How can I, as your son, not present a lavish gift?" As he said, Yi Yuan took out 2 small medicinal bottles and placed them in Yi Hang's hand. Chapter 535, Resplendent Jade Pill. Chapter 535, Resplendent Jade Pill. Yi Yuan pointed at one of the small bottles and said, "Father is already at the peak crystal formation realm. This sea-expanding pill can help you to open up an essence energy sea and advance to the sea transformation realm." Yi Hang was overjoyed when he heard that. He knew that Yi Yuan had a mysterious master who taught him and had countless pill formulas in his brain. He had never heard of this sea-expanding pill before, but since Yi Yuan took it out to give to him, it was likely not an ordinary medicinal pill. Ever since cultivating in the spirit, bristle 9 yang divine art and 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, Yi Hang's cultivation advanced with giant strides. In this short year, he already cultivated to the peak of crystal formation realm. Shattering the core and forming the sea was a crucial step to martial artists. This sea-expanding pill was naturally the most suitable for Yi Hang. Then the other bottle. Yi Hang asked curiously. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The medicinal pill inside the other bottle is called Resplendent Jade Pill. This medicinal pill can directly act on the martial artist's dantian, repairing the dantian's damage. This medicinal pill is quite troublesome to refine, so it was delayed for some time." Ren Hongling was slightly dazed and looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Hang's hands in disbelief. Yi Hang sucked in a deep breath too, and looked at Yi Yuan as he said, "You mean that this medicinal pill can repair your mother's dantian and let her AMA-S essence energy anew?" Yi Yuan nodded his head with a smile and said, "That's right. In the past, I overlooked it and never thought that mother was actually a martial artist too. Since I'm already aware of it now, I naturally have to think of ways to remedy it." After rebirth, Yi Yuan practically spent all of his time being busy and completely did not notice Ren Hongling's dantian damage. Seeing that her body did not have the slightest trace of essence energy undulations, he even thought that she was just a normal person. Hence, when he heard that Ren Hongling lost her essence energy completely as a result of saving him, apart from being moved, Yuan wanted to think of ways to help her recover even more. Although who Ren Hongling saved was just his predecessor, the previous Yi Yuan, to the present Yi Yuan, it was not any different. By the side, Ren Yujie had shock written all over his face too. The dantian was where the foundation of martial artists lied, but was also the most sensitive and fragile place. Once the dantian was damaged, it could be said to be a catastrophic blow to martial artists. Unless there were some heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, otherwise, it would basically be ruined in this lifetime. Pill formulas which restored the dantian were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the refining difficulty were all extremely great. In the endless world, there were simply no dantian restoring pill formulas. Or else, with Ren Xingchuan's cultivation, he would definitely have long refined it for Ren Hongling. At Yi Yuan's level, refining this resplendent jade pill took such a long time too. It could be seen just how hard it was to refine this sort of medicinal pills. Ordinary alchemists, even if they had the pill formula, might not be able to refine it either. Hence, the astonishment in Ren Yujie's heart could be imagined. Ren Hongling's entire body trembled all over with agitation. She looked at Yi Hang with tears in her eyes and said, "Husband, to think that I can actually become an alchemist again one day." Yi Hang burst into laughter and said, "Hongling, you gave birth to a fine son. Ha ha ha." Although Ren Hongling A.S. kissed her husband and brought up her son with a mortal's ident. Tie for over a decade, this did not mean that she had no attachments towards alchemy skills. One could only say that Yi Hang's and Yi Yuan's importance to Ren Hongling far said her attachment toward alchemy skills. It was because of this that she could suppress her dreams so composedly for so many years. But it was merely suppressed. Back then, Ren Hongling only got together with Yi Hang because of alchemy skills. Her feelings towards alchemy skills were naturally needless to say. Now, she could actually become an alchemist once again. The agitation in Ren Hongling's heart could be imagined. Although it was delayed for over a decade's time, Ren Hongling's age to martial artists was not considered too old. She still had hope to climb to the summit of the alchemy path. Ren Yujie heaved a sigh and said, "It's you guys who gave birth to a fine son together." For hours later, in Ren Xingchuan's study room. "What? You said that Yi Yuan refined a dantian restoring medicinal pill?" Not only did Hongling recover essence energy now, she even broke through to alchemy, Grandmaster? Ren Xingchuan nearly jumped up when he heard this news. Ren Yujie nodded and said yes. "I witnessed it with my own eyes." Hongling consumed the resplendent jade pill that Yi Yuan refined and started close seclusion. When she came out again, She was already alchemy, Grandmaster realm. Hu. Rin Xingchuan sucked in a deep breath. He was digesting this news. Oh, right. After Hongling exited seclusion, brother-in-law had entered close seclusion too. Yi Yuan refined a type of medicinal pill for him called Sea Expanding Pill. It's said to be able to help him break through to Sea Transformation and become a quasi-alchemy king. Rin Yujie said again. Rin Xingchuan looked at Rin Yujie and seriously did not know what he should say. The formidability of this grandson of his still greatly exceeded his expectations. No wonder old Hai viewed Yi Yuan so importantly. Looks like Yi Yuan obtained some heaven-defying lucky chance and had already far surpa. Said the endless world, this small world. With Rin Xingchuan's strength and status, he could naturally discern what level Yi Yuan's talent was at. At the very least, this endless world standards was unable to groom such a freak. Like this, then Yi Yuan's lucky chance could only be inherited from the divine realm. Associating it to that exceptionally powerful woman around Yi Yuan again. It seemed like the various clues all pointed to the divine realm hazily. To lower realm martial artists, the divine realm was an extremely mysterious world. That place represented power and limitless possibilities. Only after a long time did Rin Xingchuan give a deep sigh and said, I really didn't think that Yi Hang and Hongling actually gave birth to such an amazing son. That the matter of hosting a make-up wedding ceremony for them, have they agreed? Rin Yujie recounted Yi Yuan's words exactly as it was, leaving Rin Xingchuan at a loss whether to cry or laugh. This boy is really sharp. Looks like it was indeed not a coincidence that he could have today's accomplishments. Forget it. As long as it can make this brat satisfied, I'll throw out this old face. Yujie, you declare an announcement tomorrow. Say that I, Ren Xingchuan, found my long-lost daughter, and I want to hold a make-up wedding for her. The entire city will celebrate together. The next 2 days, this matter became the hottest topic in the entire city. Especially among the major factions, they placed immensely close attention to this matter. At the Alchemist Association, Dan Chenzi looked at Wu Xian and said, I really didn't expect that Yi Yuan is actually Rin Xingchuan, that old fellow's grandson. He really picked up a treasure. Looks like this Wu Fang city's power arrangement will thoroughly change. Wu Xian, your relations. HI plus P with that Yi Yuan isn't bad. You must maintain it well. This boy's origin is definitely not simple. Presumably, he has countless intricate ties with the divine realm. Wu Xian forced a smile and said, I also didn't think that Yi Yuan actually still had such an ident. One tie. But through these few days of interaction with him, I discovered that Yi Yuan is a person who differentiates kindness and grudges clearly. As long as our Alchemist Association doesn't take the initiative to provoke him, he won't have any ill intentions towards us. Dan Chenzi nodded and said, It's also thanks to Yi Yuan that I can finally refine the Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill. With this Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill, it can be some that the day of me ascending to the divine realm won't be far off. I'll start my closed seclusion from tomorrow onwards. The matter of that wedding, it will be you making an appearance then. Remember to help me send a big gift over. Chapter 536. Congratulatory Gift. Chapter 536. Congratulatory gift. On this day, the City Lord Manor was decorated with lanterns and decorations, bustling with a jubilant air. Under Rin Xingchuan's overbearing nature, City Lord Manor had always been filled with a lifeless atmosphere. There wasn't even a person who would dare to talk loudly. It had already been D knows how many years since this City Lord Manor was so crowded. The City Lord Manor's entrance was crowded with people. Those watching the show and delivering congratulatory gifts practically blocked up the entire street in front of the entrance. City Lord actually issued a self-admonies plussing edict. This is truly unprecedented. Yeah, City Lord has a paramount position dictating the world. He had always been very domineering. This time he actually issued a self-admonies, H.I. plussing edict for the sake of his daughter and son-in-law. It really comes as a huge surprise. You aren't aware yet, right? City Lord issuing a self-admonies, H.I. plussing edict was not because of his daughter and son-in-law. It was because of his maternal grandson. There, it's that young man receiving guests at the entrance. How did you know? My brother-in-law's wife's younger sister's third aunt is a maidservant in City Lord Manor. This matter had long spread in the City Lord Manor. This grandson of City Lord is very formidable. I heard that he nearly overturned the Chow family's 1,000-query wall. With City Lord accepting this grandson, the City Lord Manor's strength will become even greater. There were no walls without any cracks in this world. Moreover, Rin Xingchuan did not plan on controlling these rumors this time. Hence, it slowly spread out from the City Lord Manor as well. Furthermore, broadcasting Yi Yuan's reputation would only be more beneficial to the City Lord Manor. Today, Yi Yuan took the initiative to be together with Su Zihui and took on the task of welcoming guests. For father and mother's big wedding, him, as the son, naturally had to wait upon cautiously. Alchemist A.S. Association, Elder Wu Xian has arrived. The voice had yet to fade, and Wu Xian came forward to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. He said, "Younger brother Yi, congratulations, congratulations!" Haha. Elder brother came really early. Quickly have a seat inside. Yi Yuan said with a laugh too. No rush to sit. No rush to sit. Younger brother, today is your father's joyous day. This congratulatory gift from elder brother can't be missing. But this gift of mine is offering a present provided by somebody else. Younger brother, please don't get mad, Wu Xian said with a laugh. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "What is elder brother saying here? You being able to come is already giving me tremendous face. How can I dare to get mad?" "Haha, then that's good. Young brother, clear away all the wine at the main banquet. Change to mine." Wu Xian said with a mysterious smile. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. Could it be that this old man fermented the immortal remembrance, jade brew, so quickly? Wu Xian saw Yi Yuan's eyes and knew that the latter already guessed it. He immediately no longer held Yi Yuan in suspense. Extending a hand and waving, he said, "Come in. Carry all of the wine inside." A group of servants carried loads and walked out from the crowd. Yi Yuan's eyes swept over. There were actually as many as 20 barrels. 20 barrels of wine was nothing, but 20 barrels of immortal remembrance jade brew was sufficient to cause a stir throughout the entire Wufang city. These wooden barrels were all made from southern sandalwood. Although they were all sealed off, the fragrance overflowed, immediately intoxicating a stretch of people. What alcohol is this? So fragrant. It's already so fragrant without breaking the seal. If I can have a taste, I'd be willing to even die. Ignorant and ill-informed much? I smell this alcohol fragrance. It must be that legendary alchemy sovereign, Fu Yunjing's immortal remembrance jade brew. I had once smelled before the alcohol fragrance several hundred feet away. It made me reminiscence for several days. It's actually immortal remembrance jade brew. My God, isn't this the fine wine that alchemy sovereign Fu Yunjing OARDS? Why is there so many all at once? Furthermore, why would it be delivered by Master Wu Xian? That I don't know. Moreover, I smell that this alcohol fragrance is actually even more aromatic than the last time. The quality of these immortal remembrance jade brew is probably even above the wine brewed by alchemy sovereign Fu Yunjing. 20 barrels of immortal remembrance jade brew. It immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. The immortal remembrance jade brew was very renowned in Wufang City. Many people had only heard of its name, but never seen it. Being able to have the opportunity to smell the alcohol fragrance from far away once was already the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. But today, Wu Xian brought out 20 barrels in one go. It was seriously 2 Estonies. I plussing. Many martial artists were drooling ceaselessly, envious to death of those who could take a seat at the banquet and drink this wine. Yi Yuan saw the situation and could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, "Elder brother is so ostentatious. All right, then I'll take it first. Thank you, elder brother." Haha, what's still there to thank between us? Furthermore, I'm just presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers here. I'm only responsible for providing the ingredients. Oh, right, I still have a congratulatory gift over here. It's Chairman's. He's currently in close seclusion right now refining pills, so he can't come here personally. But he made me bring his grat. 1 toot over. Wu Xian smiled and took out a long sword. Chilly air overflowed from it. Those onlooking martial artists could feel that oppressive, freezing air separated by a distance of several hundred feet away. This was still under the circuit stance where Wu Xian did not use essence energy. Yi Yuan took over the long sword from Wu Xian's hands and praised, "Fine sword." Wu Xian said with a smile, "This sword's name is called Xianying Sword. It is a low-grade, profound artifact." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with clasped hands, "Elder brother, help me thank Lord Chairman on my behalf when you return." This congratulatory gift from Dan Chinzi was given to Yi Hang and wife in name. Actually, it was prepared for Yi Yuan. Profound artifacts were different from spirit artifacts. 2 entirely different concepts. Spirit artifacts that were any more expensive could also be bought on the market using essence crystals. However, profound artifacts had the demand, but no supply. Even if you had plenty of essence crystals, it's still very hard to buy them from some trading companies. Profound artifacts were basically all weapons used by divine traversing realm experts. They were extremely rare in the endless world. Dan Chinzi gave a low-grade profound artifact with his opening move. It could be said to be extravagant, but Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden, because he helped Dan Chinzi complete the Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill. The value of this medicinal pill, others were unaware, but how could Yi Yuan not know? Accepting a profound artifact of his was already him suffering a loss. But Dan Chinzi being able to remember to give him a gift counted that he had the heart to. Furthermore, following the rise in Yi Yuan's strength, Songhua sword was already gradually becoming somewhat lacking. And Songhua sword's quality already reached the limit. If more restrictions were added, there was the risk of shattering. Although he was unable to unleash the full power of the Xianying sword right now, it was much more powerful than Songhua sword. This was also just Yi Yuan. Taking another C transformation realm martial artist, they could only just use some high-level spirit artifact. But Yi Yuan's martial techniques were overly heaven-defying. Ordinary spirit artifacts could not unleash the true power of his sword moves. Yi Yuan and Wu Xian had some small talk for a while. Then Wu Xian went inside to take a seat. Before long, the servant called out once again, "Chao family's family head has arrived." The expression on Chao Zheng's face was rather dim. He saw Yi Yuan and forced a smile to congratulate. "Little brother Yi, congratulations!" "Congratulations." Arrivals were guests. Yi Yuan obviously would not reach his hand out to smack a smiling person. He replied with a smile, "Thank you very much." Yi Yuan knew that Chao Zheng did not spend these few days very well, but he did not care about it much either, since Ren Xingchuan was still technically his grandfather. Yi Yuan naturally had to lean towards the Ren family. As for how the Chao family would be, Yi Yuan was unconcerned. However, Yi Yuan knew that Chao Zheng definitely would not come empty-handed today. He had to at least show a little something. Indeed, Chao Zhen fished out a slip of paper from inside his sleeves and said it to Yi Yuan, saying, This old man slightly prepared a modest gift. I hope that, little brother, you can kindly accept it. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to take the slip of paper and could not help being slightly stunned. Chapter 537. Opening a Forum and Giving a Sermon. Chapter 537. Opening a Forum and Giving a Sermon. The Chao family's big gift is rather weighty. Yi Yuan looked at Chao Zheng and said with a half-smile. The corners of Chao Zheng's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile as he said, "Little brother, Yi is too kind. Your father's grand wedding. As a part of Wufang City, my Chao family naturally have to prepare something presentable." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and pa-s, said the slip of paper to Su Zihui and said, "Brother Zihui, I'm overwhelmed by this big gift from the Chao family. You'd better present it to Old Master directly." Su Zihui was rather baffled listening to the two people's conversation earlier. The thing that Chao Zheng handed over seemed to be a contract. Was it possible that the City Lord Manor was directly giving business to City Lord Manor? Such a gift definitely could not be said to be simple. He received the contract from Yi Yuan's hands doubtfully and gave it a brief glance. His entire person trembled involuntarily and almost threw the slip of paper away. Su Zihui took a look at Chao Zheng and glanced at Yi Yuan again. The astonishment in his heart could not be any greater. What was in his hands was indeed a contract, except that this contract was not some ordinary business from the Chao family, but the exquisite Jade Pavilion, which was renowned throughout the entire northern domain. This was the Chao family's largest business. It was also the most profitable business. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that inside the exquisite Jade Pavilion had the 1,000-query wall. The 1,000-query wall's significance to the Chao family simply could not be converted using essence crystals. That was where the foundation of the Chao family lied. It was also the foundation which the Chao family relied on to survive. Without the 1,000-query wall, the Chao family was just an ordinary alchemy family too. They will be no different from the Rin family. Moreover, without the 1,000-query wall, it was simply impossible for the Chao family to be City Lord's match. They would be completely suppressed very soon. Was Chao Zheng's brain damaged? Or else, why would he use this sort of thing for a congratulatory gift? This. Su Zihui wanted to say something, but did not know what he should say. Chao Zheng looked intently at Yi Yuan and suddenly turned around to say to everyone in a loud and clear voice, "Everybody, today, Borrowing City, Lord-daughter's grand wedding date, my Chao family will be giving the exquisite Jade Pavilion as a gift. From today onwards, 1,000-query wall will be officially owned by City Lord Manor." The flesh on Chao Zheng's face was twitching, but he still said firmly 1,000-query wall had never been the Chao family's 1,000-query wall, but all of the Endless World's Alchemist's 1,000-query wall. The Chao family had always treated the 1,000-query wall as our private property. Truly an injustice to everyone. Wufang City being the Endless World's alchemy holy land, the 1,000-query wall ought to be managed by City Lord Manor. Finished talking, Chao Zheng's entire person seemed to have aged greatly. The Chao family's painstaking work for several thousand years, he gave it away with both hands just like this. This was a tremendous test to him. Even Yi Yuan did not expect that Chao Zheng would actually have such great breadth of spirit either. Directly giving exquisite Jade Pavilion to City Lord Manor. The 1,000-query wall, indeed, did not pose much of a challenge to Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan was challenging the 1,000-query wall, he also deeply experienced the 1,000-query wall's prowess. Although he only answered the last 20 questions, not one of these 20 questions did not represent extremely high standards. The crystallization of the Endless World's alchemy path powerhouses, wisdom, these several thousand years, was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. Chao Zheng's words shocked all the martial artists present until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. What? The Chao family can actually bear to hand the 1,000-query wall to City Lord Manor. Just why is this? This is a major epic event to the Endless World's alchemy world. How is the Chow family still going to compete with City Lord Manor without the 1,000 query wall? This Chow Zheng isn't an impersonator, right? This kind of thing mustn't be joked around. Everyone was speculating the intentions behind this action of Chow Zheng, but no one could have guessed that Chow Zheng was actually fearful of the youth in front of him. Although some people also guessed clues from Yi Yuan challenging the 1,000 query wall, it was still very hard for them to link this kind of major thing to Yi Yuan. This was an insane move. What in the world was Chow Zheng afraid of? Chow Zheng had fought in the dark with Ren Xingchuan for so long. How could he possibly make such a move? Yi Yuan glanced at Chow Zheng and was also slightly in admiration of his breadth of spirit. This kind of swift and opportune decisiveness was not what everybody could have. Since Chow family head is so generous, my City Lord Manor naturally won't be stingy either. From tomorrow onwards, I will open a forum and give a lecture in exquisite Jade Pavilion for 5 consecutive days. As long as they are alchemists, they can come and listen to the lecture. Yi Yuan suddenly said in a loud voice, "What? That young man wants to open a forum and give a lecture? Who is he? So arrogant. Are you kidding? That's the City Lord's grandson. He challenged 20 questions from the 7th level at the 1,000 query wall a few days back. Moreover, all of them were answered correctly. No way, right? Looking at his age, he's just 17 to 18 years old. How can he have such profound and deep alchemy knowledge? That I don't know. But you mustn't underestimate him because of his young age. I heard a story that City Lord issuing a self-admonies H.I. plussing edict this time was because of this grandson of his. Perhaps this action of the Chow family is due to him too. How is this possible? A 17-year-old youth can actually cause such earth-shattering impact? I only heard it. Up to you to believe it or not. But in my opinion, it's not far off. Yi Yuan's words stirred up a great disturbance in the crowd. The 1,000 query wall changed owners. The one opening a forum and giving a lecture was actually not the City Lord, but his grandson. Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance mostly circulated around the Endless World's upper echelons. And these ordinary martial artists and alchemists' understanding of Yi Yuan was extremely limited. But one could also tell from the news that had spread out that this youth was absolutely out of the ordinary. It was just that opening a forum and giving a lecture was not something that normal people dared to do. Today, in front of so many people, Yi Yuan made such a promise. Did he have the ability to keep it? A minority of the people believed it, but the vast majority of the people did not believe this. A 17-year-old youth saying to open a forum and give a lecture. This was simply a joke. Many people believed that Yi Yuan would definitely be replaced by the City Lord a few days later. The City Lord would be the one giving the lecture. The 1,000 query wall-changing owners, and then the City Lord, His Excellency, coming forward to open a forum and give a lecture was something justifiable. Yi Yuan's experience was too shallow and was simply incapable of suppressing the scene. The reason why Yi Yuan did this was naturally that he had his own ideas. Now that the fierce-scale world was glaring at them like a ravenous tiger, to the Endless World's alchemists, even if they could increase a tiny bit of strength, it was still good. Hence, he would rather waste 5 days to host a forum and give a lecture. Perhaps it might let some alchemists glean considerable gains. Furthermore, since the City Lord Manor took over the 1,000 query wall, they had to at least have some indications to let these alchemists submit wholeheartedly. Yi Yuan did not like Rin Xingchuan, that old man, but Yi Yuan still had another plan. The position of the next City Lord, he would accept it on Yi Hang's behalf. With him around, Yi Hang would surely break through to Alchemy's sovereign realm within 10 years. There was an body more suitable than him to take over Wufang City. Father had been nursing grievances for so many years. He got to at least hold his head up high. Chapter 538. Everyone present. Chapter 538. Everyone present Chao Zheng looked deeply at Yi Yuan and said with clasped hands, "Then I'll have to trouble little brother Yi. Tomorrow, this Chao will definitely be there to listen to little brother Ye's lecture." Chao Zheng's words were equivalent to tacitly acknowledging the reality of Yi Yuan opening a forum and giving a lecture. His attitude caused a stir in the crowd once again. With the Chao family's foundation, he was actually going to listen to Yi Yuan's lecture. Those onlooking martial artists and alchemists all looked at Yi Yuan with amazed eyes. Right at this time, a servant called out loudly again, "Heavenly martial sex, old ancestor Ning, myriad sword sex, old ancestor Qin, and profound ice sex, old ancestor Jingxian has arrived." No way, right? The 3 sex old ancestors are actually all here. What kind of status do they have? To actually turn up personally for the city Lord's daughter's wedding event. Weren't the 3 old ancestors all preparing the matters concerning the establishment of the alliance? To actually find time out of their busy schedule to attend the wedding. These 3 old ancestors aren't here on account of city Lord's grandson too, right? Ning Yixian Trio's arrival caused a commotion. They're ident. 1. Ties were too high. Furthermore, when they were busy with official affairs, logically speaking, sending a divine traversing realm expert from each sect over should be enough. No one could have thought that they would actually come here, personally. At this time, many people were already guessing that these 3 people came for Yi Yuan too. Ha ha ha. Younger brother Yi, this old man came here to congratulate. Qin Hongtao's voice was like a great bell and actually had a very happy appearance. He grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's arm and appeared very close. Yi Yuan was bewildered by this action of Qin Hongtao. He thought to himself if it was possible that this old man ate the wrong medicine. If Ning Yixian took this kind of action, he would not be too surprised. But Qin Hongtao still had a considerable grudge with him. How could he have such an attitude? Seeing Yi Yuan's dubious eyes, Ning Yixian explained with a smile. Ever since Qin Yan returned from the Tranquil Cloud sect trip, he reflected on the bitter lesson. A few days ago, he already broke through to the Sea Transformation Realm, becoming a Soul Sea Realm expert. After Qin Yan exited seclusion, he said that for him to be able to break through successfully this time, the person he was most grateful to was you. Hoo-hoo, for this matter, old man Qin even showed off in front of us for several days. Yi Yuan came to understand only when he heard that. It was just that he never expected that Qin Yan would actually break through so quickly. From the Sea Transformation Realm to the Soul Sea Realm, there was an incredible barrier. It was the checkpoint of transitioning from the lower 3 realms to the middle 3 realms. Even for Qin Yan, these peerless heavens chosen, wanting to cross this hurdle required the ACCU. Mulation of a very long period of time too. Qin Yan, Gua Taochuan, and Yin Yanhua. These 3 people were originally running neck to neck. To think that it was actually Qin Yan who strode out this step first. Hoo-hoo, so that's how it is. Then I'll have to congratulate old ancestor Qin. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and congratulated. Haha, both of us together. Younger brother Yi, don't need to be courteous with me. In the future, call me elder brother as well will do. Your father and mother returning to their family clan and getting married blissfully. I, as the elder brother, have to come and congratulate no matter what. This goose plume treasure armor was used by me in my early days. It's already infinitely close to a profound artifact. Qin Hongtao said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan's heart was moved. Defensive spirit artifacts were extremely hard to come by and tend to be much greater in value compared to offensive ones. Although this goose plume treasure armor had not yet reached the level of a profound artifact, its value was already not beneath the Xianying sword which Dan Chenzi gifted. This Qin Hongtao making a move was rather extravagant. This old man's opening move is the goose plume treasure armor. Doesn't that make it hard for the 2 of us? Fortunately, this old man, I have preparations. Come, Yi Yuan. This is Earth Core Spirit Essence Milk. With your knowledge, you should know its value. It's absolutely not beneath that goose plume treasure armor of Old Man Qin. Ning Yixian said with a smile, Yi Yuan, this is our profound ice sex specialty product, Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus. This lotus will only bloom once every 100 years. Even in my profound ice sect, it's an extremely rare object too, Jingxian said. When Yi Yuan saw this Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus, he could not help becoming wildly ecstatic in his heart. He truly did not expect that the Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus actually really existed in the endless world. This Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was a Tier 5 item. To people who cultivated in ice attribute cultivation laws, it was a greatly beneficial item. Even when swallowing it whole, it could also be comparable to 10 years of bitter cultivation. To the profound ice sex martial artists, it was absolutely an extremely precious spirit medicine. Of course, Yi Yuan was not concerned by this. The reason why he was so elated was that this Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was a type of Tier 5 medicinal herb. It was also the mandatory material to refine the Tier 5 medicinal pill, 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill. This 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill was a miracle elixir to treat the chronic disease in Luer's body. For such a long time, Luer had been staying inside Yi Yuan's spatial spirit artifact, all this while because she was unable to cultivate. But Yi Yuan's current realm was unable to help Luer uproot the chronic disease. This had always been a worry for Yi Yuan. This Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was very seldom seen. Yi Yuan even thought that it probably could not be found in the endless world. Who knew that it was acquired without any effort at all? This was actually the profound ice sex specialty product. As long as Yi Yuan broke through to divine traversing realm, refining this 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill would naturally be easily accomplished. Yi Yuan contained the joy in his heart and said to the 3 people with clasped hands, Many thanks to 3 old ancestors. Elder Brother Wu Xian prepared Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew for everybody. 3 old ancestors, please head inside to have a taste. Qin Hongtao's eyes lit up, and he said in ecstasy, I've drunk the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew once at Fu Yinjing's place. Until now, it still brings back endless aftertastes. Didn't expect that Wu Xian, that old fellow, actually knows how to brew it too? Old man Ning, Jing Xian, hurry, hurry. I want to go and have a taste. Ning Yixian had clearly heard of Immortal Remembrance, Jade Brew's great name before. At this time his alcohol addiction flared up too. He said goodbye to Yuan and went inside with Jing Xian. Ha ha ha. Little brother Yi. This old man came without an invitation. You mustn't blame me. Yi Yuan hurriedly went up to greet with clasped hands as he said with a smile, What's old Hai saying here? You're working hard for the common people in the world. How can Yi Yuan dare to blame you? Furthermore, my parents are just holding a make-up wedding. How can we dare to trouble old Hai to grace us with your grand presence? Chi Hai said with a laugh, Even if I'm any busier, little brother Ye's parents' great event, I have to rush over too. Here, this is an ancient tiger bone which I acquired some years back in the Endless Forest. I don't have much use for it, keeping it either. I'll give it to you as a gift then. Chi Hai's voice had yet to fade when a streak of white light flashed past and Natc had away the tiger bone from Chi Hai's hands. It was precisely white light. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows and said, White light? Don't be rude. Chi Hai laughed and said, Haha, no worries, no worries. This little white tiger of yours is really smart. Presumably, this tiger bone is very useful to him. Chi Hai had seen before white light around Yi Yuan long ago. He faintly sensed this little white tiger's extraordinariness. If not for this, how could white light possibly H away things from Chi Hai's hands with his present strength? Ha ha, big brother, I was too agitated just now. This tiger bone is very useful to me. I'll accept it on your behalf." As he said, White Light's figure moved, vanished. Plussing from everyone's sights. Yi Yuan could not help smiling wryly. This fellow was so impolite to his elders. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi Yuan said to Chi Hai, "Old Hai, the auspicious hour is drawing near. I, as the son, can't screw up my parents' great event. Let's go in." Chapter 539, Immense Popularity. Chapter 539. Immense popularity. Wine cups clanged, and wine flowed freely in the main hall. The guests were already utterly conquered by the immortal remembrance Jade brew long ago. Wu Xian, just based on our friends. I plus P. You've got to give me a flask of this immortal remembrance Jade brew later. Oh no, 10 flasks. By Wu Xian's side, a divine traversing realm expert slung his arm around Wu Xian. Wu Xian, our relations. I plus P is solid enough, right? If you give him 10 flasks, I can't get lesser than 10 flasks no matter what, right? Said another person. Wu Xian's head was already long messed up by these fellows who tried to curry favor. Flinging his hand, he said, "Shoo, shoo, shoo. Do you all think that this immortal remembrance Jade brew is some jug wine by the roadside? With your ways of giving out, no matter how many I have, it will all be given away too. Telling you all honestly, this old man, I only took these immortal remembrance Jade brew out for everybody to sample because today is younger brother Ye's parents' wedding day. After today, whoever wants it will have to splurge." When Wu Xian brewed the low-grade immortal remembrance Jade brew, he already antic. 1. P aided today's situation. He already discussed it with Yi Yuan to place this low-grade immortal remembrance Jade brew onto the market to sell. It would definitely earn a hefty amount. Wu Xian, bringing these immortal remembrance Jade brew over today, was naturally in order to boost Yi Yuan's face. But it was not without the intention of promoting this immortal remembrance Jade brew either. Those who could enter the main hall today were all upper echelons in Wufang City. They were either wealthy or with connections. As soon as the immortal remembrance Jade brew rolled out into the market, only these people could afford it. Fu Yinjing's immortal remembrance Jade brew definitely had some parts omitted in the brewing process. Hence, the production output had always not been high. This was also the reason why Fu Yunjing cherished his own belongings all along. Wu Xian cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "Today, everybody could drink this immortal remembrance Jade brew, all thanks to younger brother Yi Yuan. However, this immortal remembrance Jade brew wasn't picked up from the streets. Just the materials expended in brewing the alcohol is a huge sum of money. After today, if everybody wishes to drink this immortal remembrance Jade brew, you can go to Drunken Immortal Restaurant." With Wu Xian saying this, everyone came to understand as well. Why, this Wu Xian came today to cast a long line to cast a big fist. But those present were all respected figures. Regarding Wu Xian's way of doing things, there was no cause for much criticism. Such a delicious vintage wine, like the immortal remembrance Jade brew, was naturally not what some lousy common streetwear could compare to. Yet, the most important thing was that this immortal remembrance Jade brew could actually be SS produced. Wu Xian, you mean that we can all drink such a delicious vintage wine any time in the future? Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, "That might not be the case. Such a vintage brew, the materials needed are extremely precious. Don't look at how I brought so much here today. Actually, it already expended close to 20% of this old man's assets. Therefore, although Drunken Immortal Restaurant will provide this wine all year round, it's only limited to 10 flasks per day. First come, first serve." Everyone all drew a cold breath. 20 barrels of immortal remembrance Jade brew actually cost Wu Xian 20% of his assets. Wu Xian, as an alchemy sovereign expert, his sets definitely Serpa. said ordinary martial artists by a great deal. 20% of his sets was absolutely a huge sum of wealth. One could see from this just how terrifying the expenditure to brew this immortal remembrance jade brew was. Originally, those who were still savoring it in large mouthfuls already could not bear to lift their cups now. This wine, drinking a mouthful, was one lesser. Actually, Wu Xian's words had areas of exaggeration. He did indeed spend a huge sum of money on brewing this alcohol, but it was naturally impossible to be just 20 barrels. Furthermore, the most costly expenditure was not this low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, but it was the middle grade. The middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was on an entirely different level from the low-grade. The low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew that Wu Xian brought here today was just half of what he brewed this time. And adding up the costs of these 40 barrels of low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, it was not even half of the middle grade. The middle grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was still in the process of brewing, but the output was merely 1 barrel. Such an expenditure, even with Wu Xian's civ wealth, it was also somewhat unbearable. However, with the recipe that Yi Yuan gave, Wu Xian's future wealth could be predicted. Don't look at how alchemists were all very rich. Actually, their expenditures were immense too. Following the increase in their strength, the expended essence crystals and medicinal herbs also soared exponentially. Hence, body would complain about having too much money. Isn't 10 flasks too little? Wu Xian, essence crystals are not an issue. This alcohol, I'll reserve a barrel first. The next time it's out, give it to our Zhang family first, all right? Wu Fang City's Zhang family head yelled out. Wu Xian shook his head and said, "Old man Zhang, not that I, Wu Xian, am miserly. The process of brewing this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is extremely troublesome. There's simply no way of providing a large supply. Otherwise, I wouldn't limit it to 10 flasks daily too. This old man, indeed, still has some remaining stock. But giving this inventory to you, the other families will shred me up." With Wu Xian saying this, there were immediately people from the other families who were indignant. "That's right. Old man Zhang, are you the only rich one? Our Sun family can still afford this bit of essence crystals. You want a barrel. This father of yours wants 10 barrels. The city Lord Manor hasn't even spoken yet. What capabilities does your Zhang family have to dare swallow a barrel all at once? In my opinion, it's still Wu Xian's method that is good. 10 flasks daily. First come, first serve. This way it's fair to everyone." Seeing this scene, Wu Xian was also secretly delighted in his heart. Actually, the low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew really did not have many troublesome aspects. He originally also planned on selling barrel by barrel, but after he told his plans to Yi Yuan, it was denied by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's idea was very simple. An object was valued relative to its rarity. If it were supplied unlimitedly, when everybody drank a ton of it, this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would not be valuable anymore either. But if it was just supplying 10 flasks a day, everyone could not drink to their heart's content each time. Hence, they would all break their heads every day fighting to those 10 flasks of wine. In just a few days, these 10 flasks of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would be raised to a sky-high price. This wine ordinary people and factions simply could not drink it. At that time, it would become a symbol of ident, tie and status. After waiting for a suitable time, Wu Xian would then roll out the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. That way, the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would become a supreme level of immortal brew. Regardless of how the price was set, it would be up to Wu Xian's call. In a corner of the main hall, Fu Yunjing had a depressed look. Wu Xian, this old man, pestered him daily in the past for the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. He himself put on a nonchalant appearance too. Finally, Wu Xian paid a very large price before getting 6 flasks from his place. who knew that in a twinkle this old man produced immortal remembrance, Jade Brew himself. Not only was the quality much better than his, but it could also actually be S produced. His opening move was 20 barrels. What a big play. Fu Yunjing himself sampled a mouthful earlier. The taste was indeed much better than his. Furthermore, he actually did not know that drinking the immortal remembrance Jade Brew unexpectedly needed southern sandalwood to be the cup. Just where on earth did this old fellow learn it? How could Fu Yunjing not wish to S produced the immortal remembrance Jade Brew? But the success rate of his brewing was too low and simply had no way of satisfying the market demand. The source of income, which landed in his hands, was given away with both hands just like this. Fu Yunjing's gloominess would be imagined. He picked up the wine cup and slowly walked towards Wu Xian. Chapter 540, Unyielding. Chapter 540, Unyielding. Wu Xian, I wish to ask you, where did this recipe of yours come from? Fu Yunjing inquired. Wu Xian saw that it was Fu Yunjing and said, this recipe, it was naturally taught by an expert. Fu Yunjing, what's the meaning of you asking this? Can it be that you still don't know what the meaning of my words is? Everybody knows that this immortal remembrance, Jade Brew's recipe, only I have it. Isn't you doing this too dishonest? Fu Yunjing said with an unkind expression. Actually, Wu Xian and Fu Yunjing still had some friends. I plus P between them, but it was still not that close. However, it was still because of this friends. I plus P that Wu Xian was able to get Fu Yunjing's wine after begging many times. But Wu Xian's actions now infringed upon Fu Yunjing's interests. Fu Yunjing could not swallow this insult despite reconsidering repeatedly. That was why he came up to question. Once the immortal remembrance, Jade Brew, could be SS produced that was cold, hard cash. Each drop would be extremely valuable. Fu Yunjing's expenses for the sake of brewing the immortal remembrance, Jade Brew, was rather dear too. Seeing his own immortal remembrance, Jade Brew, become worthless, he was seriously stifled in his heart. Fu Yunjing, today is the city Lord Manor's day of great joy. Must you cause trouble? My immortal remembrance, Jade Brew, doesn't have anything to do with you. This point, people who have drunk the wine before should all be aware, right? Wu Xian said with a cold grunt. Actually, I've been researching on improving the brewing method of the immortal remembrance Jade Brew all along and finally managed to have some progress. Right at this juncture, your immortal remembrance, Jade Brew, actually appeared. Is there such a coincidental thing? Previously, you were at my place for roughly right around half a year's time or so. But it's just nice the time to brew these immortal remembrance Jade Brew. Fu Yunjing said with a cold smile. The meaning of these words was already very obvious. It was that Wu Xian stole a peep at the results of his development and brewed the immortal remembrance, Jade Brew himself. Although Fu Yunjing was lying through his teeth, the reasoning was infallible, making many people look towards Wu Xian in suspicion. Once this sort of thing was confirmed, Wu Xian would no longer have the face to keep a foothold in Wufang City. But how could Wu Xian be so easy to hoodwink? He said with a cold smile, Not that you can't slander me, but you have got to bring out the evidence, right? Your immortal remembrance, Jade Brew, clearly isn't as good as mine. This point, as long as one knows their liquor, they can probably discern it, right? All talk without substance. Aren't you afraid of your teeth falling out by saying this? Fu Yunjing said with a faint smile, I don't have proof. I'm just very curious. Everybody in the city knows that my recipe was obtained from the Endless Forest. Just this one copy in the entire Wufang City. Then, where did you get your recipe from? An expert? Such words can only fool little children, right? One had to admit that this Fu Yunjing was born with an eloquent tongue. Hearing his words, many people became even more skeptical towards Wu Xian. This sort of thing, like stealing formulas, was held in extreme contempt, let alone that it was exposed on the spot by the original owner. Yeah, I really didn't think of this. Wu Xian's recipe wouldn't really have been stolen from Fu Yunjing there, right? This recipe, Fu Yunjing has always kept it as a treasure. It's impossible for people to know. Unless it's really as Fu Yunjing said, Wu Xian plagiarized it while he was not paying attention. Stolen things, just be satisfied with secretly brewing a few flasks to drink. To actually take it out to sell, isn't this disgraceful? Hearing some people's whispering, Wu Xian's face became livid. Fear of incurring gossip. He was wholeheartedly focused on bringing the immortal remembrance Jade brew out to make money, but forgot that Fu Yunjing would make a false countercharge. However, after today's matter, Wu Xian could also be considered to have a new understanding of Fu Yunjing. But Fu Yunjing said it as if it was true. This already aroused most people's suspicions. How should he explain? Could it be that he had to compare formulas with him? That way, wouldn't the recipe be divulged? How should he explain to Yi Yuan? Just as Wu Xian caught in a difficult dilemma, Yi Yuan and Qi Hai entered the main hall. This formula was given to him by this old man. What complaints do you have? Qi Hai said in a slightly low voice. As a matter of fact, it had already been a while since they entered the main hall. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the event through voice transmission to invite him to come forward to uphold justice. Qi Hai did not have much hesitation and directly agreed. Yi Yuan occupied a 50% share in this business too. Fu Yunjing causing trouble here was directly spoiling his business. How could Yi Yuan turn a blind eye to it? Although Yi Yuan was very wealthy right now, as an alchemist himself, he was deeply aware of the importance of essence, crystals, this thing. In his previous life, if there weren't the Medicine King Hall, this colossal tea, Tan supporting, no matter how high his talent was, he would have no way of reaching that level too. Alchemist was an occupation which burned money. Wanting to refine a type of medicinal pill had to refine countless medicinal herbs to waste. The higher the rank of the medicinal herb, the greater the expenditure. Even though Yi Yuan's success rate of refining medicinal pills was exceptionally high, with his current consumption speed, no matter how much essence crystals there were, it was also insufficient to use. Regardless which major faction it was impossible to treat medicinal pills like candy to eat like him too. Putting aside whether or not one could bear the expenses, how could the average martial artist dare to swallow so many medicinal pills? Furthermore, the medicinal pills which Yi Yuan refined, the medicinal effects were all extremely tyrannical. They were on a completely different level from the endless world's medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan did not plan on coming forward himself. Firstly, he did not wish to overly expose himself. Secondly, he was young after all. The words he said might not be enough to convince everyone. Qi Hai stepping forward was naturally the most appropriate. With his status, who dared to say a word of no? Indeed, once Fu Yunjing saw Qi Hai speak, he could not help being alarmed inwardly. He never would have thought that the person behind Wu Xian was actually Qi Hai. This time, he poked the hornet's nest. Turns out that it's old Hai's recipe. I was still perplexed. Could this immortal remembrance, jade brew of Wu Xian, be pulled out of thin air? It's just that I wonder where old Hai obtained this recipe from. Fu Yunjing still did not give up and asked sarcastically, in front of so many people. Moreover, it was City Lord Manor's great joyous day. He did not believe that Qi Hai dared to do anything to him. Qi Hai said with an icy look, "Does this old man still need to explain to you when doing things? Fu Yunjing instantly felt a tremendous pressure coming at him head-on. Cruce, plussing him until he could not catch his breath. He gritted his teeth and said obstinately, "Old Hai naturally doesn't need to explain to me. But don't you feel that suppressing people with force is inadequate to convince them all? Yes. Justice lies in the hearts of people. Old Hai can kill me, but it's hard to shut the mouths of everybody." Qi Hai did not expect that this Fu Yunjing still had some backbone. Facing his pressure, he actually did not back down in the slightest. He could, of course, kill Fu Yunjing with one palm. But Wu Xian would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Fu Yunjing was precisely eyeing this point. That was why he dared to be so unyielding. Today was different than the time with Wu Rong. At that time, Qi Hai was standing on the standpoint of a righteous cause. Others did not dare to say much about killing people. Now, Fu Yunjing stirred up the situation. If Qi Hai really killed him, then Wu Xian would ascertain the label of plagiarism and would also have no way of keeping a foothold in Wufang City in the future. For a moment, Qi Hai could not help being at the dilemma to advance or retreat. Chapter 541. Instructing secretly. Chapter 541. Instructing secretly, Yi Yuan also did not think that Fu Yunjing was so persistent to actually dare to lock horns with Qi Hai. Fu Yunjing had also grabbed Qi Hai's soft spot, making it rather hard for Qi Hai to do things. Yi Yuan's divine sense moved and transmitted his voice to Qi Hai. Fu Yunjing saw the situation and knew that the two were transmitting voices through divine sense. His heart involuntarily pounded. But, on second thought, as long as Wu Xian did not dare to publicize the formula, his words would have no weakness to exploit. And if Wu Xian dared to make the recipe known, even though he would lose reputation, Wu Xian would have no way of monopolizing the immortal remembrance jade brew either. The losses in between this would be huge. At this point, even if it harmed others without benefits, he had to push on as well. Asking him to swallow this insult, he was unable to do it. But not knowing why, the youth beside Qi Hai kept on giving him an unfathomable feel. Hearing Yi Yuan's voice transmission, Qi Hai's eyes gradually lit up. Looking at Fu Yunjing, he said in an oppressive manner, "You said that you improved the immortal remembrance, Jade Brew's formula. Then, do you know what you lack in your formula, resulting in the taste to be inferior to the one brewed by Wu Xian?" Fu Yunjing was stupefied. He immediately said with a cold smile, hearing Old Hai's meaning, "You actually know my recipe? You're confessing everything without duress here." Fu Yunjing's words immediately caused a stir. Just as Fu Yunjing said, wasn't Qi Hai confessing everything without being pressed here? Fu Yunjing's formula, only he himself knew. How did Qi Hai know what Fu Yunjing's recipe lacked? Between Qi Hai and Wu Xian, there had to be someone who plagiarized Fu Yunjing's formula. And between the two of them, everyone would naturally think that it was done by Wu Xian, and Qi Hai was just stepping forward to defend Wu Xian on account of Yi Yuan's face. Qi Hai was not startled nor in panic as he said, "Coolly, that's right. Last time when I went to Wu Xian's place, he invited me to drink a flask of the immortal remembrance jade brew that he got from you. I discerned that it was not right with one taste. As luck would have it, I had some research regarding this stuff. It's just that I never had the time to make it. So I gave the formula to Wu Xian. This formula came from the divine realm." Fu Yunjing already had a stance like a dead pig, not being afraid of boiling water being scaling right now. He might as well act all the way shamelessly. Hearing Qi Hai said so, he said with a cold sneer, "I know that Old Hai has all kinds of connections with the divine realm, but I'm afraid that you're thinking too simply by wanting to use divine realm, these two words to shut everybody's mouths, right? Hearing Old Hai's words, you just drank a mouthful and then knew my formula inside out. Isn't this too laughable? Hoo-hoo, I'll report the formula. You see if it's correct." As he said, Qi Hai started to report the materials used to brew the wine one by one. Altogether, there were actually 100 over types. And Fu Yunjing's expression became increasingly uglier along with Qi Hai's reporting. The recipe that Qi Hai reported was actually the exact same as the one he obtained. Even the quant. Tai used for these ingredients were not the slightest bit off, just like he saw the recipe with his own eyes. With this, even Fu Yunjing himself could not help somewhat doubting as well if Qi Hai and Wu Xian really plagiarized his recipe. Of course, those with the same thinking as him was not in the minority. There were even some people already starting to whisper under their breaths. Could Old Hai have really plagiarized Fu Yunjing's recipe? You guys look at Fu Yunjing's expression. What Old Hai said is definitely not far off the mark. Yeah, what is Old Hai playing at here? Even if he really stole Fu Yunjing's formula, he doesn't need to go so far as to say it out so generously, right? Even though he's a senior, doing so would destroy his reputation too. Isn't Old Hai bullying people with his power here? Doing this is also too overboard. Qi Hai's strength was indeed formidable, but if he used his power to bully people like this, it was impossible for others to be convinced either. Other people did not dare to do anything to Qi Hai, but Wu Xian's reputation would be rotten in the future. After Qi Hai reported all of the ingredients, Fu Yunjing's expression was ugly to the extreme. Qi Hai saying this was equivalent to making his recipe known to the public. In the future, he would have no way of using the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew to keep a foothold in this Wu Fang city anymore either. Even though he was already replaced by Wu Xian now. Haha, really didn't expect that Old Hai's face was actually so thick. Stole my formula and actually even admitted it swaggeringly. Truly shameless to the extreme. Qi Hai said with a smile, "When did I admit that I stole your formula?" Fu Yunjing was stunned. Wasn't he too shameless? Already at such an extent and still not admitting it? Hearing what you said earlier, you're admitting that the formula I said was correct? No need to deny. Other people are not fools either. They could tell long ago, Qi Hai still said coolly. Fu Yunjing's expression became black, and he suddenly had a foreboding premonition. Indeed, Qi Hai continued, you said that you improved the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew recipe. I wonder how did you improve it? Fu Yunjing's heart plummeted. Turns out that it was waiting here. Why do I have to tell you? Fu Yunjing said, appearing tough outwardly but timid inside. Qi Hai said, I can tell you that in your recipe, 5 kinds of ingredients are missing. As long as you can say out the names of these 5 kinds of ingredients, Wu Xian would naturally have plagiarized your formula. But if you can't say it, then scram right now for this old man. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Fu Yunjing's expression changed repeatedly. When did he really improve the formula? This Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Even in the divine realm, it was a top-grade immortal brew that not everyone could drink. If Fu Yunjing really had this capability, he would have long ascended to the divine realm. Why was there a need to fool around in this Wu Fang city still? But if he did not say a thing, wouldn't it be admitting that he was finding fault for no reason? I'll just casually report 5 kinds of ingredients. Could it be that you really dare to make the recipe known to all? Fu Yunjing snickered coldly inwardly and casually reported 5 kinds of materials. They were all ingredients frequently used in brewing alcohol. Listening to it seemed well-grounded and reasonable. Qi Hai gave a cold laugh and said, Utter nonsense. Don't know what you're talking about. Truly shameless enough. Fu Yunjing said delightedly, Since Old Hai say that I'm uttering nonsense, then you say out those 5 kinds of materials. Don't need 5 kinds. 1 is enough. In my recipe has 7-star GRA. S, 7-star GRA. S will become lilac color when coming into contact with sulfur flame powder. Come, men. Go and retrieve some sulfur flame powder over. 1 try and it will be clear. Qi Hai said coolly. Fu Yunjing was still cheerily confident earlier, but at this time his face was deathly pale. Wu Fang City was the alchemy holy land. Many families present were all alchemy families. They were naturally not foreign to this 7-star GRA. SS. He never would have thought that Qi Hai pressed hard at every step. Finally, it was actually using this sort of method to make him reveal his true colors. At this time, he could not resist turning his eyes towards Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing hatred. Fu Yunjing had never heard before that Qi Hai knew alchemy. He had never heard before that Qi Hai knew how to brew alcohol, let alone believe that Qi Hai could report out all of the ingredients just by sampling a taste of his wine. Earlier, Yi Yuan clearly said something to Qi Hai with voice transmission. Could it be that everything that Qi Hai said was this young man's scheme? Chapter 542. Insist on not accepting. Chapter 542. Insist on not accepting changed. Changed. It really changed. The Immortal Remembrance, Jade Brew, really has 7-star GRA. SS inside. Fu Yunjing is too much. To actually slander Wu Xian like this. This fellow is really shameless. Following placing a small amount of white-colored powder into a cup of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, the originally clear liquor became lilac color very quickly. With this, just who caused a disturbance first was perfectly clear. Many people had a feeling of being duped and became indignant right away, cursing Fu Yunjing's shamelessness. This fellow was clearly envious that Wu Xian brewed better Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew than what he could. That was why he vilified Wu Xian. What improved the formula? Utter bulls. HI plus T. What are you still standing there for? Could it be you still want this old man to invite you to leave? Get lost. Qi Hai said coldly. If today wasn't Yi Yuan's parents' joyous day, Qi Hai might have made a move and injured people. This fellow actually forced him into a very awkward situation earlier. If not for Yi Yuan instructing him secretly on how to break the deadlock, he would really be stuck today. Although Qi Hai was very easygoing, this did not mean that anyone could trample on his reputation. Although Fu Yunjing's strength was decent, it was still lacking in front of Qi Hai, and he did not have the qualifications to pick a fight with him either. Being forced into a dilemma by such a person, the fury in Qi Hai's heart could be imagined. The lie was exposed. Fu Yunjing naturally had no face to stay here anymore either. In truth, he already incurred public wrath today. In the future, he would probably have no way of even staying in this Wufang city. Fu Yunjing shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare and said with a cold snort, "Leave then, leave! This old man admits to his bad luck today. Boy, we'll wait and see. I, Fu Yunjing, will officially break away from Wufang City, starting from today." Leaving behind a few fierce words, Fu Yunjing flicked his sleeves grandly and hastened out of the entrance like fleeing. Seeing this scene, Qi Hai's expression darkened slightly. He said to Ning Yixian, "Send people to keep an eye on this old punk. Today isn't suited to get into a fight. After today SES, take good care of him for me." "Yes, old Hai." Ning Yixian was also fooled by Fu Yunjing just now, and even thought that Wu Xian really stole the recipe. To talk about taking care of Fu Yunjing, he had no problems at all, nodding his head at once and consenting to this. Fu Yunjing was just an itinerant alchemy sovereign in Wufang City. Even though his strength was sable, he did not have too great of a background. In the past, he still had some status among Wufang City's upper echelons relying on the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. But his actions today truly offended many people. Everybody naturally did not have much of a favorable impression towards him anymore either. All right. The time is almost here. Don't dampen everybody's spirits because of a stinky bug like this. Fine wine and delicacies are ahead. Everyone best savors it to your heart's content. Qi Hai said coolly. With this reminder, everyone all came back to their senses as well. There was free Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew to savor today. There wouldn't be this stall anymore after Sing this village. While the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, which Wu Xian brought here today, was a lot, with so many people getting a share, there was actually not much left either. Hence, the more these people drank, the more they treasured it. The more they drank, the more they would reminisce the aftertaste. There were some people present who had drunk before Fu Yunjing's immortal remembrance jade brew. But this wine drank today was even more fragrant than his. Before long, Ren Yujia walked into the main hall and called out in a clear voice, "The auspicious hour has arrived! Please welcome the city lord, His Excellency." Rin Xingchuan walked out in slow strides. He walked to the highest seat of honor and took his seat. "Please welcome the groom and the bride." The groom Yi Heng, all dressed in red robes, led Ren Hongling, who was wearing phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes, and walked out too. Next was bowing to heaven and earth. Yi Yuan looked at his blissful-looking parents from below. A warm current brimmed in his heart too. Actually, in his mother's heart, she still worried about this unreasonable father of hers. This point, Yi Yuan was naturally clear in his heart as somebody with 2 lifetimes. Otherwise, he would not give Rin Xingchuan a chance either. With Rin Xingchuan this backing, Yi Yuan could put his mind completely at ease when going out to make a break in the future. The remaining thing was to deal with the fierce Gale world's invasion. Yi Yuan kept feeling that the fierce Gale world's invasion had some areas which were not right, but he could never figure out what was wrong. This feeling of losing control made him very uncomfortable. But this kind of thing, unless Zhao Tianyin told him personally, otherwise, there was simply no way of knowing. Now he could only just take it one step at a time too. The most important thing now was still to increase his strength as soon as possible. Only through his way could he have the strength to protect himself facing these fierce Gale world's experts. Even though his current strength far surpassed, said martial artists at the same rank in front of a real expert in a true battle, he still could not take a single blow. Hence, Yi Yuan was still harboring considerable hope towards the vast heaven pag. Oh, the inheritance this time. After the ceremony ended, Ren Xingchuan suddenly got up and said in a clear voice, "Thank you all for coming to support. This Rin is endlessly grateful. Taking advantage of this joyous day today, this Rin still has something to announce." Rin Xingchuan paused for a bit, glanced at Yi Yuan, and said, "This old man did a wrong thing back then. This matter, everybody is already aware. This old man won't hide it from everyone either. Today, it's all thanks to this grandson of mine that I was able to see the error of my ways and repent. Therefore, today, I want to appoint Yi Yuan as Wufang City's young lord. I wonder what are everyone's opinions." Although City, Lord Manor had the final say in Wufang City, the Rin family was not the fixed city lord. Back then, the Chao family dominated the city lord position for a very long time, but was replaced by Ren Xingchuan. Hence, for Ren Xingchuan to want to appoint a young lord, it still needed to go through everyone's approval. Yi Yuan, regardless whether it was a talent or strength, there was probably not a single person who dared to say a word of objection. Yi Yuan, being this young lord, was naturally also getting what was deserved. Yi Yuan is a young hero. He can naturally take on this great responsibility. I have no objections. City Lord, you make the call. This Chao represents the Chao family and firmly endorses young Lord Yi Yuan. When Rin Xingchuan's words were spoken, everyone all clamored to respond. Seeing this scene, Ren Xingchuan nodded his head slightly too and said to Yi Yuan, from now onwards you'll be. Hold on. Yi Yuan extended a hand and interrupted Ren Xingchuan's words, saying, "This status of a young lord, I'm not interested." Rin Xingchuan's face went black. Wasn't this punk too uncivil? Wufang City's young lord was in existence on the same level as the 3 sects' head disciples. It was already the highest position among the Endless World's junior generation. This boy actually refused. Could it be that this boy was still harboring hatred in his heart and wanted to make him look bad in front of everyone? How could he know that how could Yi Yuan settle on a puny little Wufang City young lord? Among the people present, probably only Qi Hai could slightly understand Yi Yuan's thoughts. But even he was unable to understand how great Yi Yuan's horizons were either. Not just me. Ren Dong, that boy, I'm bringing away too. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. It was fine if this boy did not accept the position of city lord himself. He actually forbid Ren Xingquan's most favored grandson to be city lord too. This time it was really overboard. Yi Yuan, this old man already issued a self-admonies, H.I. plussing edict. You should understand what this means. Are you going to ruin my Rin family's future in front of so many people? Rivers and mountains may be changed, but it's hard to alter a man's nature. Yi Yuan slapped his face in public. The fury in his heart could be imagined. Chapter 543. The Road Underfoot. Chapter 543. The Road Underfoot. Yi Yuan looked at Ren Xingquan, feeling very amused in his heart. If it were in the past, this old fellow would have long sent a palm howling over. But now he was talking reason with him. It was also a grieving enough. However, Yi Yuan did not have plans on changing his thinking. The vast sky allowed a bird to fly, and the wide sea allowed a fish to leap about. It was naturally impossible for him to stay in a tiny little Wufang city to be some young lord. I have my own plans for the future. It's impossible to keep on staying in Wufang City, and Rin Dong already acknowledged me as his master. I naturally have to guide him well. As for this young lord position, I can recommend a person to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Rin Xingquan was rather curious. Apart from Yi Yuan and Rin Dong, who else had the capabilities to be qualified for this young lord position? Say it. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Yi Hang, and he said with a smile, far away on the horizon, and yet right before your eyes. Yi Hang was stupefied and pointed to himself and said, Me? What kind of joke is this? Ren Xingquan's expression darkened once more. This punk was purely making a laughingstock out of him. How much capabilities Yi Hang had that he could still not be aware of. If Yi Hang had this capability, why would he object to Ran Hongling being together with him so determinately back then? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not joking. Father, you don't need to belittle yourself either. Within 10 years, you can definitely Serpa. S. Old man Rin. Yi Yuan did not approve of Rin Xingquan up until now either, so he kept calling him Old Man Rin. Of course, Old Man Ren's mind was completely not focused on this. He was currently burning with rage. This punk was getting more preposterous as he spoke. Yi Hang Serpa. S. Sing him within 10 years? Wasn't this a fantasy tale? Yi Yuan. Messing around got to have a limit too. Even if you don't acknowledge this, old man, there isn't a need to make this sort of joke in front of so many people either. Rin Xingquan said furiously. Yi Yuan said coolly, I already said I'm not joking around. Like this, how about we make a bet? If father is unable to Serpa, S you within 10 years, I'll come back and be the young lord for you. What Yi Yuan was implying was Yi Hang being the city lord and not young lord. This sort of big talk. Probably only Yi Yuan dared to say it. Actually, Yi Yuan naturally had full confidence in Yi Hang. He cultivated the spirit, bristle nine yang divine art, and 1,000 augmenting soul incantation. These two cultivation methods. If he still could not break through to the alchemy sovereign realm within 10 years, then that would be unbelievable. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Yi Hang's talent was not bad. Back then, the reason why he was inferior to Ren Hongling was entirely that of family background and resources problem. Now that Yi Hang's back was leaning on city, Lord Manor, this big tree, and he had the divine realm's pinnacle level cultivation methods, cultivating to the alchemy sovereign realm within 10 years was absolutely as easy as turning over one's hand. It was just that these people had no way of understanding. But Yi Yuan believed that before long, Yi Han's improvement speed would leave everyone dumbfounded. Fine, this old man will bet with you. Rin Xingquan agreed without any hesitation. 10 years' time was not considered long to him. He could totally wait. At that time, if Yi Hang did not have the qualifications, wouldn't Yi Yuan still come back obediently to take over Wufang City? How could he know that? How could Yi Yuan possibly stay in the lower realms for 10 years? The next day, a high platform was built in the exquisite jade pavilion's 1,000 walls main hall. A youth was currently sitting upright, solemnly, with the air of a great master. But all the people below the stage were older than him, looking rather incongruous. This sort of thing, like hosting a forum and giving a lecture without reaching a certain level, and, oh, Body dared to do it. Especially in Wufang City, the alchemy holy land. The level of the alchemist standards here practically assembled all of Endless World's alchemy path elites. Without alchemy's sovereign strength, how could the average person dare to open a forum and give a lecture? But Yi Yuan, this quasi-alchemy king realm youth, actually did it. Even though Yi Yuan was at the height of his popularity right now in Wufang City, it was not enough. The people who came to watch him make a fool of himself today was actually not the minority. Yi Yuan was seriously too young. As the saying went, young people couldn't be trusted with important tasks. Many people only heard rumors of the 1,000 walls, 7th level's questions being answered by someone, but not many people believed it. Of course, among the people here today, there were many who were alchemists present on that day. They all witnessed Yi Yuan's spectacular performance. Today was the first day the Rin family took over the 1,000 wall. Many people were also skeptical about whether or not the Rin family had the foundation to take over. Yi Yuan sat at the top very composedly, without the slightest hint of stage fright. In his previous life, he had opened forums and given lectures more than once. Regarding such spectacles, he was all too familiar. It was simply far from getting stage fright. Compared to his previous life, the levels of these people in front of him was seriously too low. One had to know that each time Ji Qingyan hosted a forum and gave a lecture in his previous life, there are even quite a number of alchemy emperor powerhouses who came upon hearing the news. Likewise, an alchemy emperor, Yi Yuan's strength was much stronger compared to those people. Now, facing this small scene, it was simply child's play to Yi Yuan. After everybody settled down, Yi Yuan's first words made everyone's GLA. SSES fall off. The alchemy path and martial path are the same. They are also a kind of great Tao. The direction of Tao is formed by ACCU, mulating it step by step. As the saying goes, without the ACCU, mulations of small steps, it's impossible to walk and finish a journey of 1,000 miles. Without ACCU, mulating small, trickling streams, it's unable to form a great sea. There is no lack of quasi-alchemy kings, and even alchemy sovereign experts among you all. But touch your heart and ask yourselves, this road underneath your foot, was it really walked properly? This first day today, what I'll be narrating to you all is the refinement of Tier 1 medicinal pills. What did he say just now? At the start, hearing it was still quite interesting. But why did the style change as he spoke? With our strength, do we still need to listen to the refining methods of Tier 1 medicinal pills? Simply ludicrous. Yeah, what kind of bulls? HI plus T hosting a forum and giving a lecture. Simply courting people's favor by talking big to impress. City Lord Manor actually sent a small child here to host a forum and give a lecture. What a joke. Let's leave. We came all the way here. Could it be to just listen to a child talk about refining Tier 1 medicinal pills? Isn't this wasting time? Yi Yuan's words immediately incurred everyone's intense backlash. Even those who had seen before Yi Yuan's spectacular performance were also very disappointed by Yi Yuan's performance today. Could it be that Yi Yuan came prepared that day? That was why he was so mind-boggling. Today, in front of everyone, his true colors were revealed. Yi Yuan finished saying the first sentence, and there were already many people starting to walk out. Regardless of whether they were martial artists or alchemists, their eyes were forever looking up. There would never be anyone who would think much of martial artists lower rank than themselves. Of course, Yi Yuan was an exception. The way these people saw it, Tier 1 medicinal pills utterly did not even count as learning the rudiments. Was there still a need to pretend and host a forum to give a lecture? But the reason why Yi Yuan could have such great accomplishments in his previous life was that his foundation was laid down too solidly. Wait until his boundary became high. It was merely just piecing together the originally simple things. The refining methods, which looked to be extremely unfathomable in other people's eyes, was very simple in Yi Yuan's view. Yi Yuan did not bother with those people who left, but continued to speak with fervor and confidence. Some people left, but some people reigned in their impatience and stayed behind. And the expression on their faces also changed to become fervor from the initial disdain and finally became enthrallment. Chapter 544, Mastery. Chapter 544. Master Yi high-rise buildings were raised from the ground up. For Yi Yuan to be able to reach peak alchemy emperor realm, it was absolutely not by chance. The street Yu, R-diness of his basic skills in alchemy, could make everyone all perspire from Imbara. Sment, let alone that the ones with the highest strength among these alchemists in front of him were alchemy's sovereign. Yi Yuan's elucidation explained profound theories in simple terms, making those alchemists all have a feeling of suddenly becoming enlightened. Only after these alchemists listened to his words did they know that their path all the way over here was like a large funnel, leaking as they walked. Reaching their boundary now, they already missed Ji. Oh, D knows how many things. Hearing Yi Yuan's sermon, they wished that they could immediately go back to study Tier 1 medicinal pills, systems, and learn once more. With Yi Yuan's realm, narrating these basic theories was enough to make these people glean considerable gains. In the beginning, it was still quite noisy inside the entire main hall. But later on, the entire main hall became perfectly silent. Only Yi Yuan's voice was reverberating. Those alchemists, including Chao Zheng, who came with the mood of attending the event, all became devout believers at this time. The faces of these people would reveal so that's how it is look every now and then. All right, the sermon today will end here. Now is the time to raise questions. I can answer 10 of your questions. Starting now then. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. Only now did the audience startle awake. Many people still had a look of recollecting the aftertaste. Evidently, they had not yet recovered from Yi Yuan's sermon earlier. Only at this time did they abruptly wake up. The one giving them a sermon was merely a 17-year-old youth. How monstrous was this youth? To actually have such profound understanding of Tier 1 medicinal pills? Compared to Yi Yuan's lecture earlier, the herbal compendium was simply like a child's play. Too shallow. They all could not understand how a 17-year-old youth's understanding of alchemy reached such a level. Master Yi, I have a question to ask. An alchemy king was the first to react and was the first to raise his hand. And in his words, Yi Yuan already became Master Yi. Seeing that alchemy king raise his hand, everyone was lamenting with regret in their hearts that they missed such a precious opportunity to clarify their doubts. But they all secretly made up their minds to definitely be the first one to raise their hands next time. Rin Dong was already standing on the platform at this time, helping Yi Yuan to maintain order. He was listening to the lecture below the stage the entire time before this, and also received considerable gains. These few days he had been researching Tier 1 medicinal pills the entire time and had long trained the greater phaseless art to the legendary realm under Yi Yuan's guidance. Ren Dong felt that his understanding towards Tier 1 medicinal pills was already quite okay. But after hearing Yi Yuan's talk today, he discovered that he seemed to have only touched the tip of the iceberg. Although these Tier 1 medicinal pills were simple, the things that he needed to study in depth were way too many. Standing on the platform at this time to help Yi Yuan maintain order, and hearing these people call Master Yu one after the other, he had indescribable pride in his heart. This master of his was considered acknowledged correctly. even though Yi Yuan was his cousin. The disparity between the two of them was too great. "It's you then. Ask away," Rindong said. But when that alchemy king heard Rindong's words, he became hesitant and actually did not open his mouth for a time. Rindong said unhappily, "Is there a question or not? If there isn't, switch to somebody else. Master's time is very precious. Where does he have the time to dawdle with you here?" Only then did the alchemy king said hesitatingly, "Master, my question concerns tier for medicinal pills. I wonder." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Doesn't matter. Ask away." This person was clearly afraid that he could not answer tier for medicinal pills problems. Furthermore, the question asked was not too conforming with the contents of the sermon. Hence, he would appear hesitant. That alchemy king was immediately overjoyed when he heard and said, "Master Yi, recently when I've been refining the Phoenix Flame Pill, I noticed a problem. When the Phoenix Cry GRA, S, and Bamboo Filament Azure Yellow are together, they keep on being unable to fuse together perfectly. From there, it caused my pill refinement success rate and quality unable to improve. I tried countless ways, but always failed to resolve this issue. Master Yi, please resolve my doubt." When this alchemy king expert was raising his problem, he was like a student asking a teacher questions, very devoutly. But towards his attitude and body questioned it. Yi Yuan already used his broad and profound alchemy knowledge to subdue everyone. Among the people present, there were quite a few people who were among the group present when Yi Yuan challenged the 1,000 query wall. Regarding whether or not Yi Yuan could answer an alchemy king's question, they were not worried in the slightest. Very uncoincidentally, this alchemy king was not present the previous time. Hence, he was still somewhat doubtful about Yi Yuan's ability. After all, even if a person researched more thoroughly into Tier 1 medicinal pills, it did not have the slightest thing to do with Tier 4 medicinal pills either. Yi Yuan said without any need to think, "The Phoenix Flame, GRA, S, and the Bamboo Filament Azure Yellow, their attributes clash. If you forcefully try to fuse them together, it naturally can't do so perfectly. Each time you were refining the Phoenix Flame pill, was there a feeling of losing control of the fire, the medicinal pill about to jump out of your palm, around 15 minutes before forming the pill?" The alchemy king's eyes lit up, and he nodded his head like a chicken pecking for rice as he quickly said, Yes. It's like that. Master Yi is really like a deity, to actually even know when my problem occurs as if you've seen it with your own eyes. May I ask, Master, why is this so? Is there any way to resolve?" Seeing this scene, everyone all revealed looks of admiration. Yi Yuan was able to guess when this alchemy king's problem occurred when he was refining pills just based on his simple description. Moreover, even the timing was said so accurately. This was simply delay skill. Even peak alchemy sovereign experts probably had no way of making such a judgment under the circumstance where they did not witness personally, right? Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Is there a type of medicinal herb in the Phoenix Flame pill called the Wood Immortal Root? Presumably, when you were refining pills, you should have overlooked its existence, right?" The alchemy king was stunned and said with a nod, "Master, please explain. Could it be that this Wood Immortal Root still has some special effect? I've also thought before in this direction, but after trying several times, I still can't resolve the issue. So I thought that this Wood Immortal Root completely had no use." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The forming of a pill formula is through repeatedly tempering. Each type of pill formula is the crystallization of the predecessor's wisdom. As long as the pill formula doesn't have mistakes, how can the medicinal herbs inside be useless? Refining the Phoenix Flame pill, this Wood Immortal Root's effect is indeed not big. But to want to refine high-quality Phoenix Flame pill, this Wood Immortal Root's effect is indispensable." Yi Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance, saying the refining method of this Wood Immortal Root detailedly once. That alchemy king became more excited as he listened. Towards the end, He was simply about to jump up. When Yi Yuan finished talking, that alchemy king bowed almost to the ground. He exclaimed, "Thankful for Master Ye's guidance. Yen Mu will remember firmly in my heart." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Next one." "Master, I have questions." "Master Yi, I have questions too." "Master, there's still me." "Me." Chapter 545 Alchemy Gods Reincarnation. Chapter 545 Alchemy Gods Reincarnation. You still have the time to drink alcohol here? Master Ye's lecture is about to start right away. If you still don't go, there won't be any seat anymore. Master Yi? Who's that? That person looked at the other party with eyes like he was looking at an alien, with a face full of contempt. You don't even know who Master Yi is? He's City Lord Manor's grandson. Yi Yuan, Master Yi. Master Yi is hosting a forum and giving lectures for 5 consecutive days at the 1,000 Query Wall to answer any doubts. Once you pass this village, there won't be this temple anymore. It's that grandson of the city lord, His Excellency, that just got recently acknowledged? Isn't he just a teenager? How can he host a forum and give lectures? I say, what have you been busy with these few days? Master Ye's lectures have already swept throughout the entire Wufang city. You actually don't know. Master Yi is simply like the reincarnation of an alchemy God. If one can get Master Ye's guidance, it beats 10 years of bitter cultivation. Now, even alchemy sovereign experts have started posing questions to Master Yi too. Hiss. A teenage youth guiding alchemy sovereigns? Oh my heaven. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. You continue to idle away here then. I'm going to the exquisite Jade Pavilion. As he said, that person left like a gust of wind. Today was already the 5th day, the last day, that Yi Yuan was hosting a forum and giving a lecture. During the previous 4 days, Yi Yuan's reputation already resounded throughout the entire Wufang city. Master Ye's name was practically already a household name in Wufang city. As long as one was an alchemist, regardless whether it was a little alchemy apprentice, alchemy master, or even a high and lofty alchemy sovereign expert, they all took pride in getting Master Ye's guidance. The 1,000 Query Wall's main hall was already close to bursting. Every time it reached this time, the inside would be densely packed with practically full of people. Wufang City's alchemy path was extremely flurries. Plussing. The number of alchemists in the city was immense. Yet, these few days, every time it reached the time Yi Yuan was hosting a forum and giving a lecture, the streets inside the city were practically deserted. The originally extremely bustling markets actually had body patronizing anymore. After the first time, those alchemists who stayed behind to listen to the talk all became Yi Yuan's loyal followers one by one. They all started to propagate Master Ye's name without sparing any effort. On the 2nd day, the head count in exquisite Jade Pavilion already soared. It was actually 10 times of the previous days. But among these people, the majority was still harboring half-skeptical tudes to come and take a look. Yi Yuan carried on as before. What he talked about was all some very basic stuff. But after the 2nd day, none among these alchemists doubted Yi Yuan's strength anymore. Just like this, spreading from person to person, by the time it was the 3rd day, Yi Yuan hosting a forum and giving a lecture already swept throughout the entire Wufang city. Now, even those alchemy sovereign experts in the city came due to its fame as well. Among them included Wu Xian, Chao Zhang, these people. Only until today did Chao Zhang know how brilliant this decision of presenting the exquisite Jade Pavilion to the city Lord Manor was. With Yi Yuan around, the 1,000 Query Wall was simply a joke. In these few days, there were many formidable people raising all manners of questions to Yi Yuan. Yet, regardless whether their strength was high or low, how crafty the questions asked was, Yi Yuan's answer was undeniably accurate and detailed, leaving no fault for people to pick out at all. This prowess simply exceeded the people's imaginations. Even Dan Qinzi and Rin Xingchuan could not possibly do it to such an extent either. Most importantly was that when Yi Yuan answered these questions, it was practically blurted out without any effort, as if it did not require any thinking process at all. In the views of these alchemists, this already reached a God-like realm. These alchemists simply did not know what the concept of an alchemy God was. Just like this, the Tli of alchemy God's reincarnation was attached to Yi Yuan. Actually, to them, Yi Yuan was indeed a God-like existence. At least in alchemy, the level Yi Yuan Serpa said them simply could not be measured using realms. Regarding unknown existences, people tend to be willing to throw this Tli on top. Yi Yuan's present situation was like so. All right, everybody quiet down. Yi Yuan's voice spread out faintly. This instant, it was as if the entire world's sounds was voided. The great hall that could accommodate 100,000 people suddenly became dead silent. Everyone held their breaths, fearful of missing out any word that Yi Yuan uttered. What we're going to talk about today is... Yi Yuan started today's lecture unhurriedly. In the entire main hall, only Yi Yuan's voice was echoing still. Originally, there were only several thousand people. Being able to maintain silence was very easy. But now, the number of people already broke through to 100,000 people. To still be able to maintain this kind of status, it could be seen how great the attraction of Yi Yuan's lecture contents was to them. Same as the previous few days, Yi Yuan's talk was still just some of the most basic stuff. These contents, those alchemists themselves, were already familiar until they could not be any more familiar. But Yi Yuan talked for 5 consecutive days, and they still listened with great gusto. The same kind of medicinal herbs, the same kind of refining methods. Yi Yuan's narration was entirely different from their understanding. Not only did it utter out new meanings, it even showed them heights and depths in alchemy. There was no lack of alchemists present who were here from day one. After they went back, they refined medicinal pills according to Yi Yuan's method too. They discovered to their amazement that some of the very simple things Yi Yuan talked about, even when applied to refining high-tier medicinal pills, was similarly applicable. The quality of the medicinal pills they refined had a considerable raise. This was also the reason why they held Yi Yuan in increasingly greater esteem. The contents Yi Yuan narrated today were a lot, talking all the way from morning till dusk before it finally ended. All right, the lecture ends here. The 1,000 query wall will be opened as usual from hereafter. If everyone has any question, you can come here to pose them, Yi Yuan said coolly. Only now did everyone realize that the 5 days of lectures had already passed. Yi Yuan would not be giving lectures to everybody anymore. Master Yi, can you please expound to us for another 3 days? No, even just 1 day is fine as well. Yeah, Master Yi, listening to your talks these few days, I've gotten considerable gains. It simply beats close seclusion for 10 years. I beseech you, just lecture for 1 more day. Master Yi, just talk some more. Ren Dong was indignant at this time. He stepped forward and said in a clear voice, You all stop kicking up a row. Master, he has to cultivate too. How can he possibly spend the whole day on giving you all talks? You people make him add 1 more day today. Are you still going to make him add another day tomorrow? Like this, when will it end? Following Yi Yuan's status rising, Ren Dong, this apprentice, also became an immensely popular figure in Wufang City. In a daze, Ren Dong had a feeling of being apprenticed to a sage. This feeling of lording above countless lives was what he simply had no way of experiencing when he was City, Lord Manor's young lord in the past. Now, thanks to his new ident, Tai, Ren Dong instead had the liberating feeling of flying in the vast skies. Being rebuked by Ren Dong like this, there was actually not a single person in the crowd below the stage who dared to refute. But they still looked at Yi Yuan with heated eyes, hoping that he could change his decision. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, It's not that I'm unwilling to continue giving lectures. I'll be heading to the vast heaven mystic realm tomorrow to challenge the vast heaven pag. Oh, to inheritance. I seriously can't do anything about this. Chapter 546, Monopoly. Chapter 546, Monopoly. Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to challenge the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh, the originally clamoring, shouting voices gradually ceased. It was true. Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength was indeed formidable, but his boundary was too low after all. If they delayed Master Ye's cultivation for more lectures, then that would be too sinful. Master Yi was destined to be a skyrocketing figure in the future. How could he possibly waste time here to give talks to them constantly? But a series of lamenting still sounded out in the crowd. They were clearly all very regretful. At this time, a person suddenly shouted in a clear voice, Master Yi, Yanmu is willing to wait upon you carefully, even if it's just to be a little medicine boy. Master Yi, please grant my Wisconsin H. Plus, looking carefully, it was precisely that alchemy king who was the first to pose a question to Yi Yuan on the first day. This Yanmu was a peak alchemy king expert. Among so many alchemists here, he was an extremely daunting existence too. He actually requested to be a little medicine boy for Yi Yuan. It was truly rather ludicrous. Yet, not a single one out of the 100,000 alchemists present felt that it was unexpected, as if it was something so natural. But Yanmu's actions also reminded everyone. For a time, many people followed him to do so. Master Yi, I'm willing to slave for you as well. My skin is solid and thick and can take lugging. Master Yi, please take me in. I'm willing to be a bed-warmer little maid for Master Yi. Master Yi, please take me in, shouted a female alchemist shrilly. This woman already reached middle age, but had some good looks, except that her saying this incurred a bout of loud laughter. Ha ha ha, old hagding, you're too old to even be Master Ye's grandmother, to actually still want to be his bed-warming maid. Even if this old lady is any older, I'm a woman too. Moreover, I'm a woman who ages pretty well. Master Yi is full of vigor and vitality, and is clearly still a virgin boy. He just needs a maid like me to warm his bed. How can those little girls wait upon him be better than me? This old lady Ding had no qualms and restrictions at all, daring to say anything. Yi Yuan also sweat profusely in his heart when he heard it, finding such a bed-warming he could not endure it. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Everybody's good intentions, this Yi appreciates it. But this Yi is not used to being served by people. This matter of a medicine boy, better forget about it. Now that a formidable enemy lies ahead, it's precisely the time for everyone to render your services. This Yi hosted a forum to give sermons in order to raise everybody's strength. If everyone has the heart, you can join the City Lord Manor and offer help for the Endless Alliance. Since everybody regards this Yi highly, this Yi can promise everybody that each time this Yi returns to Wu Fong City next time, I'll host a forum and give a lecture once. As for the time gap, this Yi dare not guarantee. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, these alchemists could not help feeling disappointed. But many people also secretly made up their minds to definitely join the City Lord Manor tomorrow. At least this way, they could be a little closer to Master Yi. Perhaps there might be the opportunity to consult Master Yi on problems. Yi Yuan's requirement towards accepting disciples was extremely high. Although there were some among these people whose talents were not bad, it was still too far away from Yi Yuan's requirement. Wanting to become Yi Yuan's disciple, one at the bare minimum had to reach Xiao Ruian's and Rindong's level. With these people's talent, they were clearly not just a level inferior. Among these people, just the alchemy king experts were a large bunch, but the accomplishments of the vast majority among them would halt here. Such strength! How could Yi Yuan possibly expend painstaking effort on them? But Yi Yuan not needing them did not mean that the City Lord Manor did not require them. His old man was now the City Lord Manor's young lord. He was bound to inherit Wu Fong City in the future. Yi Yuan naturally have to gather some forces for Yi Hang. One could only imagine that the City Lord Manor's door's bottom frame would be trampled, broken tomorrow. In the past, the Chow family could use the 1,000 query wall to gather alchemists. Now, Yi Yuan's status, actually already Serpa S, said the status of the 1,000 query wall. After all, no matter how strong the 1,000 query wall was, it had no way of letting 100,000 people's strength increase either. But Yi Yuan accomplished this. After these alchemists listened to 5 days of his lectures, their strength more or less had some improvement. One individual's strength increase might not have much use, but 100,000 alchemists' strength all increasing. This was a very terrifying force. In the crowd, Chao Zhang gave a melancholic sigh. He said, "With this boy around, there is no longer the chance for my Chao family to rise up within 1,000 years. After this, Wufang City will be monopolized by the Rin family." But offering the 1,000 query wall to the Rin family was the most correct thing that this old man did. This boy's alchemy strength is too terrifying. He definitely had some staggering, fortuitous encounter. "Father, after today, I plan to enter close seclusion for a period of time. My gains these few days have been considerable. Yi Yuan's lectures opened up a brand new alchemy path for me. After the seclusion this time, I'll definitely have breakthroughs." Chao Kuan said. Chao Zhang's eyes lit up and he said, "Good, good. Kuaner, whether or not my Chao family can persist will be up to you. As long as you can break through to become a peak alchemy sovereign, you can definitely protect my Chao family's legacy for 1,000 years. Of course, the prerequisite is not to have conflicts with the City Lord Manor, understood?" Chao Kuan nodded and said, "Father, rest assured. Your child has engraved the matter in his heart. For as long as your child lives, I absolutely won't have any hint of conflict with the Ren family. Furthermore, I have a feeling that Yi Yuan insisting on rejecting the position of young lord, his father Yi Hang's, future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath mine. And you have this feeling too? This boy seems to be impulsive when doing things. Actually, in the end, you'll discover that everything is within his grasp. That Yi Hang's age is still much younger than yours. His potential isn't exhausted yet. How his future accomplishments will be is really hard to say." Chao Zhang said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan stirred up a storm in the entire Wufang city these few days. The astonished ones were not just those alchemists. The shock in Rin Xingchuan's heart was not the slightest bit lesser than the others. He thought over and over again, and still decided to come and find Yi Hang to inquire about Yi Yuan's affairs. "Honorable son-in-law, did Yi Yuan have some lucky encounter before?" After talking aimlessly for a long time, Rin Xingchuan finally turned the topic to Yi Yuan, but his form of address towards Yi Hang had already unknowingly changed into honorable son-in-law. Yi Hang was a clever man too. He obviously knew that his position today was all given to him by Yi Yuan, but there was no logic of a father being jealous of his son in this world. His son being promising, he was more than happy. As for Rin Xingchuan's change in attitude, Yi Hang was naturally happy to see it. It wasn't the reason why he came back to Wufang City for the sake of this situation today. It was just that Yi Hang never expected that the one who helped him to fulfill his wish was not himself, but his son. However, Yi Hang secretly resolved his heart to definitely cultivate well from now on. He must break through to the alchemy sovereign realm within 10 years. Otherwise, he would become Wufang City's biggest joke. "Lord Father-in-law, Yi Yuan, he told me before that he once obtained a pinnacle major power's legacy in his dream before. I originally thought that he just obtained the northern domains, a certain major power like father-in-law's inheritance. I even suspected for a period of time that it was Lord Father-in-law yourself. But looking at it now, it's probably not that simple," Yi Hang said. Ren Xingchuan's eyes glimmered, and he said solemnly, "Looks like Yi Yuan's fortuitous encounter already Serpa S said the endless world, this small world. Chapter 547 Vast Heaven Pag. Chapter 547 Vast Heaven Pag. Oh, the Lord Father-in-law's meaning is the divine realm? Even though Yi Heng already had surmises it long ago, it still felt immensely heavy to say out these two words. His own son actually obtained the inheritance of a divine, realm major power. This lucky encounter was sufficiently heaven-defying. However, thinking about his son rising up from the tiny little state of Qin, probably only such an explanation made sense too. Ran Xingchuan nodded his head and said with a solemn expression, "In my view, that powerhouse who taught in the dream is likely an extremely formidable existence in the divine realm too. Yi Yuan's alchemy level is not just as simple as Serpa. Sing alchemy sovereign." Yi Heng was slightly apprehensive in his heart. How powerful was extremely formidable he really could not gauge. In Yi Heng's view, Rin Xingchuan was already powerful until it made people feel suffocated. How powerful did that divine realm major power's strength have to be? The interactions between small worlds and the divine realm was too little. The lower realms simply had no way to obtain the divine realm's news. The more this was so, the more the lower realm martial artists felt that the divine realm was incomparably mysterious. But it was indisputable that the strength of those divine realm major powers was totally not what they could imagine. About Old High's evaluation of Yi Yuan being so high, it is most likely he's eyeing that major power behind Yi Yuan too. Otherwise, with his boundary, even if Yi Yuan was any more talented, it's also impossible to address him as brothers. Rin Xingchuan was no fool. After knowing Yi Yuan's details, he was not far off from Qi Hai's thinking as well. Yi Heng was not concerned about these, though. As long as Yi Yuan could be safe and sound, he would be satisfied. Of course, his son becoming a divine realm major power successor, Yi Heng was naturally very proud. His son was so outstanding. Yi Heng, as a father, naturally could not lose face for his son either. At the very least, he had to stand at the pinnacle of this endless world. And now, Yi Heng finally knew how heaven-defying the two cultivation methods Yi Yuan imparted him was. That was absolutely the divine realm's powerful cultivation methods. If he still could not reach the pinnacle with a treasure mountain, then that would be too useless. This matter, the lesser people know, the better. Or else, I'm afraid there will be people with ill intent towards him. But I reckon that those few old fellows from the three sects more or less have some conjectures. It's just that they don't dare to confirm it. Tomorrow, I'll personally bring Yi Yuan to vast heaven mystic realm. The city Lord Manor's affairs will be Pa-S, said to Yu Jie and you, Rin Xingchuan said. Yi Heng nodded his head and said, Lord Father-in-law, rest assured. Yi Heng knows what to do. The next day, early morning, Yi Yuan bid farewell to his parents and headed for the vast heaven mystic realm with Rin Xingchuan. In the past, this vast heaven mystic realm was monopolized by the three sects. Even Wufang City did not dare to stick their fingers in. But this time the vast heaven mystic realm was opened up to everybody. It let those martial artists who originally did not see hope have the chance to advance shoulder to shoulder with the geniuses. And this time, Wufang City's young talents, including Ren Dong and Chao Fong, had the qualifications to join in too. The vast heaven mystic realm was at a place adjacent to the three sects' forces. There was still a considerable distance away from Wufang City. But Rin Xingchuan rode on a profound artifact ranking spirit boat and only used 3 days to reach. The vast heaven mystic realm had long already become an item kept in the three sects' bags. Hence, there was completely no danger in here. By the time Yi Yuan's party arrived, there were already several hundred people waiting in the mystic realm. Each time vast heaven pag, opened, there were merely 300 slots. Actually, each time it opened, the slots of the three sects were all not used up. Only this time did the three sects fill the slots to the brim, which was also 300 people. This time, the three sects opened up the vast heaven pag. Oda. Many of the itinerant cultivators who fulfilled the conditions naturally did not wish to miss it either. The three sects underwent a round of screening and selected 50 itinerant cultivators who fit the requirements. The various Northern Domain major factions, excluding the three sects, also picked 100 genius martial artists. Yi Yuan and the others, their names were naturally among the 100 too. The remainder 150 slots. The three sects had 50 people each. Counting it, it was actually still the three sects that occupied the absolute position. But this could not be blamed on them either. Who asked the three sects might to be the greatest in the entire endless world? To be able to enter the mystic realm was already the greatest grace to other people. Upon entering the mystic realm, Yi Yuan saw a huge pag. Oh, far away, towering and grandiose. Such a great distance away, and Yi Yuan could clearly sense the archaic and mysterious aura coming from the pag. Oda. Yi Yuan was slightly apprehensive in his heart. This vast heaven pag. Oh, it was absolutely not ordinary. It was just uncertain what on earth was inside this inheritance. To actually be able to let Lu Linfeng, that old punk, reach such a boundary. Ran Xingchuan seemed to have perceived Yi Yuan's puzzlement and explained. And, body knows this vast heaven pag. Does origins. It was as if before this endless world formed, it was already standing here. For close to 10,000 years, this vast heaven pag. It has experienced several dozen factions, but it ultimately stood firm and immovable. For close to 10,000 years, the talented martial artists who entered inside were as many as several 100,000. But just a mere one individual could make it to the 8th level, and the vast majority of the martial artists can't even make it past the 5th level. However, just by completing the 5th level, one can already obtain unimaginable benefits. Yi Yuan became interested when he heard and asked, what kind of benefits are there? Cultivation methods, martial techniques, medicinal pills, weapons, so on and so forth. The more levels Pa S said, the more generous the rewards obtained. The martial techniques obtained from vast heaven pag, even if it's just a tier 1 martial technique, are all very heaven-defying. After cultivating them, it's virtually sweeping across those of the same rank. Ran Xingchuan said, these things, Yi Yuan actually paid no attention to it. His cultivation methods and martial techniques are already sufficiently heaven-defying. Without the need for the cultivation methods and martial techniques inside, he could also full well sweep across those of the same rank. Apart from this, Yi Yuan asked. Towards Yi Yuan's reaction, Rin Xingchuan was not surprised. He was aware of Yi Yuan's strength. These things simply had no attraction to him. Concept comprehension. Rin Xingchuan said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. And, how so? What the specifics are like, I have no knowledge as well. But I know that any martial artist who make it past the 5th level and entered the 6th level virtually all ascended to the divine realm later. But in these recent 1,000 years, there has yet to be anyone who made it to the 6th level. There are quite a number of people who made it to the 5th level, though, but they ultimately still failed on the verge of success. These recent 100 years, there's not even a single person who made it to the 4th level. Rin Xingchuan said with a bitter smile, the endless worlds these 100 years was too disgraceful as well, to actually not even have a single person who made it to the 4th level. No wonder their strength was weak until like this. But this had to do with the 3 sects monopolizing resources and all as well. If these slots had been evenly distributed to the other factions and itinerant cultivators, perhaps there might be awe-inspiring geniuses that appeared. This method of closing their doors to the world ultimately caused talents to drop to 0. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Presumably, that Lu Linfeng should have comprehended the concept of formation's path in this vast heaven pag. That was why he soared to the heaven in one leap. It was just that Yi Yuan was curious about what kind of existence created this vast heaven peg. Oda. When Lu Linfeng was in the lower realms, his comprehension of concepts already far said the endless world this small world, and he only made it to the 7th level. Then the things in the 8th level and 9th level should be able to reach the level of the divine realm. Why would such an existence show up in the endless world and leave a legacy? Chapter 548. Not someone you can afford to offend. Chapter 548. Not someone you can afford to offend along the way. Yuan continuously sized up the huge peg. Oda. The more he looked at it, the more extraordinary he felt it was. Approaching the front, Yi Yuan said to Ren Xingchuan, "Old man, you go and say hi to them. I'll stroll around myself." Regarding Yi Yuan's form of address, Ren Xingchuan was already used to it long ago. If he tried to gain back face with Yi Yuan, Ren Xingchuan would have long exploded in anger. Ren Xingchuan also discovered that Yi Yuan was very interested in vast heaven peg. Oda. He nodded his head and said, "All right, you go alone then. There are a few of my old friends over there. I'll go and say hi to them. Dong Chao Fong, you guys follow me to greet several seniors." After Ren Xingchuan left, Yi Yuan strolled around the vast heaven peg. Oda by himself. Only after staring in close vicinity did Yi Yuan discover that he actually had no way of discerning what kind of material this peg Oda was forged with. Although Yi Yuan did not dabble much in the path of refining, with his horizons he still knew most of the materials in the divine realm. Yet he was actually unable to discern this building's material. This involuntarily made Yi Yuan even more curious about this vast heaven peg. Oda. Spirit gathering formations are laid down around this vast heaven peg. To supply essence energy ceaselessly into the peg. Oda body. Countless array formations are inscribed onto the peg. Oda body. The usage of many array formations. Even I actually can't understand any of them. Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath. This vast heaven peg. It was truly very abnormal. One had to know that although Yi Yuan's formation's path attainments could not compare to Lu Linfeng, he himself was a Tier 9 array emperor. Furthermore, he obtained Lu Linfeng's legacy at the Grand Yen True Sect too. His attainments in the formation's path were already exceedingly high. With his present visual prowess, he actually could not figure out the array formations inscribed on the peg. Oda body. Just what is this vast heaven peg? Oda's origin? Yi Yuan could not help muttering under his breath. Yi Yuan initially thought that everything should be under his control in the lower realms. But only now did he discover that within this endless world, actually there were a lot of secrets that even he could not understand. Not just this vast heaven peg. Even that incomparably mysterious endless forest as well. Yu Mengli said that she had once entered deep into the endless forest, but with her strength, she actually did not dare to enter into the deepest parts. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that this world seemed to be even more complex than he had imagined. A tiny little endless world had so many things that could not be figured out. Then what about the divine realm? Just how many secrets were hidden in the divine realm? Where did those deity realm powerhouses all go to? Why were the current martial artists unable to affirm their Tao and become deities? Yi Yuan discovered that he was too absorbed in alchemy in his previous life, resulting in overlooking many things. Only through this reincarnation did he realize that his understanding of this world was too little. I wonder which hillbilly who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Even the 3 sects are unable to fully understand this vast heaven peg. Das secrets, let alone you, a sea transformation realm boy? Yi Yuan was currently lost in thought when a disdainful voice came from behind. Turning around to look, it was a young man around 30. This person wore the Myriad Sword sect's outfit. Clearly, he was a Myriad Sword sect disciple. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly. Each and every one of the 3 sects' disciples was indeed very arrogant. Although this person had a soul sea realm strength, his pair of eyes were practically growing on top of his head, opening up vast heaven pag. Oh! To everyone this time, the three sects disciples were clearly very displeased. In their eyes, the young disciples apart from the three sects were probably all good-for-nothings, right? Yi Yuan was disinclined to dispute with him as well. He went to another place without even paying notice to him. When that person saw Yi Yuan's attitude, he immediately had a feeling of being disregarded. Rage welled up in his heart. "Stinking brat, I'm talking to you. Did you hear or not?" While talking, he reached his hand out to grab at Yi Yuan. He wanted to teach this KY brat a bit of a lesson. A puny little C transformation realm martial artist actually had this kind of attitude when seeing him. How arrogant! But then in his vision, Yi Yuan became a blurry figure and then disappeared without a trace. Looking again, Yi Yuan already arrived at several dozen feet away, currently sizing him up with unkind eyes. That young man's expression changed, his face revealing disbelief. He, a soul sea realm, was going to grab an early-stage sea transformation boy, but he actually failed? A feeling of humiliation welled up in his heart uncontrollably. The young man was just about to make a move again to wash away the disgrace earlier when a voice suddenly was heard. "Senior apprentice brother Zhou Yi, turns out you're here." Zhou Yi turned around and said with an unhappy look, "Junior apprentice brother Qin, you hang on for a bit. Wait until I take care of this condescending, stinking brat." The arrival was precisely the Qin who had already broken through to Soul Sea Realm. Qin followed Zhou Ye's gaze and could not help saying in surprise, "Yi Yuan." But he changed to another expression very quickly and circled around Zhou Yi to come before Yi Yuan. Qin said with a respectful bow, "Any offense committed against junior apprentice brother Yi previously, Qin apologizes for it here." When Yi Yuan saw that Qin had indeed broken through to the Soul Sea Realm, he was also rather surprised. When he captured Qin to be a hostage last time, Qin was still some distance away from Soul Sea Realm. To think that he grew wiser with each setback, and he actually broke through to Soul Sea Realm at the end. Zhou Ye's eyes went wide at the side. The myriad sword sect's proud son of heaven, Qin, actually bowed towards this sea transformation realm little rookie? Junior apprentice brother Qin, are you mistaken? To actually bow towards this brat? Zhou Yi was full of doubt. Qin said in a slightly solemn voice, "Senior apprentice brother Zhou, although I don't know what's going on, junior apprentice brother, Yi isn't someone you can afford to offend. You head back quickly. Old ancestor is finding you for something." Zhou Ye's expression was seemingly apprehensive, and he could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. He understood Qin very well. In the sect he was extremely haughty, but such a haughty Qin actually lowered his proud head in front of this teenage youth. Who on earth was this youth? What are you still in a daze for? You're aware of old ancestors' temper. If you're late, I don't dare to say what consequences there are. Qin frowned and said. Zhou Yi shuddered, nodded his head rigidly, and he hurriedly turned around and left. Yi Yuan looked at Qin and said with a smile, "With your present strength, you shouldn't fear me. Why do this?" Qin, breaking through to Soul Sea, was different from those ordinary martial artists. Although similarly first-level Soul Sea, his strength was much greater. To Qin, breaking through to Soul Sea was a qualitative leap. In this realm, it was the period for his potentially greatest burst to go forward. Even the current Yi Yuan did not dare say to be able to beat Qin as well. Qin said rather embarrassed, "Sedley, junior apprentice brother Yi and I are destined to not be opponents on the same level. Don't make fun of me anymore. I'm aware that junior apprentice brother Yi slew a Soul Sea Realm expert by yourself. The vast heaven inheritance this time, junior apprentice brother, you can probably charge into the 6th level. At that time, you'll definitely soar to the heaven in one move. Yi Yuan was rather curious when he heard that and asked, "Oh, how do you know that I can charge into the 6th level?" The vast heaven peg. "Oh, there's a place that tests potential and strength. With junior apprentice brother Ye's talent, charging into the 6th level should be highly certain." Qin Yan said, "Then what about yourself?" Yi Yuan inquired. Qin Yan seemed to have long had a prediction regarding this and said, "I have the confidence to charge into the 5th level, but I don't have much confidence in Pa S sing the 5th level." Chapter 549, Prediction. Chapter 549, Prediction. "Oh, I heard that the 3 sects already had no one make it to the 5th level for close to 100 years. You're actually so confident?" Yi Yuan asked. "Ha! Although this Qin can't match up to junior apprentice brother Yi, I still have some confidence after I look at myself. If it were before breaking through to Soul C, I really wouldn't dare to say this. But now..." Qin Yan's words at the back were not said finish, but it was very clear he had absolute confidence in himself. Pa S sing through the 4th level. In the case of genius martial artists, they all had full confidence in themselves. This was the essential condition to become a powerhouse. Qin Yan was indeed an outstanding figure among the Endless World's junior generation. Him having this confidence was nothing inappropriate either. If he did not have such confidence in himself, it was not possible to break through to the Soul C realm very quickly after receiving stimulation from the incident with Yi Yuan. Hoo-hoo! Then I'll have to congratulate senior apprentice brother Qin in becoming the #1 person in 100 years. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Dare not, dare not. With junior apprentice brother Yi around, how can I dare to call myself the #1 person? Furthermore, Guo Taochuan and Yin Yanhua are definitely unwilling to be left behind as well." Qin Yan hurriedly said, "N. Turns out that junior apprentice brother Yi doesn't know yet. The 2 of them already broke through to the Soul Sea realm before coming to vast heaven mystic realm." Qin Yan knew that he had yet to receive the news when he saw Yi Yuan's expression. Regarding news of this aspect, Yi Yuan had always been slow. Yi Yuan could not help chuckling when he heard this. "The 3 of you are following really tightly behind, but this way is good as well. Walking alone at the front is a bit too lonely." Qin Yan nodded and felt that what Yi Yuan said was correct as well, but he came to his senses very soon. Wasn't this person before his eyes the one walking alone at the front? Even the current him did not dare say to surely beat Yi Yuan, let alone talked about going after the vast heaven inheritance. 2nd level C transformation and able to kill a Soul C realm expert. This Yi Yuan was simply monstrous until it made people feel dread. Actually, after being captured to be a hostage by Yi Yuan, Qin Yan was still very unresigned. He was holding on to this grievance too. That was why he could break through to Soul Sea realm so quickly. But when he heard the news of Yi Yuan slaying a Soul Sea realm expert alone, he could not invoke the thought of finding Yi Yuan to take revenge anymore. His disparity with Yi Yuan was too great. Furthermore, this disparity would only become increasingly bigger. Him suppressing Yi Yuan by a major realm did not seem to have the slightest hint of advantage to talk about at all. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's potential, his cultivation speed would only be faster than him. Accompanying Yi Yuan to tour 1 round, Qin Yan followed Yi Yuan back to the place where those major powers gathered. When Guo Taochuan saw Yi Yuan, he immediately came up to greet warmly. He said, "Haha, junior apprentice brother Yi, you actually came together with Qin Yan. I just asked City Lord, His Excellency, and was just about to go find you." Yi Yuan's impression of this easygoing Guo Taochuan was not bad. He said with a smile, having not met for several days, "Senior apprentice, brother Guo, improved again. Congratulations." "Sai, isn't this still all thanks to you? If not for you stimulating Qin Yan, Fairy Ice Cloud, and I wouldn't be stimulated by him either. Guo Taochuan, Only submit to you, Yi Yuan, alone. Qin Yen, this punk beating me. I'm not convinced. Guo Taochuan said smilingly. Humph. No matter what, I won this time too. Qin Yen said with a cold snort. These two people were natural foes. Being together, they would argue within 3 sentences. So what then? Now, everybody is about the same again. If you're not convinced, let's just come and compete for 1 round. Guo Taochuan said without yielding at all. All right, what's the use of fighting and showing off? If you have the strength, why not spend it on the fierce-scale world martial artists? Yin Yanhua came over here at this time too, and broke off the pair's intense confrontation. With Yin Yanhua opening her mouth, the two people both shut their mouths sensibly and did not argue anymore. Yi Yuan naturally perceived the delicate relations. I+P between these 3 people and did not expose it either. He said with Yin Yanhua with clasped hands, Congratulations to Fairy Ice Cloud for breaking through to the Soul Sea realm. This Yin Yanhua had an icy appearance. Yi Yuan could not be too polite with her either, and just lightly congratulated. Yin Yanhua greeted with folded hands at the lower right side and said icily, I've incurred junior apprentice brother Ye's ridicule. Ha ha ha, little brother Yi came. I was just betting with old Run earlier saying that you can definitely charge to the 6th level. Qin Hongtao came over to welcome with a loud laugh. Coming over together with him was still Ning Yixian, Jing Xian, as well as Ren Xingchuan and the rest. These people were all the sect's old ancestor level figures. For the sake of their juniors, they all put down the important things in their hands and came to the vast heaven mystic realm. The matter of the alliance, these old ancestors determined the general direction. The remaining stuff naturally had other people to do. Their most important thing apart from their own cultivation was to groom junior descendants. Behind Qin Hongtao even tagged along that Zhou Yi. When he heard Qin Hongtao's words, his face swelled to a purple color, secretly looking at Yi Yuan from time to time. What kind of situation was this? His own old ancestor was actually calling this boy his little brother? Wasn't this messing up the seniority? Zhou Yi was thrown into confusion. But there was one point which he was very clear about. Qin Yen really was not joking around with him earlier. This Yi Yuan was really not someone he could afford to offend. These several old ancestor-level figures were on such close terms with Yi Yuan, calling him little brother one after another. The more Zhou Yi listened, the more intense the chill deep in his heart. He was quietly praying for Yi Yuan to not rat on him to his old ancestor. Otherwise, with his old ancestor's temper, he probably would not spare him. Zhou Yi started to listen to the few people converse on tenterhooks. Hoo-hoo, old ancestor Qin views me so high. If I don't make it to the 6th level, I wouldn't have the face to come out of the pag. Oh da, Yi Yuan responded with a laugh. Heh, little brother, you don't need to be humble anymore. My family's stinking brat already said that he can make it to the 5th level. You charging to the 6th level is absolutely fine. Qin Hongtao said with a guffaw. Yi Yuan just smiled. Instead, he turned to Ren Xingchuan and said, Old ancestor Qin guessed that I can reach the 6th level. I wonder what city lord your excellency was saying earlier? Ren Xingchuan smiled too and did not reply to Yi Yuan's words. Ning Yixian interjected, saying, This old man Ren is shrewd and planning something bad. Just now we forced him to take a stance. But he just won't say. Maybe in his heart, little brother, you making it to the 7th level isn't without the possibility too. Of course. This was just Ning Yixian's joking words. In his heart, even though Yi Yuan was monstrous, this vast heaven inheritance was even more monstrous. To be able to make it to the 6th level was already the number 1 person in 1,000 years for the endless world. How could the 7th level be barged inside that easily? One had to know that up until today, just a mere scanny 3 people made it into the 7th level. It was not that he did not believe in Yi Yuan, but this was the vast heaven peg. Oda, it was too perverse. Zhou Yu was filled with fear listening to these few people chatting all this while. But Yuan did not give him a single glance from start to finish, as if he was like air. After chatting for a period of time, Zhou Yi discovered that Yi Yuan seemed to have really forgotten about him. His tightly wound nerves finally eased up slightly. Right at this time, an enormous rumbling sound suddenly came from the peg. Oh, Dabadi. The dark peg. Oh, Dabadi suddenly gave off 100,000-foot light, blinding until everyone could not open their eyes at all. Creak. Vast heaven peg. Oh, Das bottommost level gigantic door slowly pulled open. Chapter 550. The first level. Chapter 550. The first level, the vast heaven peg. Oda opened. Haha. To think that I still have the opportunity to enter the vast heaven peg. Oda, in this life, thinking about it really makes people agitated. Success or failure hinges on this one action. I must stand out above them all. SSES. The vast heaven peg. Oh, Da's abnormal activity aroused commotion from those sects and itinerant cultivators who were taking part for the first time. Compared to them, the 3 sects' disciples appeared rather calm. A light screen poured down from the top of the peg. Oh, akin to quicksilver spilling over the ground. It was an incredibly grand sight. The peg. Oh, the body being swept by this light screen. It actually displayed out rows of names. Yi Yuan focused his gaze. It was only to see a name inscribed at the most conspicuous place. Li Fantian. Affixed on top of this name was the 8th level. He was also the one and only martial artist who made it past the 7th level and entered the 8th level in these 10,000 years. Yi Yuan continued, looking down. There were 3 names under the 7th level. The first name was called Luo Yanqing. The second name was called Zhuofei. And the third name was shockingly Lu Linfeng. This old punk was likely a legendary figure in the endless world back then too. It's just that with the passing of time his legend has already been gradually forgotten by the later generations. Yi Yuan sighed in his heart. Actually, the primary reason why Lu Linfeng was forgotten by the endless world was still that of the Grand Yen True Sect's destruction. Otherwise, with the Grand Yen True Sect's legacy, no matter how useless, they would also be the overlord of a region in the endless world too. As for after the 6th level, the names were densely packed. It was also uncertain how many there were. Yi Yuan was no longer interested in looking anymore. Yi Yuan coming to the vast heaven peg. Oh, to this time the lowest target was also the 7th level. If he could not even match up to Lu Linfeng, then what right did he have to get involved with those turbulent waves in the divine realm? But Yi Yuan was also very curious about which era those figures, Luo Yanqing and Zhuofei, were from. Yi Yuan unexpectedly had not heard of them before. Logically speaking, they could make it to the 7th level. They should absolutely not be unrecorded, nameless people. Looks like the mighty current of time buried countless geniuses in oblivion. Even if Lu Linfeng roams obstructed in the divine realm right now, there might not be people who can remember him years later. Yi Yuan sighed quietly. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that beside the names, there was still a patch of blank light screen, but he did not know what use it had. After you all enter, the light screen will display your names and the level you are at. This vast heaven mystic realm doesn't have any danger. But once the mission fails, you'll be transported out by the peg. Oda, your names will disappear with it too. Furthermore, inside the mystic realm, all the pain is real, even if it's death. Yi Yuan looked sideways. Chi Hai already arrived beside him since who knew when. Old Hai, why did you come? Yi Yuan said in surprise. Hoo, little brother, Yi clearing the vast heaven peg. Oh, how can I not come and bear witness to this historical moment? In this 1,000 years, you're the martial artist with the greatest hope of charging to the 6th level. But sadly, time waits for no one. If your boundary could increase some more, you might have hopes of making it to the 7th level. Chi Hai said with a slight pity. In the end, it was still that Yi Yuan's current boundary was too low. His present strength was at best also just around the strength of Qin Yan and the others. If counting in potential, Chi Hai's judgment of Yi Yuan was the same. It was entering the 6th level. If Yi Yuan could break through a few more realms, Chi Hai's judgment of Yi Yuan would naturally be much higher. But this vast heaven peg, it was clearly harder the further back. The 7th level was already the limits that everyone could understand, except that everybody, including Chi Hai, all did not know that the lowest target Yi Yuan set for himself was the 7th level. Haha, since old Hai thinks so highly of Yi Yuan, I have to take on this 6th level no matter what. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Hoo-hoo, this old man will wait and see. All right, it's almost time. You guys should enter. Chi Hai said. Ning Yixian said in a loud and clear voice, the vast heaven peg. Oh, it is already open. Everybody has to put in more effort when you're inside. My endless world's future is resting on you all. But this old man will get the unpleasant things out of the way first. Opening up the vast heaven peg. This time is for the sake of my endless world's future, and in order to resist the fear-scale world's invasion. After you guys come out from the vast heaven peg, you must join the Endless Alliance and serve the Alliance. In the future, when the fear-scale world is defeated, we'll naturally give you guys back your freedom. Alliance Chief Ning will definitely put our best foot forward and serve the Alliance. To these itinerant cultivator martial artists, this was an opportunity that only came once in a lifetime. Once someone's talent showed itself, founding a sect in the future was something easily accomplished too. Ning Yixian said, All right, you all enter from the entrance by yourselves. Under Ning Yixian's command, the group of martial artists all flew over to the entrance, scrambling over each other, especially those itinerant cultivator martial artists. To them, this was a great opportunity for the carp to leap over the dragon gate. Furthermore, to be able to get selected, these people's strength were all preeminent among the itinerant cultivator martial artists. There were people with exceptional talents. They were naturally unwilling to fall behind others. Yi Yuan bid farewell to the group of old ancestors and also followed the group and flew into the peg. Entering the vast heaven peg. The scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly changed. It was as if he had arrived at a different world. Yi Yuan had yet to land on his feet, and he saw a blur in front of him. A shadow attacked towards him. But the speed of this shadow was as slow as a snail in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan casually pointed a finger, and that shadow collapsed to the ground with a bang. Looking closely, it was a Tier 2 demonic beast. Hoo-hoo, junior apprentice brother, yes, luck is really booming. To actually be you, and pee into a demonic beast right after entering, said Guotaochuan, who came to Yi Yuan's side with a wide grin. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Just a Tier 2 demonic beast. Not worth mentioning. It's just, the mission of this first level isn't to hunt demonic beasts, right? Guotaochuan smiled too and said, Junior apprentice brother Yi is indeed astute. Actually, the missions in the first 3 levels are all to hunt down demonic beasts. It's just that the ranks of the demonic beasts are different. This first level only has peak Tier 2 demonic beasts. What we need to do is to breach the blockade of the Tier 2 demonic beasts, and then we're to find the entrance leading to the 2nd level to reach the next level. Yi Yuan was stunned. So simple. Guotaochuan burst into laughter and said simple? Haha, it's junior apprentice brother. Yi is thinking of things too simply. Don't look at how we have 300 people who entered this vast heaven mystic realm. In this first level, close to half of the martial artists will be eliminated. We're only at the entrance area right now, so the number of demonic beasts is not many. When reaching the deep regions of the first level, the numbers of these Tier 2 demonic beasts will reach an extremely terrifying number. Even Sea Transformation Realm experts, might not be able to retreat unscathed. Although I broke through to the Soul Sea realm now, I don't dare to keep on fighting in the beast horde either. Otherwise, my essence energy will be exhausted sooner or later and be eliminated. Only now did Yi Yuan come to understand. If it was just Vanquis, plussing tier 2 demonic beasts, then that was truly too simple. Although the strength of tier 2 demonic beasts was not powerful, once the numbers reach a certain level, it would produce a qualitative change. No matter how high your boundary was, it could not withstand the exhaustion from confronting too many demonic beasts. High-tier martial artists were hailed as invincible. In real-life situation, that was the case too. But in theory, low-ranking martial artists could completely use numbers to exhaust high-tier martial artists to death. Yi Yuan thought about it and asked, could it be that the demonic beasts in this first level can't all be killed completely? Chapter 551. Why did you only just arrive? Chapter 551. Why did you only just arrive? Hearing Yi Yuan's query, Guo Taochuan could not help being stupefied. I really don't know. Probably no one will be dumb enough to kill off all the demonic beasts here, right? Although these demonic beasts are not corporeal bodies, their strength is not the slightest bit inferior to real demonic beasts. Those endless demonic beasts, unless one has a divine traversing realm strength. Otherwise, body dares to stay here to kill off all the demonic beasts. Guo Taochuan felt that this question of Yi Yuan's was somewhat hard to answer, so he replied it like this. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything. He killed a demonic beast earlier and also felt that these demonic beasts were not corporeal, but it seemed to be formed from some type of energy. But the strength of that demonic beast just now was not the slightest bit inferior to tier 2 demonic beasts. If these demonic beasts reached a certain number, even Soul Sea realm experts would not dare to clash head-on either. They all went to the inner region. Let's go too, Yi Yuan said. Guo Taochuan hurriedly followed after and said to Yi Yuan, Junior apprentice brother, it's very easy to pass through this first level. How about we compete on who pass SES the first level first? To the current Guo Taochuan, tier 2 demonic beasts truly had no way of threatening him. As long as he charged over with all his might, those demonic beasts could not stop him. With the desire to win stirring inside him, Guo Taochuan gave birth to the thought of competing with Yi Yuan for a bit. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard and said, If it's battling you, I really don't have much assurance in beating you. But to compete in speed with you, you'll definitely lose. Guo Taochuan had a face full of disbelief and said, Might not be so, right? He was at the Soul Sea realm now. Even if he did not have full assurance in winning Yi Yuan, in terms of battle endurance and explosive power, he was confident that he could surpass Yi Yuan. The reason why Yi Yuan could cross boundaries to battle and his greatest reliance with a terrifying concept comprehension of his. If it was competing in speed, with Yi Yuan facing so many tier 2 demonic beasts obstruction, for him wanting to be faster than Guo Taochuan, it was virtually impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you don't believe me, let's just compete. But we don't need to compete until the finish point. Just determining the victor will do. Fine. Compete away then. Starting now. Guo Taochuan's voice had yet to fade, and his entire person already dashed out like an arrow discharging. Yi Yuan smiled faintly. His movement technique activated, and he followed after too. At the start, this stretch of area was practically a vast expanse of flat land. What these two people competed in was naturally leg strength. Yet, Guo Taochuan discovered to his dismay that no matter how hard he exerted his strength to speed up his movement technique, Yi Yuan was around not far from him from start to end. Yi Yuan was like a dogskin plaster sticking to him. Yi Yuan's current movement technique was still spirit void shattering SPAC. But ever since comprehending the concept of wind, Yi Yuan applied the concept of wind into his movement technique. the two superimposed. Although Yi Yuan was only second-level C transformation right now, his speed was not the slightest bit slower than Guo Taochuan's. Along the way, the two people casually slew the Tier 2 demonic beasts around them, running neck to neck all the way. After 2 hours, Guo Taochuan stopped gloomily and said to Yi Yuan, "I say, aren't you too freakish? Offensive power so formidable. Even movement technique is also so freakies. Plus, I broke through to Soul Sea realm now and cultivated Tier for movement technique and actually can't shake you off." Yi Yuan stopped too and said smilingly, "This movement technique of yours isn't bad. If you can train it to the great circle stage, I won't be able to keep up." Guo Taochuan involuntarily rolled his eyes. He just broke through to Soul Sea realm not long ago. How could he possibly train the Tier 4 movement technique to the great circle stage? Haha, even if your movement technique is any faster, it's useless too. Starting from now, the number of demonic beasts will get increasingly more. Although movement technique is important, endurance and essence energy are the key to determining victory. Guo Taochuan finished talking and dashed out once more. Before long, sure enough, as Guo Taochuan said, the number of demonic beasts became increasingly more, virtually surrounding the two people. Everyone's destination was pretty much the same. With 300 people in this first level, the chances of everyone being Yun Ping was still very high. But as they got deeper and deeper in, martial artists' miserable cries would sound out from time to time from the two people's surroundings and then disappear. Clearly, they were transported out of vast heaven peg. Oda. But those being transported out were basically all C transformation realm martial artists. Like Guo Taochuan said, this first level was going to eliminate a large batch of martial artists. Guo Taochuan was a peak existence among the junior generation himself. Now, especially after breaking through to the Soul Sea realm, his strength was incomparably daunting. Demonic beasts that approached him practically all had the outcome of being instantly killed. But along with the increasing number of demonic beasts, Guo Taochuan also gradually put away his mentality of playing around and started to treat things seriously. Failing miserably at a simple task was not something fun. Around another 2 hours, Pa S said. Guo Taochuan finally could not resist darting a glance to the back with his eyes. He was delighted inwardly, because there was already no sign of Yi Yuan. Evidently, Yi Yuan was already blocked by the demonic beasts. Even though he overwhelmed Yi Yuan with the advantage of cultivation realm, Guo Taochuan still felt very accomplished. Yi Yuan's monstrousness virtually made people despair. Regardless of winning him under any kind of circumstances, it was all something to be very thrilled about. Being besieged by so many demonic beasts, the consumption speed of a C transformation realm's essence energy was much faster than a Soul Sea realm's. In order to reduce this kind of expenditure, the martial artist must carefully utilize their own essence energy. This way, the speed of killing demonic beasts was bound to slow down. Charging ahead blindly, the speed of essence energy consumption would shoot up by several folds. With Yi Yuan's second level C transformation essence energy level, it would be exhausted entirely very quickly. How could such a clever person like Yi Yuan possibly do this kind of foolish thing because of a small compet? One Tian? Ha! Charge ahead for a distance, then wait for Yi Yuan and tell him that I won. Haha! I really want to see the expression of him losing the compet. One Tian. Guo Taochuan was talking, but his hands were not slow. In a blink of an eye, another dozen over demonic beasts were killed, and he charged forward once again. After a while, Guo Taochuan suddenly discovered that the demonic beasts ahead seemed to be increasingly lesser. And what's going on? Logically speaking, the further in one goes, there should be more demonic beasts. Could it be that I had too much fun killing and actually lost my way? That's wrong. The direction should be correct. Really weird. Gua Taochuan could not figure it out. He continued DOS. Plussing ahead, but discovered that the demonic beasts around became lesser and lesser. The puzzlement in his heart grew. All of a sudden, ahead of him was clear and a Sias without even a single demonic beast. And in front of him, Yi Yuan was currently looking at him calmly, with a wide grin on his face. Why are you only here now? I've already waited for a long time. With nothing to do, I cleared away the surrounding demonic beasts and finally can have a break, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Oh. Gua Taochuan stared at Yi Yuan with wide saucers for eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. You. Just how did you do it? You're only at the C transformation realm. How can you possibly be so much faster than me? It was only after some time did Gua Taochuan come back to his senses and ask out this question. Chapter 552, Nameless Energy. Chapter 552, Nameless Energy, of course. Yi Yuan would be that much faster than him. The number of these demonic beasts looked to be extremely horrifying. But to talk about crowd control measures, was there any martial technique more powerful than Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals? At least in this endless world, such a martial technique probably could not be found. If these demonic beasts' ranks were high, then forget it. If it were just tier 2 demonic beasts, Yi Yuan could casually summon a CLUS to her petals and it would basically be an instant kill. More importantly, 1,000 flowing petals was a type of perpetual martial technique. As long as Yi Yuan's essence energy was not exhausted, he could constantly summon more petals by his side. Gua Taochuan naturally had crowd control type martial techniques too. But firstly, crowd control type martial techniques had tremendous expenditure. Secondly, on these, plussing it takes time. The losses outweighed the gains. To the vast majority of the people in the vast heaven peg. Right now, charging into the second level was the most important thing. Gua Taochuan was clearly not an exception to. Along the way, Yi Yuan displayed the 1,000 flowing petals. His advancement speed was not much slower compared to when without demonic beasts. In comparison, the demonic beasts in front of Gua Taochuan got increasingly more. His speed naturally slowed down. Hoo-hoo, I said that you'd definitely lose. You just had to insist on a pummeling. All right, you go to the second level by yourself. I'll circle around the first level some more, said Yi Yuan. As he said this, he was making his move to leave. Gua Taochuan was stunned. What's there to circle around in the first level? The first level had long been cleared countless times. If there were any hidden rewards, it would have long been discovered by people. But up till today, there was simply body who discovered any additional rewards. Yi Yuan said smilingly, It's fine. I'm just curious. You go on first. As he said this, Yi Yuan's figure leaped, vanished. Plussing inside the demonic beast herd. Gua Taochuan saw Yi Yuan moving freely among the demonic beasts. It was as if it was an uninhabited land. His eye could not help becoming wide saucers. Only at this time did he know why Yi Yuan's speed was much faster than his. The demonic beasts here completely did not have their own consciousness and attacked martial artists with no fear of death at all. But those demonic beasts simply could not approach Yi Yuan's body. CLUS. Tears of petals willfully reaped the lives of those demonic beasts. Hiss. Monsters are monsters. Indeed, not what mortals like us can compare to. After a long while, Gua Taochuan gave a sigh and turned around, Russ. Plussing to the depths of the first level. After half a day, in a remote corner of the vast heaven peg. Das first level. Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes. These demonic beasts are all formed from a type of energy. Slaying these demonic beasts can actually acquire a trace of this type of energy. And this type of energy can actually convert into essence energy, promoting the advancement of cultivation. Truly unbelievably miraculous. Yi Yuan muttered under his breath. In the beginning, Yi Yuan did not notice yet, but when he was competing with Guo Taochuan, Yi Yuan slaughtered large numbers of demonic beasts and finally noticed a hint of something wrong. After those demonic beasts were killed, there was a strand of extremely minute energy that entered inside Yi Yuan's body. This wisp of energy was extremely minute. It was virtually undetectable. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Yuan killed a large number of demonic beasts within a period of time and those energies converged to form a small tuft, Yi Yuan would not be able to discover it at all. Yi Yuan was also uncertain if this type of energy was harmful to the body or not. So he bid farewell to Guo Taochuan and found a covert place to investigate. He casually laid down a set of array formation. Those Tier 2 demonic beasts were simply incapable of barging inside. Then he started to study this small tuft of energy. But with this investigation, Yi Yuan discovered that with his experience and knowledge, he actually could not recognize what this energy was. After failing to glean anything with numerous attempts, Yi Yuan simply mustered essence energy and attempted to force that trace of energy out of the body. But Yi Yuan did not expect that once the energy came into contact with essence energy, it actually merged into the essence energy with a whoosh. This was no trifling matter. Yi Yuan hurriedly wanted to expel the nameless energy. But after that tuft of energy fused into his own essence energy, it was like a poisonous sore inflicted deep into the bones, no longer able to separate. Yi Yuan unleashed all of his skills to the utmost and could not do anything to that Ma, S of nameless energy. But that Ma, S of energy, just quietly lay within his essence energy sea and did not have make any excessive action. Only then did this let Yi Yuan be slightly at ease. Later on, Yi Yuan might as well just circulate the spirit bristle 9 young divine art and started to refine that Ma, S of essence energy. What surprised Yi Yuan was that the nameless energy really reacted. Before long, the nameless energy was actually refined into essence energy. It made Yi Yuan's boundary loosen up a trace. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Although Yi Yuan had killed many demonic beasts, the nameless energy obtained was an extremely tiny speck. Yi Yuan internally viewed that trace of essence energy. It seemed to be a little different from the essence energy that he originally cultivated. But just how was it different? Yi Yuan could not determine it. To really say it out, Yi Yuan had a feeling that this kind of essence energy seemed to be even more powerful than the essence energy, which he previously cultivated. This type of energy can actually promote essence energy. Then wouldn't I be able to use this energy to undergo cultivation? Guo Taochuan said that this first level did not have any additional rewards. Could it be that this is the first level's hidden boon? It's just that this type of energy. Just what in the world is it? Why is it that even I haven't heard of it before? Yi Yuan thought for a long time and could not figure out the reason why either. But he felt that this energy should not be harmful to the human body. Hence, he made a bold decision. Kill off all the demonic beasts in the first level. Since this type of energy could increase cultivation, how could Yi Yuan let it slip by? When soldiers arrive, use a general to keep them off. When water rises, build a dam with earth. If some problem were to really occur, just think of ways to resolve it in the future. Outside the vast heaven peg. Oh, did those sect's old ancestors all stared at the light screen, wanting to see to what extent their own juniors had progressed to. Somebody entered the second level. And who is Lu Hong? He's actually the first one to enter the second level. The first to rush into the second level is actually not the 3 sects' head disciples. Where did this Lu Hong pop out from? The second level was totally empty right now. Therefore, Lu Hong's name was very conspicuous. This name appeared abruptly, making everyone all feel somewhat caught off guard. Because before this, simply no one had heard of this name. The expressions of the 3 sects' old ancestors were very ugly. They had a feeling of getting their faces slapped. It was fine if Yi Yuan was monstrous. Where did this Lu Hong pop out from? To actually prevail over the three sects? One had to know that Qin Yan and Guo Taochuan, they all were at the Soul Sea realm now. Among the junior generation, they should be sweeping away everyone else. But now they were actually Serpa. Said by an unknown boy. I have some impression of this Lu Hong. Seems to be an itinerant cultivator. During the itinerant martial artist selection, this person's performance was remarkably Estonies. Plussing. He directly overwhelmed everybody and obtained the right to enter the vast heaven pag. With the status of the first place. To think that he still held back during the selections. His strength is actually so formidable, said a heavenly martial sex grand elder. He was the main examiner in charge of the itinerant cultivator selection and had some impression of this Lu Hong. Quickly look. Qin and the three of them virtually rushed into the second level at the same time. At this time, somebody exclaimed. Only after seeing Qin Yan trio entering the second level, closely behind Lu Hong, did the expressions on the three old ancestors' faces become slightly better. Chapter 553, Blunder. Chapter 553, Blunder, although the first one to rush into the second level might not mean that he was definitely the strongest one. To a certain extent, it also ill. Trotta had many problems. Hence, for that Lu Hong to be able to be the first one to rush into the second level, it at least showed that his strength was very formidable. I didn't think that among the itinerant cultivators, a genius junior actually appeared too. Chi Hai stroked his beard and smiled. To the present endless world, the more geniuses like this, the better things would be. Humph! Might just be a moment of luck. Qin Hong Tao said with a cold snort. More and more names vanished from the first level. Rin Xingchuan's eyebrows could not help knitting together. He kept on staring at Yi Yuan's name. But Yi Yuan's name did not have any signs of moving throughout. Regardless of how the other people's names moved, Yi Yuan's name remained in the first level from start to end. At this time, somebody reacted to it as well and asked, Where's Yi Yuan? With his strength, he should have entered the second level long ago, right? His name is still at the first level. I wonder what happened, Ning Yixin said. No way, right? Yi Yuan is able to kill a Soul Sea Realm expert on his own. How can he possibly be trapped at the first level? Maybe he got delayed because of some matter? There's nothing in the first level. Can be held up by what? Is it possible that Yi Yuan can kill Soul Sea Realm experts because his explosive power is very great? But to charge into the second level, what's required is abundant essence energy and lasting endurance. On this aspect, Yi Yuan is just a second level C transformation. He'll probably be at a disadvantage. What this person said was reasonable. Many people could not help falling silent when they heard that. Rin Xingchuan's expression was very ugly. He thought very highly of Yi Yuan and felt that Yi Yuan would bring him a tremendous surprise. If Yi Yuan already fell behind in the first level, the difficulty of the levels at the back would be increasingly greater. How was Yi Yuan going to pass through? Rin Xingchuan looked previously already. Chao Fong was already eliminated in the first level. Although Rin Dong made it into the second level, he was placed rather behind in terms of timing. If even Yi Yuan failed, then Wufang City would be utterly disgraced. In the end, this vast heaven pag. There is still too much for sea transformation realms. Sing through this vast heaven pag. DOS checkpoints need to be done in one breath. The more one drags, the less favorable. If Yi Yuan he continues dawdling, once his essence energy is exhausted, it will likely be very tough to push through the first level. I really didn't expect that a heavens chosen like Yi Yuan would actually suffer a cruise. Plussing defeat in the first level. For a time, the people surrounding and spectating all discussed in low voices. With the Pa-S Sing of Time, they were clearly less and less optimistic about Yi Yuan. People's hearts were always like this. Yi Yuan rose up extremely fast like a comet. Some of the sect's old ancestors, more or less, still had some jealousy in their hearts. Now, seeing Yi Yuan about to be eliminated in the first level, although they would not express it too obviously, there was still some gloating in their words and between the lines. How could Rin Xingchuan not discern the gloating over other people's misfortunes in these people's words? He was even more panicky in his heart. Yi Yuan, what the H-E-L are you doing? Could it be that with your strength, you can't even make it past the first level? Rin Xingchuan said anxiously in his heart. Time slowly trickled by. The names remaining in the first level became progressively lesser. But among these people, practically body could charge into the second level. The names all directly vanished. Evidently, they were already sent out by the vast Heaven Pag. Oda. Finally, the last name in the first level apart from Yi Yuan's vanished. Kicked out by the vast Heaven Pag. Oda. In the first level, only Yi Yuan alone was left. At this time, the second level was densely covered with people, while in the first level, Yi Yuan's name became extremely eye-catching. Yi Yuan's strength is still very powerful among sea transformation realms. He actually persisted for a day and night already. It's just that, who knows how long he can sustain in the end. The first level has a time restriction of only 3 days. If one is unable to make it to the second level within 3 days, they will still get kicked out by the vast Heaven Pag. Oda. The demonic beasts around the entrance to the second level will become increasingly more. For Yi Yuan to want to make it through, it's probably riddled with numerous difficulties. Different from how these people imagined. The demonic beasts around the entrance to the second level was already less than lesser. In the first level, only Yi Yuan alone was left. He had free rein and unleashed the 1,000 flowing petals, willfully reaping the lives of those demonic beasts. The petals which filled the sky were like locusts. Areas they said through, no living thing was spared. Yi Yuan initially thought that these demonic beasts could not be killed completely. But after he slaughtered for an entire day, he finally noticed that these demonic beasts became thinly scattered. Very clearly, the number of the demonic beasts was reducing. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that these demonic beasts would automatically converge at the entrance to the second level to attempt to stop him from entering the second level. However, Yi Yuan's goal was not the second level at all. It was to kill these demonic beasts to obtain that nameless energy. I wonder what kind of effect there will be by killing all the demonic beasts in the first level. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Of course, increasingly lesser was just relatively speaking. Around Yi Yuan, there were still countless demonic beasts surrounding him now. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to break out of the encirclement now, it was already impractical. At this time, there were already no other martial artists in the first level. Just Yi Yuan alone left. And these demonic beasts seemed to sense it, converging around Yi Yuan unceasingly. Even though the total number of demonic beasts was reducing, in the radius of the local area, the demonic beasts were increasingly more. But Yi Yuan did not mind at all. These demonic beasts were entirely unable to approach his body. Just like this, Yi Yuan spent 2 days constantly in the midst of slaughter. Only Yi Yuan could sustain for 2 days under such a high-intensity essence energy consumption. If it were others, they would have died long ago from essence energy exhaustion. Since he wanted to kill off all the demonic beasts, Yi Yuan naturally made preparations long ago. Hence, he was very sparing when using essence energy. But even so, his essence energy was already close to rock bottom at the end of these 2 days. The demonic beasts became lesser and lesser, but Yi Yuan's attacks clearly became sluggish too. Huff! Looks like I still have to expend 1 medicinal pill. Yi Yuan said helplessly. He initially thought that he could rely on his body's essence energy to sustain. who knew that the number of demonic beasts in this first level was too terrifying, slaughtered for 2 days and did not finish killing either. At this time, if Yi Yuan still did not consume medicinal pills to restore essence energy, he was already unable to carry on sustaining. Yi Yuan's finger twitched. A medicinal pill appeared in his hand. Yet, just as Yi Yuan was planning on swallowing the medicinal pill, a scene which left him dumbfounded occurred. That medicinal pill was actually like weathered away by the wind, breaking down into powder. A light breeze blew and it vanished. F***ck me. No way, right? Could it be that inside this vast heaven pag? Oh, the usage of medicinal pills isn't allowed? Why didn't anyone tell me before? Yi Yuan could not refrain from cursing. Unreconciled, Yi Yuan took out a medicinal pill again. Indeed, it was immediately eroded by the wind. This time, I really made a blunder. Yi Yuan stared wide-eyed and his mouth agape at the thing that happened before his eyes, as he said with a bitter smile. Chapter 554. Instant Cast Martial Technique. Chapter 554. Instant Cast Martial Technique. Yi Yuan daring to fight a battle of attrition here. His greatest reliance was medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan never would have expected that this vast heaven pag, could actually erode the medicinal pills that he refined with just the wind. This was simply something unheard of. Without medicinal pills to replenish essence energy, Yi Yuan's essence energy was going to be depleted very soon. This was still his first time encountering such a bizarre thing. For a moment, he did not know what he should do either. Could it be that he was really going to be killed by these Tier 2 demonic beasts because of essence energy exhaustion? If he was transported outside, wouldn't it become the entire Endless World's joke? Even though Yi Yuan did not care about other people's views, this kind of failing method, even he himself was unable to accept it too. Fight it out. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and completely erupted all of his remaining essence energy. For a time, innumerable petals enveloped Yi Yuan. At the same time, Yi Yuan pushed the spirit bristle 9 Yang Divine art to the limits, refining the nameless energy that was absorbed into his body. The process of martial artist cultivation was actually the process of splitting open the dantian. When not using martial techniques, the circulation of the essence energy in the body would form a circulatory cycle, reaching a delicate equilibrium with the outside world's heaven and earth quintessence. But once martial techniques were used, the expenditure of essence energy within the martial artist's body would increase drastically. The speed of converting the outside world's quintessence to become the essence energy within the body simply could not catch up to the speed of consumption. The more powerful the martial technique, the more enormous the expenditure on essence energy. Replenies, plussing it would become slower. Even though Yi Yuan's control regarding essence energy was extremely great for a martial technique like the 1,000 flowing petals, the consumption was very large too. Only Yi Yuan could utilize this martial technique for 2 days straight. At this time, Yi Yuan's absorption speed already could not keep up with the consumption speed. Only by refining these nameless energies into essence energy could he resolve the imminent danger. Through 2 days of absorbing, inside Yi Yuan's body already Asisiu, Mulat considerable nameless energy. But in comparison to Yi Yuan's current expenditure, the nameless energy converted to become essence energy was just as if trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. But right now, Yi Yuan already did not have other alternatives. He could only make a last attempt to remedy a hopeless situation. Lasting a while longer was a while. At least it was better than being exhausted to death, right? It was better than being kicked out by the vast heaven pag. And then him explaining to others that he postured, wanting to finish all the demonic beasts in the first level, and that this resulted to his essence energy being depleted and him getting killed by demonic beasts under Yi Yuan's frenzied refining. Those nameless energies were finally converted to become essence energy, bit by bit, flowing into the essence energy C. These essence energies enter the essence energy C arbitrarily, fusing together with that trace of essence energy which Yi Yuan refined previously. Adding it up, it was merely as big as the rim of a bowl. Seeing this sort of situation, Yi Yuan could not help smiling bitterly. This tiny bit of essence energy wasn't enough for him to sustain a while at all. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he slaughtered demonic beasts for 2 days and 2 nights, and he actually just ACCU, mulat this tiny bit of nameless energy. Wasn't this thing too precious? Before long, the 1,000 flowing petals which Yi Yuan cast before this was finally depleted. Those demonic beasts charged forward, once again without fear of death. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only revolve his cultivation method, mustering up the essence energy in his essence energy C, which was converted from that tiny bit of nameless energy. Yet, something which made Yi Yuan awkward happened once more. He revolved his cultivation method and actually only mustered a tiny drop of nameless essence energy. The F*CK? No way, right? This is too much of a scam. What can one drop of essence energy do? Yi Yuan nearly broke down. He killed demonic beasts so painstakingly until now, just for the sake of collecting this nameless energy. In the end, he could actually only mobilize a drop of essence energy. This was simply such irony. If he were eliminated like this, Yi Yuan would really have to find a place to enter close seclusion for 20 years and be too embarrassed said to exit seclusion. But at the next instant, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. After that drop of essence energy entered the meridians, it suddenly vanished. Yi Yuan had yet to react when an even more horrifying 1,000 flowing petals when compared to before appeared without any signs, just like this. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 1,000 flowing petals erupted abruptly, practically sweeping away clean the surrounding demonic beasts instantaneously. What kind of situation is this? This time, Yi Yuan was struck utterly senseless. Ever since entering the vast heaven pag, too many things that exceeded his expectations happened, virtually more than what he could handle. And everything that happened before his eyes clearly made him unable to understand too. One drop of essence energy could actually erupt out such a terrifying attack? Furthermore, him unleash. Plus in the 1,000 flowing petals this time was practically completed instantly. Could it be that this type of essence energy could instant cast martial techniques? Moreover, the 1,000 flowing petals this time, regardless of whether it was at power or range, it was all much more powerful than what he used previously. Even though it was somewhat incomprehensible, without any doubt, Yi Yuan picked up a treasure. One had to know that when martial artists used martial techniques, no matter how pure and simple, it was also impossible to achieve instant cast. Essence energy exit the essence energy C and circulate within the meridians according to the martial techniques method, working in concert with heaven and earth quintessence, and then releasing them out. In between this, it had to go through a series of transformations, and this sort of transformations naturally needed time to be executed. The more powerful the martial technique, the more time required as well. Very clearly, under the situation where the power of the martial technique was the same, the shorter the time taken to cast the skill, the more advantageous. And this type of essence energy could not only achieve instant cast martial techniques, but it also seemed to have the effects of promoting and strengthening the martial technique. It was seriously too perverse. Looks like expending such a long time wasn't a waste at long last, Yuan said with a smile. As he said, he deployed that nameless essence energy again. 1,000 flowing petals erupted abruptly once more. Sacring a Ma. S of demonic beasts. Yi Yuan is indeed formidable. To actually be able to last until 3 days, even though he can't pa S through the first level, it's also sufficient to be proud. Still have 2 hours, and it will be 3 whole days. Even if he's still unscathed, he'll still get kicked out automatically by the vast heaven pag. Oda. Looks like he also knows that he can't clear it, so he found a place to rest and rehabilitate to quietly wait for 3 days' time to be up. Such a pity. A genius like this actually didn't even clear the first level. In the vast heaven mystic realm, everyone was discussing excitedly. Some really felt pity for Yi Yuan, while others were gloating over his misfortune. But no matter what, they all did not think that Yi Yuan could S through the first level. Regardless of what reason Yi Yuan had to hold up in the first level, 3 days' time was also plenty for him to finish settling it. Those martial artists who were in the second level now, there was a small portion who was at the sea transformation realm too. Even they were able to clear the first level. But Yi Yuan was unable to clear it. That could only show that Yi Yuan's strength was lacking. Rin Xingquan's old face was black as the bottom of a pot. He never would have thought that the vast heaven pag. To journey this time they came in a jolly mood but returned home disappointed. They were going to head back home so soon. And the Yi Yuan he pinned high hopes on actually could not even clear the first level. About to hit 3 days right away. It's already hopeless for Yi Yuan. Yeah, such a pity. And, you guys look. Yi Yuan's name disappeared. 3 days' time is up. Yi Yuan is probably already transported out. Let's go find him then. Hang on, you guys look. Yi Yuan's name appeared in the second level. He actually said through at the last moment. Chapter 555, Continue Killing Finest.h. Plus, Chapter 555, Continue Killing Finest. H. Plus, this stinking brat gave me a fright. Rin Xingquan finally heaved a sigh in relief secretly in his heart. Even if he had experienced countless great storms and waves, his heart still leaped to his throat earlier. If Yi Yuan were to be kicked out like this, then his face would be trashed badly. Fortunately, Yi Yuan finally charged into the second level at the final juncture. What kind of situation is this? Yi Yuan, he actually charged into the second level at the last moment. Yeah, if he long had this strength, why not enter earlier? But if he didn't have the strength, how did he charge inside ultimately? This Yi Yuan is really. He's clearing the vast heaven pag. Doel actually teasing with this kind of thrill. One had to acknowledge that Yi Yuan teasing with this roller coaster ride had indeed made many people have a feeling of plummeting from above the clouds, exhilarating to the max. Actually, many people were already prepared to watch the spectacle. In the end, Yi Yuan just had to clear the first level. This made those people preparing to watch a show suddenly feel very bored. That's not right. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan's strength, it's impossible to not clear the first level. But why did he only rush in at the last moment? Just what on earth is he doing inside? Qin Hongtao was similarly very convoluted by Yi Yuan's actions. Their thinking previously was also all very simple. They thought that Yi Yuan's essence energy was not abundant enough, or that only his explosive power was great and actually his endurance was lacking. Thinking carefully about it now, Yi Yuan should not be like this. But for such a long time, what in the world was Yi Yuan doing in the first level? Qi Hai's gaze was glued fixedly on Yi Yuan's name. All of a sudden, he had some guesses. This boy wouldn't be tempering himself inside, right? Somewhere in the second level, Yi Yuan pointed a finger and killed a lion-formed demonic beast. His brows could not help furrowing. Is the second level's guardian demonic beasts the Aurora Electric Lion? That's pretty hard to deal with. The Aurora Electric Lion is a kind of Tier 3 demonic beasts. Not only was its speed unbelievable abnormal, its attacks even carried lightning attribute, rather nasty. An Aurora Electric Lion was naturally nothing much to Yi Yuan, but at the thought of that horrifying number in the first level, even Yi Yuan could not help shuddering. Although the demonic beasts in the vast heaven pag, they were not corporeal bodies, their attributes and strength were no different from the outside world. Fortunately, the multiple Aurora Electric Lions that Yi Yuan killed were all just initial stage Tier 3. If this level was all initial stage Tier 3 Aurora Electric Lions, it might not be without the possibility of duking it out. Even so, the difficulty of this second level threw the first level behind by several grades. Tier 3 demonic beasts and peak Tier 2 demonic beasts were on an entirely different level. No wonder Lu Lin Feng only made it to the 7th level too. Advancing upwards at this degree of difficulty, how terrifying would it be when arriving at the 9th level? Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Thinking it over, Yi Yuan still decided to enter the 3rd level after killing off all the demonic beasts. The allure of the nameless essence energy was seriously too great to Yi Yuan. Previously at the 1st level, he only used several drops of nameless essence energy and killed all of the demonic beasts. After absorbing those demonic beasts' nameless energy, Yi Yuan discovered that his own realm could no longer be kept in check, so he went with the momentum and chose to break through. With this breakthrough, Yi Yuan directly charged to peak 3rd level C transformation, just a bit more to reach 1st level C transformation. Yi Yuan shockingly discovered that this nameless essence energy actually had the effect of hewing open his essence energy C. Originally, according to his estimations, 3rd level C transformation should have a 90 feet essence energy C. But now, Yi Yuan's essence energy C already opened up to 100 feet circu. Inference. One should not look at how it was just a circu, inference of 10 feet. For Yi Yuan's essence energy C to open up and to form perfect spirit condensation. Even just opening up a fraction more was also extremely, extremely difficult. One had to know that Yi Yuan's essence energy C previously was already around the same as the divine realm's pinnacle young geniuses. Now, cleaving open a circu, inference of 10 feet more at already Serpa. Said those geniuses with absolute certainty. Yi Yuan discovered that this nameless essence energy was truly incomparably mysterious. Apart from instant casting martial techniques and amplifying martial techniques, it actually had the effect of opening up his essence energy C. He had no idea just what was the origin of this nameless essence energy and what other functions did it still have. But Yi Yuan dared to assume that this type of essence energy was absolutely a heaven-defying level treasure, at least in the divine realm. Yi Yuan had never heard before any kind of special essence energy that could have so many enhancement effects. Yi Yuan was increasingly curious about this vast heaven peg. Does origin. It was simply a treasure vault. Ignoring other things, just this nameless essence energy was enough to make all martial artists go crazy. After musing for a moment, Yi Yuan started making his way to the 2nd level's inner region. Due to the others entering 2 days earlier than him, they were probably about to rush into the 3rd level at this time. This entrance area was naturally already void of people, but Yi Yuan learned to be more cautious this time. He absorbed and refined the nameless essence energy while killing the Aurora Electric Lions, so as to maintain sufficient essence energy. With the spirit bristle 9 young divine arts prowess, as long as Yi Yuan did not overexpend it, like at the 1st level, the problem of essence energy drying up would not arise. Yi Yuan planned to kill a batch of Aurora Electric Lions first, then absorb a portion of nameless energy and make use of the momentum to break through to the 4th level C transformation. He would then head for the entrance to the 3rd level. These Aurora Electric Lion contained a trace of nameless energy too. Moreover, it was much stronger compared to the 1st level's demonic beasts. If he could kill off all the Aurora Electric Lions in the 2nd level, Yuan could refine a lot of this type of nameless energy even while expending them. At the 3rd level's entrance area, dozens of martial artists were surrounded by numerous Aurora Electric Lion. The battle situation was very alarming. In the fight, there were martial artists killed by the Aurora Electric Lions every now and then and transported out of the vast heaven peg. At this 2nd level, The martial artists were all feeling increasingly pressured. Even Soul Sea Realm experts were no exception. Even though these Aurora Electric Lion could not threaten them, for them to want to be as leisure as in the first level was not doable. Qin Yen casually slashed out a sword and killed multiple Aurora Electric Lions. But his gaze was looking at the Lu Hong ahead. I don't know where this person popped out from. His strength is actually so formidable. An itinerant cultivator can actually cultivate to such a level too? Qin Yen said, I have a feeling that he's still preserving strength now. He should be planning on using it at the back. By the side, Guitaochuan had a solemn look too. Ha ha, which of the three of us don't have our own trump cards? When the time comes, we might have to use them in order to charge into the 5th level. Qin Yen said smilingly. Guitaochuan nodded slightly and suddenly said, Oh, right, after I separated from Yi Yuan at the 1st level. I never saw him all this while. Have you seen him? Qin Yen was stunned and only came back to his senses now. He shook his head and said, I've really not seen him. With his strength, he should have reached here long ago. Yeah, I looked for trouble competing in the speed of killing demonic beasts one time at the 1st level with him. The result was utter defeat. I feel that even that Lu Hong might not be faster than Yi Yuan either. Guitaochuan said. Qin Yen laughed in spite of himself and said, You were really taking the road to ruin. Yi Yuan's prowess isn't just reflected by killing a Soul Sea realm. Forget it. He shouldn't need us to worry. Let's enter the next level quickly. The demonic beasts here are getting more and more now. Chapter 556. Indeed deliberate. Chapter 556. Indeed deliberate. It's that Lu Hong again. He's the first one to enter the 3rd level. This Lu Hong is so strong. To actually overpower the 3 sects head disciples twice and be the first one to charge into the next level. Just what is this Lu Hong's background? To actually be so powerful. Allegedly, he came from a small sect, but the sect he was from was destroyed later on. He should have obtained some fortuitous encounter afterward. That's how he can have his current strength. Fame can be a double-edged sword. The originally unrecorded and nameless Lu Hong shot to fame in just one move this time. His history was naturally dug out very quickly too. The 3 sects choosing these itinerant martial artists naturally would not select them casually. They would definitely impose stringent screening on these martial artists, including their past. No matter what, overpowering the 3 sects head disciples twice in a row was plenty for him to become the subject of everyone's talk. One time could be said to be a coincidence. If it was twice, then it probably was not what a coincidence or luck could explain. In comparison, Yi Yuan, who was the hottest topic in the beginning, was no longer popular at this time. Body would pay attention to a failure. Yi Yuan entering the 2nd level with a buzzer beater was already not viewed optimistically by many people. This vast heaven peg, it had always been about fighting for number 1. It had yet to be heard of who wanted to fight for the last place. Originally, everyone was all antic. 1P, aiding Yi Yuan creating a miracle. But now, they focus their gazes on Lu Hong. Actually, the vast heaven peg. Da's first 3 levels did not have much worth to see. There was not the slightest bit of suspense about prodigious talents like Qin Yen, Guitaochuan, and Yin Yanhua Paes. Sing through the first 3 levels. If one had to say what was worth watching, it was only who would be the first one to charge into the next level. Originally, everyone was the most optimistic about Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan actually stayed in the 1st level alone for 3 whole days. Later on, everyone focused their eyes on the 3 sects head disciples and did not expect a huge dark horse to actually charge out, overpowering the 3 sects disciples. The vast heaven peg. Da's trial this time could be said to among the most exciting and exhilarating times. It was opened for others outside the 3 sects. To the 3 sects, they obviously did not wish for their own disciples to lose in their own territory. But to the itinerant cultivators and the other sects, they did not say it verbally. They earnestly wished for somebody to step forward and wreck the three sects. This mentality of sour grapes, many people had it. Hence, when everyone saw that Lu Hong was the first one to charge into the third level, each and every one of them was like being injected with stimulants, praising him to the skies. Yi Yuan was currently following a routine, killing monsters and training, continuously absorbing and converting the nameless essence energy. After a day, a horrifying essence energy storm howled within the beast horde. The essence energy storm was extremely turbulent, strangling the nearby demonic beasts to death in succession. After a day of slaughter, the nameless essence energy in Yi Yuan's essence energy see already a sisiu, mulet to the size of 2 bowls. The nameless energy contained within the Aurora electric lion's bodies were clearly much more than the first level's demonic beasts. Yi Yuan only used a day's time and ACCU, mulet to around the first level's nameless essence energy. After a period of time, Yi Yuan broke through to the 4th level C transformation smoothly. His essence energy C surged once again, reaching a circumference of 150 feet. This nameless essence energy is indeed incredible, with my current essence energy potency winning, even killing 2nd level soul Cs shouldn't be any problem. But there is an extremely wide gap between each soul C realm's small boundary. Although I broke through to the 4th level C transformation now, and I might have the power to contend with 3rd level soul Cs, to match up against 4th level soul Cs, it's absolutely impossible to win. Yi Yuan estimated his current strength. All along, Yi Yuan could basically cross a major realm to fight the enemy. Even when facing the disparity between the lower 3 realms and middle 3 realms, he could completely ignore it too. But with the increase in realm, his limitations of crossing boundaries to battle clearly became increasingly more too. The huge disparity between Soul C realm and C transformation realm was seriously too great. Yi Yuan wanting to match up against 4th level Soul Cs with 4th level C transformation basically did not have too much hope. This nameless essence energy is extremely powerful. If it can erupt instantaneously, it might be able to severely wound those at the 4th level Soul C realm. But the nameless essence energy, using a bit will make them a bit lesser. Unless it's a last resort, best to not use it, Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Although the nameless essence energy was powerful, the biggest issue was that it could not be produced again. Regardless of how Yi Yuan absorbed the outside world's essence energy, it had no way of converting into the nameless essence energy. The nameless essence energy could only be a trump card. Unless there were no other alternatives, it could not be used. Previously, Yi Yuan used over a dozen drops in the 1st level. That already gave him unbelievable heartache. With my present strength, I should be able to sweep away these Aurora electric lions. Other people entered the 3rd level 2 days before me. In addition to yesterday's 1 day, 3 days have passed. They should all have already entered the 3rd level. It's time to go to the entrance area to the 3rd level. This 2nd level's time limit is the same, 3 days. I still have 2 days' time. Yi Yuan's figure moved. 1,000 flowing petals was executed along, and he rushed over towards the entrance area to the 3rd level. After breaking through to the 4th level C transformation, Yi Yuan's spirit, qi, and vitality all reached the peak state. His essence energy, C, was 3 times bigger when compared to at the 2nd level C transformation. In his current state, even if he did not utilize essence energy, it was also sufficient to kill off all the Aurora electric lions. 2 days later, Yi Yuan became the topic of discussion once more, because he stayed a full 3 days in the 2nd level one more time. The other people already charged into the 2nd level on the 1st day and used 2 days to charge into the 3rd level, which was also to say that Yi Yuan was now 3 whole days slower than them now. What is it with this Yi Yuan? Stayed a full 3 days in the 2nd level again. He wouldn't be treating clearing the checkpoints like a vacation, right? Wonder if he can charge to the third level at the last moment this time or not. It's really hard to say. If he can still rush in at the last moment this time, then it should be deliberate. It's just, I don't know why he needs to stay a full 3 days. Who knows? The time is about to arrive. And name disappeared. Quickly see if he entered the third level or not. There. Indeed there. What is he trying to do? Why must he insist on staying a full 3 days' time on each level? This time, Body doubted if Yi Yuan had the strength to paw S through any more. The first time could be said to be a fluke, but entering at the same time the second time, it was clearly intentional, except that Body could figure out what Yi Yuan was trying to do. This stinking brat. What the L is he doing? Teasing with this sort of thrill each time. What if it just missed by a bit? Wouldn't it waste all the previous efforts? Rin Xingchuan panted heavily once again and could not refrain from grumbling. They could not be blamed for this either. After all, there had never been anybody who would do this sort of foolish thing, killing off all the demonic beasts at each level. Even now, Body thought that Yi Yuan was actually doing such a thing as well. They felt that Yi Yuan definitely found a place to hide and made use of the 11th hour to spurt towards the next level. Hoo, City Lord Rin, calm down. Yi Yuan isn't a frivolous person. Him doing this surely has his reasons. In this vast heaven peg. It's also not whoever clears the round fastest can walk to the end. Chi Hai reminded Rin Xingchuan, suddenly appearing beside him. Chapter 557. He's different from you guys. Chapter 557. He's different from you guys. Oh! Old Hai, is it possible that you know what Yi Yuan is doing inside? Seeing Chi Hai's ATTI, Tude, Ren Xingchuan was slightly surprised. Chi Hai smiled slightly and said, Yi Yuan's level is different from the others. The things that he sees are naturally different too. There are countless demonic beasts in the first level and second level. Furthermore, these demonic beasts are not corporeal bodies, an excellent venue for training and tempering. If my conjectures are correct, he should be borrowing these demonic beasts to temper himself. That's why he would hang on to enter the next level each time. Rin Xingchuan's eyes went wide. Even though he was very confident in Yi Yuan, wasn't this too exaggerated? Even Soul Sea realm martial artists did not dare to stay in a level for too long. Yi Yuan dared to stay alone until the time was almost up? Furthermore, without other people pinning them down, how did he charge past alone? Old Hai. Even though Yi Yuan's strength is pretty good, he's at the sea transformation realm after all. Training inside like this, I'm afraid that his essence energy can't sustain. Rin Xingchuan said tactfully. These words sounded like concern on the surface, but actually it was reproaching that Yi Yuan was messing around too much. So many demonic beasts inside, if his essence energy were exhausted and he got eliminated. Just how unjust of a matter would that have to be? If he was really eliminated, forget about him, this city lord. Even Yi Yuan himself would not be able to preserve his face either. Hoo! You, this old man, are losing yourself in concern. Furthermore, this grandson of yours, you yourself probably still don't have much understanding. Yi Yuan appears very impetuous when doing this, even somewhat disregarding consequence. But after the matter, you'll discover that he already calculated every single thing. Him stopping the Purple Mansion sect, detaining Qin Hongtao's grandson, eradicating the Heavenly Evil sect, which incident wasn't carried out after scheming. Relax, this boy will be fine. Qin Hongtao said very affirmatively. Rin Xingchuan thought about it. It seemed to be truly as Chi Hai said. His understanding of this grandson of his was really pitiably little. Of course, this was also related to Yi Yuan deliberately keeping him at a distance. This boy's temper was even worse than his. The two people frequently could not even see eye to eye. If he did not yield in the end, this boy could even poke a hole in the sky. Chi Hai was very confident in his judgment, but he could not dare dream that Yi Yuan's final goal was actually to kill off all the demonic beasts in a level either. If he knew what Yi Yuan was doing inside, it was uncertain if he could still be so composed. After entering the third level, Yi Yuan suddenly noticed that it was much more Sias. Within the first level and the second level, it was densely populated with demonic beasts, especially the first level. That sort of density simply gave people a feeling of their scalp tingling. Just those numbers made people feel despair. But after Yi Yuan entered the third level, he suddenly discovered that the demonic beasts did not seem to be as many as before. He had already entered this level for some time and actually did not even see a single demonic beast. It could not be to the extent where these demonic beasts were all killed by other people, right? Yi Yuan was 3 days behind the rest. So, at this time, the third level should have already been void of other people long ago. The other martial artists should have already cleared the third round or were already kicked out. Which was also to say that currently in the third level, there was only Yi Yuan alone, the one and only person. Strange. Even if this third level's demonic beasts would have some reduction, it can't be diminished to such an extent either, right? Just what on earth happened? Yi Yuan said depressedly. Since he could not meet demonic beasts, Yi Yuan simply just flew towards the entrance to the fourth level. Yi Yuan was also rather looking forward to it now, because after clearing the third level, there would be an interim reward. If it was before coming in, Yi Yuan absolutely would not be looking forward to it like so, because cultivation methods and martial techniques and whatnot, he really was not lacking any of them. Just the spirit, bristle 9, young divine art was enough for him to cultivate to the divine king realm. Why would there be a need to take such a superfluous action to learn other cultivation methods? Even if he knew that Lu Linfeng's sword from here, Lu Linfeng's level was merely just slightly stronger than him. To really talk about interest, Yi Yuan was just interested in the things after the 6th level. But now, Yi Yuan's thinking completely changed. This vast heaven pag, it was too mystical to actually have this sort of thing like the nameless energy. Then, what would the rewards for the first 3 levels be? Because the path was free and obstructed, Yi Yuan's speed was exceptionally fast. He only used 2 hours' time and was about to reach the 4th level's entrance already. However, everything before his eyes left Yi Yuan staring wide-eyed and his mouth agape. F***ck me. Are you S-H-I plus ting me? Yi Yuan looked at the scene before his eyes and could not help rolling his eyes. At the same time, in a nameless S.P.A.C., a group of martial artists was currently discussing fervently. Finally, Pa S, said the 3rd level, and can obtain the first stage's reward. Yeah, although the demonic beast's rank only increased a small boundary with each round cleared, it feels more than several times more powerful. This 4th level, I can't clear it no matter what. Those blue sand beasts were really hard to tangle with. I almost suck. You, bed in the 3rd level. If I couldn't even Pa S the 3rd level, this trip would be considered wasted. Yeah, the blue sand beasts are extremely formidable existences among tier 3 demonic beasts too. Although the few of us are soul sea realms, being surrounded by so many blue sand beasts was really enough for us to die. Very clearly, the 3rd level gave considerable pressure to these soul sea realms. One should not look at how each level's demonic beasts only raised by a small boundary. The increase in the degree of difficulty was not simple. Facing never-ending attacks, no matter how powerful the martial artist, they would be exhausted to death too. Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was so subtle and he nearly screwed himself to death, let alone other people. Furthermore, these demonic beasts were not ordinary demonic beasts. Their strength in the same rank was very formidable too. If one did not have the corresponding strength, they would simply be unable to breach through the encirclement, entering the vast heaven pag. To this time, a total of 300 people entered. Yet only less than 20 people were still inside this nameless SPAC right now. These people were all the same. They were all Soul Sea Realm experts. Sea Transformation Realm martial artists were already wrecked by those demonic beasts until not even dregs were left. The only Sea Transformation Realm martial artist surviving was just Yi Yuan alone. Right at this time, an archaic voice suddenly sounded out, "Welcome to the Inheritance SPAC. Congratulations to everyone for successfully clearing the vast Heaven Pag. Oh, Da's first 3 levels. I'll give you each your corresponding rewards according to your performances in the first 3 levels." Gua Taochuan was the second to enter the nameless SPAC. After entering the nameless SPAC, he had been staring at the entrance all this while, wanting to see Yi Yuan's silhouette. But sadly, he did not even see a freaking shadow all the way until this voice sounded out. Could it be that Yi Yuan really failed? But how was this possible? Gua Taochuan and Qin Yan exchanged glances, both looking absent-minded. Just what in the world happened to Yi Yuan to actually fail? May we ask Senior? There should still be one of us who hasn't arrived yet, right? At this time, Yin Yan Hua suddenly spoke. Everybody fell silent. They all knew who Yin Yan Hua was talking about. "He's different from you guys," said the voice, after musing for a moment. Chapter 558. Different in what way? Chapter 558. Different in what way, DAMN? Is this to let I, little lord, to review the troops? So many armored diamond bulls are here just to wait for me? Only seeing the scene before his eyes did Yi Yuan finally know why he did not run into demonic beasts along the way. All the demonic beasts were already gathered here, waiting in battle formation. In front of Yi Yuan, it was all herds of large black bulls as far as the eyes could see, stretching to infinity. These big black bulls were blazing with anger and seething with killing intent as if they had long been awaiting him. Of course, Yi Yuan was still currently unaware that what those people previously encountered were all blue sand beasts and not the armored diamond bulls. This armored diamond bulls belonged to the category of extremely formidable existences among Tier 3 demonic beasts. The skins of these large black bulls were COA, RSE. They had thick flesh. Ordinary attacks simply had no way of penetrating their defense. Under normal circumstances, even peak crystal formation realm human martial artists had no way of breaching middle stage Tier 3 armored diamond bulls' defense too. One could imagine just how freakish this demonic beast was. More importantly, this type of demonic beasts even had the bull species savageness. Its offensive power was extremely formidable. Ordinary martial artists, even if they got grazed, the outcome would be exceedingly wretched too. Of course, no matter how powerful the armored diamond bull was, it was merely just a Tier 3 demonic beast. To those at the Sea Transformation Realms and Soul Sea Realms, they were not worth mentioning at all. Yet, armored diamond bulls, which blotted out the skies and covered the earth, was an entirely different matter. If what those people previously encountered were armored diamond bulls, it would be pretty good to have 5 people managing to get past it. It was precisely because he knew these armored diamond bulls' prowess that Yi Yuan could not resist swearing and have a myriad of profanities running through his head. If he could use medicinal pills, Yi Yuan would not fear these savage bulls at all. But without the support of medicinal pills, the result was hard to say. This was a very spectacular image. On one side were massive black bull herds blotting out the skies and covering the earth. On the other was a frail youth. The visual impact of this image was incredibly intense. The two sides formed a strong contrast. Yi Yuan in front of this sea of armored diamond bulls was a feeble existence, like a small rowboat, possible to capsize at any moment. However, killing these large raging bulls should be able to obtain considerable nameless essence energy, right? As he said, Yi Yuan took out the Xianying sword and ACCU, mulat his power, waiting to make a move. Come on, large raging bulls. Yi Yuan gave a clear cry. A half-moon slash cleaved out domineeringly. Roar! Roaring sounds that reverberated throughout the skies emitted from these bulls' mouth, vibrating until Yi Yuan's eardrums hurt. At the same time Yi Yuan raised his sword, those armored diamond bulls moved too. They charged towards Yi Yuan without heed for anything. That imposing manner could really topple mountains and overturn the seas. Rumble! Half Moon slash stuck close to the ground and flew over towards the armored diamond bulls, cleaving a large gouge in the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The places where the Half Moon slash Pa-S said through, the armored diamond bulls were completely decimated and wiped out. Just one move and several hundred armored diamond bulls were killed. But sadly, several hundreds did not even count as a single hair from 9 oxen to such a massive bull herd. Yi Yuan was very unsatisfied at the effects of this attack. The defense of these large savage bulls was not ordinary at all. If they were to be other demonic beasts, this attack should be able to cut down up to 1,000. If he attacked like this, his essence energy expenditure would be much fiercer. Even though his present essence energy, already expanded to a circumference of 150 feet, the strength of the demonic beasts rose by a lot too. If he continued expending essence energy like this, he would not be able to take it either. COA-R-S-E skin and thick flesh. Indeed, not easy to deal with. Yi Yuan sighed with a vicissitude of emotion. The attacks of these large black bulls. Yi Yuan was not very concerned. He had comprehended the concept of wind flow. Under such circumstances, it was even easier to avoid those large black bulls' attacks. These large black bulls simply could not touch him. The problem was how much consumption could his essence energy take? Unless there were no other alternatives, Yi Yuan did not wish to employ the nameless essence energy. Expending the nameless essence energy in such a place was truly too regretful. He was not worried about these large black bulls' attacks now. But once his essence energy ran out, the attacks of these large black bulls would be terrifying. Yi Yuan slaughtered the armored diamond bulls nonstop while he was coming up with countermeasures. In the Inheritance SPAC, those martial artists had blank looks. Different from us? What does that mean? Could it be that Yi Yuan still hasn't been eliminated now, and he's still in the midst of clearing the rounds? No way, right? Already 7 days have Pa-S said here. He should be in the 3rd level right now. His clearing speed is so slow. He's not even equal to us. Very clearly, these people all knew that the mysterious person and Yin Yanhua were talking about the same person. It was Yi Yuan. However, the mysterious person's appraisal made these people all very displeased. If Yi Yuan entered ahead of them, then forget it. But it was very clear right now that Yi Yuan was inferior to them. Even if he was not eliminated, what could such slow clearing speed explain? In these people's thinking derived from experience, it was still whoever entered the next level faster, the better. And, body would be foolish enough to stay behind to kill off all the demonic beasts in a level. Hearing the mysterious person's appraisal, Lu Hong frowned slightly too. Before coming to the vast heaven peg, he already planned properly. This time he must shock everyone in one move, and to overpower the 3 sects' head disciples. Now he accomplished it. Clearing the rounds twice consecutively, he was the first person to enter the next level. And the compet won. Tyan at the back, he believed that he would not lose as well. But now, what did this mean? That punk called Yi Yuan was not here at all. Could it be that Yi Yuan was even more incredible than him? Lu Hong was a shockingly talented itinerant cultivator. After his sect was destroyed, he obtained a peak divine traversing realm expert's inheritance by chance. During the past years, he had been cultivating bitterly in close seclusion all along and finally acquired a certain level of achievement. Coincidentally, the 3 sects opened up the vast heaven peg. To this time, Lu Hong naturally had to come and give it a shot in order to advance further. His horizons were exceedingly high now and were long already not that small sect's disciple back then. Lu Hong's current goal was very clear. He wanted to ascend to the divine realm. Right at this time, the three sects opened up the vast heaven pag. Oh, to two. This was simply a descent opportunity. Even the heaven wants me, Lu Hong, to soar to the skies with one leap. What reason do I, Lu Hong, have to refuse? This was Lu Hong's first reaction after getting this news. In Lu Hong's view, this vast heaven peg, it was specifically opened up for him. Otherwise, why was it not opened up sooner or later? But it was open to the public right at the critical juncture of him exiting seclusion. Troubled times create heroes. He was surely the hero created by this era. But what was the meaning of the words said by this mysterious person? Could it be that this Yi Yuan was actually even more special than him? Lu Hong had been in close seclusion all along. He was very uninformed about news and completely did not know just what kind of existence Yi Yuan was. In his eyes, the three sects' head disciples were the targets that he had to Serpa. Senior, I wonder how is he different from us? Even since entering the vast heaven pag. Lu Hong had been moving alone the entire time. But this time he finally could not resist voicing out. Yet when he opened his mouth, the Qin Yen trio all looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Chapter 559, Vast Heaven Steel. Chapter 559, Vast Heaven Steel different how? Too different. Only the Qin Yen trio who had personally experienced Yi Yuan's terror knew how monstrous Yi Yuan was. The other people, including all the soul sea realms present, only heard about Yi Yuan from other people's mouths. These people were all proud children of heaven, who would truly be convinced by a genius that they had only heard of before, let alone that this so-called genius was even so much slower than them to enter the inheritance SPAC. You all don't need to ask anymore. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Now, prepare to receive the rewards. The mysterious person's hollow voice sounded out once more, as if it was not interested in replying Lu Hong's question at all. Right at this time, several dozen streams of light shot down from the air, suspending in front of everybody. After a short while, the light faded away. All kinds of rewards suspended before their eyes quietly. The other people tossed Yi Yuan's problem to the back of their minds very quickly. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, it had nothing to do with them in the slightest either. But these rewards were real. This is a Tier 5 cultivation method. It can cultivate all the way to peak divine traversing realm. This cultivation method is way stronger compared to our sect's main cultivation method. It can be used as the sect's supreme treasure. This is 3G. DS9 cries pill. The effect is improving the meridians, increasing 10% cultivation speed. Really picked up a treasure. A medicinal pill with such effects is simply unheard of. Too heaven-defying. This is a profound artifact. Even though it's a low-grade profound artifact, the quality is exceedingly high. On these treasures, all of them had simple inscriptions telling these martial artists the functions. The way these people saw it, these rewards were already very incredible. Just a cultivation method was already much stronger than their sects. These things were all very heaven-defying existences when brought outside. No wonder the final accomplishments of the people who walked out from here were all extraordinary. But these treasures clearly had the distinction of good and bad too. In comparison, cultivation methods were the best, medicinal pills were second, and finally weapons were the lousiest. Cultivation methods could be regarded as a legacy treasure. This martial artist taking it out could even establish a sect. Medicinal pills could aid cultivation, especially medicinal pills which improved the meridians. This was simply a heaven-defying treasure. As for weapons, it was merely just external objects. Even though it could improve strength in a short time, it was ultimately just an assistance. Martial artists' prowess ultimately relied on oneself. Of course, if one was so powerful, having a heaven-defying weapon was naturally something superfluous. Qin Yan, what's that of yours? Guo Taochuan asked. Martial technique. You? Mine is martial technique too. Moreover, it seems to be a martial technique custom-made for me. Guo Taochuan said rather excitedly. For them, unless it was a heaven-defying CLA's cultivation method, otherwise they would not take fancy of it at all. But martial techniques were different. A powerful martial technique could even boost their combat power several times over, and the four of them, including Lu Hong, all obtained a martial technique. Even though Lu Hong overwhelmed Guo Taochuan, the disparity was very small. Even though Lu Hong was formidable in terms of combat power, he might not be much stronger than Guo Taochuan. As for the specifics, without going through a fight, there was simply no way to speculate. Bang! A gigantic stone steel descended from the sky and landed in Inheritance S.P.A.C. The vast heaven steel. It's the vast heaven steel. It finally came out. Seeing that steel, a martial artist immediately cried out agitatedly. When Qin Yan trio saw this steel, they were rather excited too. All right, the time flow rate here is 1/15 of the outside world's. You all have 1 day's time to contemplate the vast heaven steel. How much you can comprehend will be up to your fortune. After 15 days, you all will automatically enter the 4th level. If you want to study the vast heaven steel again, you must clear the 6th level. You guys try your best. When the mysterious person finished talking, he did not make any more sound again, but the others were already not interested to bother with him. The time to contemplate on the vast heaven steel was too precious. Not a single second could be wasted. For a time, the Inheritance S.P.A.C. was dead silent. They all started contemplating on the vast heaven steel. When the others were currently studying the vast heaven steel, Yuan was currently in the heat of battle in the 3rd level. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword, Myriad Rain, Sword Blades. Yi Yuan growled. 10,000 sword blades rushed towards the Black Bull, herds like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. The power of the Myriad Rain sword blades was seriously too strong. This one move down was akin to the wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Waves of armored diamond bulls turned into flying ash. Yi Yuan's current essence energy, was already 3 times bigger than before. But this move still expended close to 1/3 of his essence energy. This move was powerful. It just cost too much essence energy. 1/3 essence energy was even more than the total essence energy when he was fighting Dai Yuhin. The power of this move could be seen at a glance. Those armored diamond bulls were hailed as impervious to swords and spears. But under this move of Yi Yuan, it was like paper. They were utterly unable to withstand it even in the slightest. The sword blades directly pierced through far into the distance before gradually vanish. Plussing. The power of condensed form of gathered essence was not what these tier 3 demonic beasts could withstand. This sword SLA's plussing down, most probably tens of thousands of armored diamond bulls were instantly killed. But the problem was that these armored diamond bulls did not have their own consciousness at all. They totally did not know what was called being afraid. The place of those large black bulls killed were very quickly filled in by their companions that charged at Yi Yuan once more without fear of death. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and did not attack either. His figure moved, fluttering like a piece of paper. No matter how ferocious those raging bulls' attacks were, it could not touch the corners of his sleeves. Even though the armored diamond bull's natural endowments were extraordinary in terms of dodging, how could they be mentioned in the same breath with the Yi Yuan who comprehended the true intent of wind flow? Yi Yuan shuttled back and forth within the bull herd like fish in water. At this time, Yi Yuan used the wind flow true intent in the concept of wind and the transmission true intent in the concept of fire at the same time, lowering the essence energy consumption to the minimum. At the same time, the spirit bristle nine yang divine art within his body was revolved to the limits, recovering essence energy frenziedly. Just like this, Yi Yuan's essence energy, was slowly recovering. Roughly the greater part of an hour later, Yi Yuan's expenditure previously was finally finished replenis. I plussing. Hence, Yi Yuan wielded shining sword. Myriad rain sword blades was released once more. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of armored diamond bulls collapsed again. This was the method that Yi Yuan thought of in the end. Since medicinal pills were unable to be used, then he would absorb essence energy himself to recover. At this time, the powerful aspect of Yi Yuan's cultivation method was manifested. How could ordinary cultivation methods possibly replenish the expended essence energy in such a short time? Furthermore, at the same time that Yi Yuan was replenis, plussing essence energy, he was still expending a portion of it to maintain his movement technique. The essence energy within this vast heaven pag, it was very plentiful. Yi Yuan absorbing it was accomplished with high proficiency, just within a greater part of an hour, and it would replenish completely. Just like this, every greater part of an hour said, Yi Yuan would fire out myriad rain sword blades once, killing large groups of armored diamond bulls. Chapter 560, Gold-Colored Name. Chapter 560, Gold-Colored Name. During these 3 days, Yi Yuan's nerves have been in an extremely tense state the entire time. He was maintaining non-stop operation of 2 kinds of true intents under heart, like still water heart realm. And he was also revolving the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to the limit. This burden was not an ordinary kind of difficulty. It was more than just being difficult. If he did not have the support of heart like still water heart realm, he would have given up long ago. Seeing as the 3 days limit was about to reach, the armored diamond bulls in front of Yi Yuan were finally only left with the last batch. Bye-bye, big raging bulls. At this instant, Yi Yuan pushed the myriad rain sword blades to the limits, directly expending the greater half of his essence energy. Rumble. After a series of slaughtering, the entire 3rd level finally quietened down. Huff. These large raging bulls were really hard to tangle with. But my harvest this time was also not an ordinary kind of big. Apart from those nameless energies, Yi Yuan operated so many skills at such high intensity. The benefits gained were naturally not few either. Ignoring the 2 true intents, his comprehension became even deeper. What made Yi Yuan wildly ecstatic was still heart realm. He felt that his heart, like still water realm, was already approaching the bottleneck, advancing a step further, and it would be the heart, like monolith realm. Heart realm breakthroughs are extremely, extremely difficult. If without suitable opportunities, not breaking through for life is also a possibility. This bottleneck isn't that easy to cross. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh, one would become insatiably greedy upon tasting the benefits. Heart, like still water realm, had brought too many benefits and assistance to Yi Yuan. Hence, when he saw hopes to reach the heart, like monolith realm now, he naturally very much hoped to be able to break through. However, even though heart, like still water realm to heart, like monolith, looked to be a step away, many divine kings were not able to cross it. This step was way too difficult. Forget it. Let nature take its course. This kind of thing can't be imposed on. When the opportunity arrives, one will naturally break through. To be able to cultivate heart like still water realm to this stage, it's already very lucky. Following the breakthrough in heart realm, Yi Yuan became more open-minded about such things too. Resting slightly for a short while, Yi Yuan headed for the entrance leading to the inheritance SPAC. Quickly look. Yi Yuan entered the inheritance SPAC too. Following the disappearance of Yi Yuan's name, somebody shouted. They were originally already not optimistic about Yi Yuan and did not think that Yi Yuan actually would reach this step by persisting alone. Unrivaled geniuses were unrivaled geniuses. Regardless of where, one should not look down on him. Otherwise, one's face would get slapped. Those people initially planning to watch the joke were secretly gloomy in their hearts too. Even though Yi Yuan's clearing speed was slow, he would always succeed in sing through at the last moment. This was clearly done intentionally by him. Want to enter, then enter. The other people already came out from the inheritance PAC long ago and entered the 4th level. With Yi Yuan's strength, clearing the first 3 rounds isn't something impressive, right? Some people said, scornfully. Ever since they knew that Yi Yuan did it deliberately, those people originally skeptical no longer doubted Yi Yuan's strength. What they were curious about was why Yi Yuan wanted to do this. When Ren Xingchuan saw this scene, the smile on his face could not be held back anymore. The corners of his mouth curled by a small arc. The city, Lord Manor's people were already eliminated finish. Now, there was only Yi Yuan alone. But Yi Yuan was the city Lord Manor's biggest chip. Ever since hearing Qi Hai's words, Ren Xingchuan already firmly believed that Yi Yuan was the vast heaven peg. Oh, the inheritance's biggest dark horse this time. No, how could Yi Yuan be a dark horse? He was originally that strongest one. You people praise that whatever Lu Hong to the skies. Give it another few days, and watch Yi Yuan slap your faces one by one for you to see. Let you all see what was called a true genius. Ren Xingchuan was just beaming proudly to himself when all of a sudden, somebody exclaimed, "Quickly look!" Yi Yuan's name became golden color. What's going on here? This cry immediately startled everyone. Name becoming golden. This was something that had never happened before. What in the world did Yi Yuan do for his name to actually become golden? The crowd looked towards Yi Yuan's name. Indeed, they discovered that Yi Yuan's name became gilded gold color. It was remarkably dazzling. Even if he was still in the inheritance PAC right now and was in the last place, that light could not be concealed either. This unexpected change made everyone extremely shocked, especially the 3 sects' old ancestors. Their faces all showed immense shock. From the 3 sects being established until today, they had sent many genius disciples over to this vast heaven peg. Oda, but such a situation had never occurred before. Ning Yixian, Qin Hongtao, and Jing Xian, the 3 of them exchanged glances. Evidently, they did not know what was happening as well. Finally, the 3 people focused their gaze on Qi Hai. Qi Hai's seniority was even older than them. Furthermore, Qi Hai's understanding of the endless world was absolutely above the 3 of them. If even Qi Hai did not know what happened, then body knew. Qi Hai's expression turned into a never-before solemnness as he muttered, This can't be right? How is this possible? Old Hai, what in the world happened? What's going on with Yi Yuan's name? Qin Hongtao asked anxiously. Everyone stared at Qi Hai, wanting to hear what kind of answer he would give. This sort of bizarre event, only old Hai, this kind of accomplished, master-level expert, knew what was happening. Qi Hai did not answer them, but he fell silent for a long time, seemingly digesting this matter. Only after some time did Qi Hai draw a deep breath and said slowly, I didn't expect that the legend was actually true. The people at the sides were already beyond anxious. Could your elderly self not pause when talking? Would saying things till the end in one breath kill you? Qi Hai looked at everyone and said, rather disbelieving still, Legend has it that this vast heaven peg. Oh, the inheritance's rewards are given out according to the challenger's completion rate. The higher the completion rate, the greater the rewards obtained too. Ah, there's actually still such a saying? This vast heaven peg. Oh, Da's round clearings wasn't competing in who is the first to rush into the next level? All along, we've been competing like this, said a three-sex grand elder in surprise. Actually, it was not just him. Everybody present here all thought that way. Hence, seeing that Yi Yuan was always the last one to successfully clear the round each time, they had long been pessimistic about Yi Yuan. The reason why these people chased Lu Hong so was precisely because he was the first one to rush into the next level each time. In normal understanding, Lu Hong was the number one person in this batch of people. Even the three-sex head disciples could not compare either. But hearing Chi Hai said so now, they discovered that it seemed to completely not be the case. Even Chi Hai said that it was a legend. Who knew if it was real or fake? Chi Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I thought that way all along as well. But I somehow feel that the clearing method we thought of is a very grave error now." "Old Hai, can you clear it up? This was all Pa-S, said down by our forefathers. How can it be wrong? Since this is wrong, then what kind of clearing method is correct?" Ning Yixian said perplexedly too. Chi Hai's expression froze, and he said solemnly, "The correct clearing method isn't competing in speed, but competing in the number of demonic beasts killed." Chapter 561, Perfect Completion. Chapter 561, Perfect Completion. What? Old Hai, you aren't making a joke, right? Yeah. Old Hai, is there a mistake? The numbers of the demonic beasts in this vast heaven peg. Oh, Da's first 3 levels are extremely terrifying. How can a bunch of Sea Transformation Realm and Soul Sea Realm Juniors compete in killing demonic beasts inside? Medicinal pills can't be used to replenish essence energy inside the vast heaven peg. Oda, even the 3-sex head disciples will die from essence energy exhaustion from constantly killing inside the first level. Chi Hai's statement was seriously too subverting. It was completely exceeding everyone's understanding. Forget about the 3rd level. Just in the 1st level, it was also impossible for these sect disciples to stay inside for a long time. If they had that capability, the 3-sex disciples would have long slaughtered the 1st level clean. How could they possibly wait until today? Ha! This old man just stated his view. Why is there a need for you all to approve? As for to believe it or not, it's naturally up to you all, Chi Hai said with a cold snicker. Actually, he himself spent a very long time to digest this news as well. He obviously did not hope to convince these people with a few sentences. The reason why legends were legends was that it was practically impossible to accomplish. Hence, once a legend became a reality, it was basically very hard to make ordinary people believe. Because within the scope of their understanding, it was simply impossible for something like this to happen. Old Hai, come your anger. Old Hai's meaning is that, actually we got it wrong all along. Ning Yixian saw Chi Hai flare up and hurriedly voiced out to advise. Chi Hai nodded and said, "In truth, these things I came to know of it, but naturally I don't believe it either. With our age, it's obviously impossible to enter the vast heaven peg. Again to ascertain things for sure. But without a doubt, the average Sea Transformation Realm and Soul Sea Realm absolutely don't dare to make extra stopovers in the vast heaven peg. Oda, once they fall into a tight encirclement, it would basically be the outcome of getting kicked out. The vast heaven peg. D'inheritance's chance is extremely hard to come by. Body dares to make this sort of bet. And martial artists who were able to be the first one to charge into the next level were all the strongest, one among them under normal circumstances. The number of demonic beasts killed was naturally the most as well. Hence, the reward they obtained was naturally the most generous. In the course of time, we fell into a misconception and think that the martial artist who enters the next level earlier would obtain more rewards. Even though the others did not believe, they were also listening to Chi Hai's explanation very attentively. Chi Hai's lysis was very on point. It essentially restored the truth of history to its original state and had immense, convincing power too. While these people present still did not dare believe it, subconsciously they still felt that Chi Hai's A Lysis was not wrong. Ning Yixian's eyes showed deep pondering, and he said, "So, it's actually like this. But what does this have to do with Yi Yuan's name turning golden?" Qi Hai drew a deep breath and said, "I heard the previous generation, Realm Lord, said before. Legend has it that in this vast heaven pag, the inheritance, there is a kind of completion rate called perfect completion." Ning Yixian's pupils constricted slightly as he drew a cold breath and said, "Old Hai's meaning is that." The others had yet to react, but Ning Yixian's brain spun the fastest. He virtually knew at the first moment what the perfect completion Qi Hai was talking about was. Previously, Qi Hai kept saying that the clearing rewards was related to the completion rate. The so-called completion rate was the number of demonic beasts killed. Then, what perfect completion meant did not need to be verbalized any further to understand it. Qi Hai nodded his head and said, "That's right. If the legends are true, Yi Yuan, he must have killed all the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels and obtained the perfect completion's reward. Hence, that's why his name would turn into gold color." What? Yi Yuan killed off all of the demonic beasts? Is this what a sea transformation realm can accomplish? The demonic beasts in each level are absolutely not beneath millions in number. Yi Yuan, a sea transformation realm martial artist. How can his essence energy possibly sustain until killing off all the demonic beasts? Yeah. Moreover, all of this have to be achieved within 3 days, which is also to say that Yi Yuan must expend essence energy constantly every second, under the circumstances where he had no medicinal pills to replenish. This is simply something impossible. Qi Hai's words made everyone all burst into a discussion. Not that they did not believe Qi Hai's words, but that his words were too outrageous. If Yi Yuan had soul sea realm strength now, they would not feel that the so-called perfect completion was that impossible either. But Yi Yuan was only at the sea transformation realm currently, especially the 3rd level. Those demonic beasts were only a major boundary lower than Yi Yuan. Numbers in the millions was an exceedingly terrifying force. How could Yi Yuan possibly kill Finish alone? If they knew that what Yi Yuan killed was extremely hard to tangle with the armored diamond bulls, it was uncertain what thoughts they would have. In the Inheritance S.P. a light flashed. Yi Yuan was transported inside. "Young man, congratulations to you. You've become the first martial artist to achieve perfect completion in this 10,000 years and will obtain tremendously generous clearing rewards." The mysterious person's voice sounded out right away. At this time, the others had already entered the 4th level. In this Inheritance S.P. C was just Yi Yuan alone. Perfect completion? Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard that. That's right. You annihilated all of the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels. In the vast heaven pag. D'inheritance, it's called perfect completion, explained the mysterious person. Yi Yuan was enlightened. He only killed Finish all the demonic beasts because he wanted to collect the nameless energy. To think that a perfect completion actually came from stumbling about blindly. However, he was the first one in this 10,000 years. Speaking of this, the difficulty of this perfect completion was really not an ordinary kind of big, especially the 3rd level. Those armored diamond bulls were simply powerful until it could be said to be perverse. Even when the spirit Bristle Divine King was young, he might not be able to clear it either. So that's how it is. May I ask, Senior, what the reward of perfect completion is? Cultivation methods and the likes of medicinal pills, forget it, Yi Yuan said. The mysterious person was clearly stunned by Yi Yuan's such insolent and wildly arrogant attitude. The other people clearing 3 rounds consecutively, which one of them did not overflow with gratitude when seeing these rewards. Yet, just this punk was actually still so picky. Young man, what high-sounding sentiments. Do you know what kind of heaven-defying items, the cultivation methods, and medicinal pills in this vast heaven pag? Oh, Dar? The mysterious person's words carried a hint of anger. In fact, the mysterious person truly did not plan on giving Yi Yuan cultivation methods and medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan's attitude made him very displeased. However, Yi Yuan paid no attention to his displeasure. He said, I know, but I'm really not lacking in cultivation methods and medicinal pills. Therefore, can it be exchanged for other things? If there seriously isn't, changing medicinal pills to some precious medicinal herbs works too. Is that so? If I insist on giving you cultivation methods and medicinal pills? Said the mysterious person, somewhat irately. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, If it's like this, Senior better keep it for yourself. These two really don't have much effect on me. Yi Yuan could also guess with his eyes closed that even if he achieved perfect completion in the first 3 levels, the cultivation methods and medicinal pills obtained also could not possibly be very heaven-defying items. At least, it was not possible to be more powerful than his spirit bristle 9 young divine art, and it was also impossible to surpass his alchemy skills. Since that was the case, why did he need to waste time? Chapter 562. 9 Characters True Word Formula. Chapter 562. 9 Characters True Word Formula. A long silence. Yi Yuan did not rush that mysterious person. He just waited quietly. All of a sudden, several beams of light descended from the sky. 3 talismans suspended in front of Yi Yuan quietly. This is your reward. 3 Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talismans. Each Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman is equivalent to a peak divine traversing realm martial artist's all-out attack once. Additionally, there is still a martial technique. You open up your sea of consciousness now. The vast heaven pag. Will imprint it into your sea of consciousness. You can slowly comprehend it, said mysterious person after falling silent for a long time. Seeing those 3 Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talismans, Yi Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up. This was good stuff. If used well, it could even kill a peak divine traversing realm martial artist. Such a talisman was absolutely a heaven-defying treasure in the endless world. Yi Yuan's research into talismans was not much, but he also knew that this kind of one-time attack talisman was exceedingly valuable. It was equal to storing an extremely powerful martial technique. This was undoubtedly an additional major killing tool to the current Yi Yuan, as long as he did not battle against peak divine traversing realm experts. He could practically do whatever he wanted in the endless world. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, offhandedly keeping the 3 talismans into the spatial spirit artifact. But what made Yi Yuan even more curious was still this martial technique. Regarding imprinting in the sea of consciousness, this sort of inheritance method, Yi Yuan was naturally not foreign. Any and all things said down through this sort of method, the power was all extremely formidable. Furthermore, they were incredibly abstruse and hard to understand. It was because this sort of martial technique could only be understood but not expressed in words. It was simply unable to be inscribed into jade slips. Now, you can begin receiving the inheritance. Once the mysterious person's voice faded, a stream of light shot out from the firmament and directly entered into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Yi Yuan naturally would not fully open up his sea of consciousness. He plus L'd the golden characters and the black bead these things using mystic arts. One could not be without vigilance against others. Yi Yuan did not wish for his secrets to be pried by people. The light flashed, then faded. Yi Yuan instantly felt that inside his sea of consciousness had additional 9 words. Lin, Bing, Do, Jia Jia, Lai Zhen Qian Xing. This is the 9 characters, true word formula. Each word encompasses the maxim of the great Tao. You should study it well. This martial technique is not some earth-shaking great skills, but it can develop the potential in the human body to the extreme. It is far from what ordinary martial techniques can be equated to. The mysterious person seemed to be worried that Yi Yuan did not know about the goods. That was why he talked a whole bunch to explain it. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. He was an alchemy emperor of his generation in his previous life. His understanding of heavenly Tao was exceedingly profound. How could he not tell that these 9 characters contain the maxim of the great Tao? With his horizons, he was actually unable to fully understand a single word. Just as the mysterious person said, this martial technique was not some earth-shaking great skill. But it was even more incredible than those things. Cultivating them to the peak, he would most probably have the capability of obliterating heaven and earth, even affirming one's Tao and becoming a deity. The item rewarded from this perfect clear was indeed incomparable from normal rewards. Yi Yuan knew that this 9 characters' true word formula, even when placed in the divine realm, would probably stir up OODY slaughter among martial artists too. Thank you very much for seniors present. Yi Yuan is endlessly grateful. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said gratefully to the void. Yet the mysterious person ignored him. The vast heaven steel directly descended from the sky and landed in front of Yi Yuan. You cleared the first 3 levels perfectly. The time for comprehending the vast heaven steel is 3 times of others, which is also 45 days' time. Grasp it well. Sate the mysterious person coldly, and then no longer made a sound. Yi Yuan could not help smiling wryly. This mysterious person seemed to be throwing a little tantrum because of his contempt previously and did not want to respond to him. But Yi Yuan did not think too much either. His attention was very quickly drawn by the vast heaven steel. The first impression that the vast heaven steel gave Yi Yuan was all-encompassing, as if this small stone tablet was the crystallization of myriad life on earth. Yi Yuan's understanding of the Tao was far from what those rookies could compare to. But even he could not discern this vast heaven steel's origin. This vast heaven inheritance is truly unbelievably mystical. Could it actually be an item left behind by a deity realm powerhouse? Disregarding this vast heaven steel, even the 9 characters' true word formula and that nameless energy are top-notch inheritances when placed in the divine realm too. Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. However, he had a feeling that within this vast heaven steel, the most powerful object was none other than this steel before his eyes. And it was teeming with the aura of the Tao. It was simply a heaven-defying treasure. Yi Yuan put away his thoughts very quickly and entered heart like still water heart realm, sinking his divine sense into the vast heaven steel. 45 days' time looked to be a lot, but to contemplate this steel, it's something in the course of a twinkle. Having such a precious opportunity, Yi Yuan did not wish to waste it. Bang! Instantaneously, Yi Yuan was seemingly placed within a boundless sea of fire. His entire person seemed to be about to combust. Yi Yuan was dragged into this SPAC right as his consciousness came into contact with the vast heaven steel. This stretch of SPAC, apart from flames, did not have anything. Didn't expect that what I will contemplate in is the concept of fire. It's just who knows how much can be comprehended from the visualization this time. Yi Yuan was also somewhat secretly looking forward to it. The concept of fire was actually the concept that Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend the most. In his previous life and this he had a baffling affinity with fire, but yet he used essence fire to an exceptionally profound realm, but did not comprehend any kind of true intent involving fire. To think that this vast heaven steel was actually this mystical, knowing what he needed, directly bringing him to a flame world. It's just that these flames don't seem to be that powerful. How should I comprehend true intent? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the surrounding flames were not as powerful as imagined. It could not cause any harm to him at all. Under such circumstances, How should he comprehend concepts? And, no, wait, the temperature of these flames is slowly rising. If one doesn't pay attention, it won't be detected at all. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered the abnormality and became alert. The surrounding flames suddenly became violent. Tongues of flames wantonly extended, as if it was going to devour everything. In an instant, Yi Yuan was engulfed by countless flame tongues, burning him to ashes fully. Coming back to his senses again, Yi Yuan was actually standing there perfectly well again, as if the same as when he just came in. The neither warm nor violent flames were currently blazing, as if it was completely harmless to man and beast. But all of a sudden, the flames erupted abruptly, leaping up once more. Is this wanting to burn me to death countless times to let me experience the flames' scorching true intent personally? Haha, indeed a fine method. This vast heaven steel is indeed mystical. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. That taste of being burned to death. Yi Yuan felt like he had experienced it in person. If he did not wish to be burned to death, then he had to comprehend the scorching true intent as soon as possible to be able to be spared from the torture of being immolated. Fortunately, although it was the consciousness which entered into the S.P.A.C. inside the vast heaven steel, heart like still water heart realm could still be used. Yi Yuan was not careless either, directly entering into the state of heart like still water realm and started comprehending the concept of scorching flames. Chapter 563 Flame Movement Carnage. Chapter 563 Flame Movement Carnage. This is already Yi Yuan's third day inside this inheritance S.P.A.C., right? The reward of this perfect clear is truly incomparably bountiful. Yeah, the quintessence of this vast heaven pag. Oh, is the vast heaven steel's comprehension. Yi Yuan obtained perfect clear. The time is actually 3 times of others. I really don't know what level Yi Yuan will reach after coming out from the vast heaven pag. Oda. The inheritance S.P.A.'s time flow rate is 15 times slower compared to the outside world, which is also to say that Yi Yuan has 45 days time to go and comprehend the vast heaven steel. With his talent, I really don't know to what degree he can comprehend to. Seeing that gilded name on the light projection, the audience all felt envious. To the vast majority of martial artists, the vast heaven pag. Oh, the inheritance only had the opportunity to comprehend the vast heaven steel once. It was because they simply could not make it past the 6th level, which was also to say that how much could be comprehended after clearing the 3rd level would be up to the martial artist's own comprehension abilities. The time was only 15 days. Some people would be able to rely on this opportunity to soar to the heavens in one move, while others still remain lost in the maw. SSES. But without any doubt, to be able to obtain the chance to contemplate the vast heaven steel, one would at least be a notable figure in a region. City Lord Rin, congratulations. Your grandson is actually able to achieve the perfect completion in the legends. His gains this time is bound to be unbelievably startling. Wufang City's position and, body in the entire endless world can replace it. Ning Yixian went forward to congratulate. Haha, not at all, not at all. This boy's temper is stubborn as Hell. This old man can't tame him at all. I only hope that he doesn't add more problems for me. Although Ren Xingchuan kept only grumbling in his words, the expression on his face betrayed him. Anyone also knew the delight in his heart right now. As it went, when one man attained the Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. It was roughly this meaning. At this point, body suspected Qi Hai's words anymore. The reward of this perfect completion was absolutely incomparably lavish. Plus otherwise, how could Yi Yuan possibly stop for 3 days' time in the inheritance S.P.A.C.? The momentum of Wufang City's rise was already unstoppable. In the future, it might even overpower the 3 sects. Therefore, starting from just now, there were many people going forward to congratulate, to express goodwill to Rin Xingchuan. so as to establish a relations HI plus P with Wufang City. But toward this situation, the three sects' old ancestors did not seem to have any displeasure. In truth, when they knew that Yi Yuan was Rin Xingquan's grandson, the three sects knew that Wufang City was likely about to become the Endless World's most special existence already. It was just that they did not expect that this day would actually arrive so quickly. If there weren't the fierce Gale World's invasion, these three sects would surely think of ways to suppress Yi Yuan and not let Wufang City rise up. But being forced by the current situation, internal strife would only let the Endless World fall apart to pieces. The three sects' old ancestors naturally did not dare to make a move without careful consideration. They were even the same as other people, going to build a connection with Rin Xingquan as well. In truth, everyone had a score in their hearts. If the Endless World were able to beat back the fierce Gale World by luck this time, the Northern Domain's topographical arrangements would undergo titanic changes too. Within the vast heaven steel's consciousness S, P-A-C, Yi Yuan was already the embodiment of a flame person at this time. Over 30 days had already said from the very first time being burnt to death. And in these 30-plus days, he already died several hundred times. From the earlier survival of just at most few breaths of time, now he could already persevere for an entire day. The surrounding flame temperature was unbelievably high. If one did not know the scorching true intent, one would simply not be able to make it through very long. And the scorching true intent was also an extremely profound and powerful true intent. It was even harder to comprehend than Yi Yuan's own falling flower floating zero sword intent. For ordinary martial artists, even for martial artists that cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods, wanting to comprehend the scorching true intent was exceedingly difficult too. And the supreme true intent that evolved from the scorching true intent was even more absurdly daunting. This supreme true intent was also one of the spirit bristle divine king's greatest reliance to roam the divine realm unhindered. It could be seen how hard this true intent was to comprehend. If Yi Yuan could comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, its power would be much more daunting compared to the azure dipper floating zero sword. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan was so interested in the scorching true intent. Another reason was naturally that he liked to play with fire inherently. As an alchemist, he naturally sowed inseparable destiny with fire. But an alchemist's fire control and comprehending true intent were two entirely different concepts. Controlling fire was the manipulation of essence fire. As long as one had the corresponding seals, it would do. But comprehending true intent required understanding the original source of flames. What one comprehended was the great Tao maxim of the fire element. Although fire control was also an extremely profound study to alchemists, compared to comprehending concepts, the degree of difficulty was still a little lower. If not so, Yi Yuan would also not possibly have not comprehended scorching true intent until now. But within this vast heaven steel's consciousness S, P-A-C, Yi Yuan finally found the turning point for comprehension. Experiencing over 30 days of tempering, Yi Yuan finally fumbled out some knack to it. Looks like this fire control and the true intent of fire are completely two extremes. The art of fire control is to produce a resonance with the essence energy within the body and essence fire, and from there, drive the essence energy for one's own use. While the true intent of fire is to convert essence energy into the most fundamental form of fire to immolate the opponent with an exceptionally terrifying temperature. No wonder I couldn't find the entrance, threshold of the scorching true intent all this. Well, looks like it was Alchemist, this occupation, which misdirected me. If not for contemplating the vast heaven steel this time, I'm afraid that I would still have to wander around inside this mistaken area for a long time. But looking at it now, 45 days should be enough. Yi Yuan said with a vicissitude of emotion. Yi Yuan being burnt to death so many times was naturally also not dying for naught. Gradually, he touched upon some scorching true intense tricks as well and started to maneuver the essence energy within the body to simulate the concept of scorching heat. Arg! Yi Yuan gave a miserable cry and was burnt to death by the flames once more. Very quickly, he obtained new life again and endured the broiling of this limitless flames once more. For so many days, Yi Yuan's path of comprehension was not that simple. He went through a torment that the average person could not imagine. Even though this immolation would not really cause death, that kind of anguish made people go insane. This method of comprehension was for the sake of letting the martial artist clearly sense the scorching true intent with every inch of their flesh and skin. That kind of torment was even harder to bear. Furthermore, this kind of agony became clearer along with the true intent Yi Yuan comprehended becoming increasingly profound. Because in pace with the survival time extending, this agony was magnified limitlessly. If it were a normal person, they would long have been unable to bear it. They would withdraw out of this consciousness SPAC themselves. Yet Yi Yuan did not ease up for even a moment, repeating this process of revival after death and dying again after living for hundreds of times. On the 45th day, Yi Yuan, who had been standing still freely allowing the flames to burn, finally had some movement. It was only to see him tightly clenching both fists, bending his body slightly, then abruptly blasting both fists out, akin to a flood dragon heading out to sea. Flame movement carnage. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. All of a sudden, the entire consciousness SPAC trembled. The flames which originally filled the entire consciousness SPAC actually scattered and disappeared into nothingness under Yi Yuan's one punch. Chapter 564. Illusionary Spirits Killing Array. Chapter 564. Illusionary Spirits Killing Array. Inside the inheritance SPAC, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly. His consciousness had already withdrawn out of the vast heaven steel. It could be discerned from Yi Yuan's expression that he was still pretty satisfied with the power of that one punch earlier. My sword moves are mostly long-distance attacks. Close combat has always been the weakest link. But with the flame movement carnage, my close combat abilities now are rather impressive as well. This vast heaven steel is indeed mystical to actually be able to let people comprehend true intent with this kind of method. Truly remarkable. Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Yi Yuan comprehended the scorching true intent and created this flame movement carnage move in these 45 days. This was what he completely did not expect before this. Yi Yuan had close ties with the spirit Bristle Divine King in his previous life and had a clear understanding of both the scorching true intense comprehension, difficulty, and power. Therefore, prior to this, Yi Yuan actually did not have confidence in comprehending true intent at all. It was just that he did not expect that this consciousness SPAC was very mystical to actually be able to let people comprehend concepts through such a method of experiencing true intent personally. This flame movement carnage was a martial technique that Yi Yuan created himself. He formed his own style. In terms of power, this move, apart from myriad rainsword blades, was already not weaker than his other martial techniques. Listening to it did not seem to be anything impressive, but one had to know that this move was still a move released with the scorching true intent. Once Yi Yuan made further progress and comprehended the scorching supreme true intent, how terrifying would the power of his moves be? Although this move was not as outrageous as the windfire violent blaze transforming dragon, the power could not be underestimated either. More importantly, this move compensated for Yi Yuan's close combat weak point, making his combat abilities even more comprehensive. Flame movement carnage, this move was executed by converting the essence energy into scorching true intent and storing it in the fist. Once it landed on the other party, it could pour in the extremely scorching energy into the other party's body, causing tremendous damage from there. With Yi Yuan's bizarre and agile movement technique, Coupling it with the flame movement carnage was absolutely formidable to the extreme. Furthermore, the area of effect of this move is extremely small, so the essence energy expended was very little. Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was extremely precise in the first place. Using this move could entirely be sustained for a very long time. If he had comprehended this move before this, the first 3 levels would not need to be so taxing at all. It's time to go to the 4th level. 3 days was almost already up. Yi Yuan had comprehended the scorching true intent too. He obviously would not stay here on top of that. All of a sudden, the inheritance SPAC trembled abruptly. A vortex suddenly appeared behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was sucked into the vortex without the slightest precaution. This brat, to actually dare look down on this venerated self, serves you right to suffer some hards. HI+P. At this time, within a nameless SPAC, a faint black shadow said with a cold snort. Hearing the voice, who could it be but that mysterious person? Looks like he was still very displeased with Yi Yuan's haughty attitude. However, this boy actually comprehended the scorching true intent within such a short time. Truly staggering talent. His talent is not at all inferior to Master's, muttered the mysterious person to himself again. The mysterious person also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually directly visualized out the scorching true intent. In the beginning, he still felt that Yi Yuan was reaching too far beyond his grasp. After all, this scorching true intent was famed for being hard to comprehend. Even for some normal true intent, comprehending them requires more than 10 years as well. And this standard was still applicable to Qin Yan, Guotaochuan, their level of geniuses. To ordinary martial artists, they would not be able to comprehend even an extremely simple true intent for all their lives. To ordinary people, true intent was a height that they would be unable to reach for all their lives. The scorching true intent was an extremely high-end existence among true intents. Even if one's talent was startling, comprehension time was also calculated in units of decades. Unless one's talent was heaven-defying until the mysterious person's master's height, otherwise, it was absolutely reaching beyond one's grasp. Even though the mysterious person was very pleased with Yi Yuan's performance in the first 3 rounds, he was still not optimistic about Yi Yuan being able to fully comprehend the scorching true intent within a short 45 days. Yet, Yi Yuan's performance made him wide-eyed and dumbfounded with shock. Right at the beginning, Yi Yuan was burnt to death by the flames very quickly. The mysterious person was still secretly taking delight in his misfortune by the side. But a few days later, he could not laugh anymore. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was too rapid, from several breaths to several dozen breaths, then to 15 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. Yi Yuan's improvement speed practically climbed vertically. Over a dozen days later, the mysterious person was long already staring woodenly with his jaw slack. At the rate of this improvement speed, maybe Yuan could really comprehend the scorching true intent within 45 days. When Yi Yuan's flame movement carnage was executed, the mysterious person almost jumped up. Yi Yuan really did it. He completely comprehended the scorching true intent. Within 45 days from being instantly killed to fully comprehending the scorching true intent, just how heaven-defying a talent did this require? How could there be such a freak in this world? This brat is really interesting. I increased a bit of difficulty for him previously in the 3rd level. To think that he still finished perfectly. Now, he even fully comprehended the scorching true intent during the first reward. Truly remarkable. Looks like he really cares not for cultivation methods and medicinal pills. This brat's soul force isn't weak. Could he be an alchemist still? If that's true, then this boy will really be heaven-defying. This venerable has guarded here for countless years. Finally, I encountered an interesting youth. In these countless years, this is still the first time that I'm so looking forward to a youth, said the mysterious person to himself. Ouch! Yi Yuan gave a miserable cry, landing heavily onto the ground. This fellow is actually so petty. I merely just didn't want his cultivation methods and medicinal pills, and he actually restrained my essence energy, directly throwing me into the 4th level. Yi Yuan rubbed his Bu, T-tox, and stood up. Right away, Yi Yuan guessed that it was the mysterious person playing tricks. But this fall was really heavy. Even with Yi Yuan's physique, he cried out in pain too. However, after entering the 4th level, Yi Yuan's essence energy was already recovered. Slightly circulating essence energy a bit, the pain instantly disappeared. And the 5th level's entrance is actually right there? What the H-E-L-L is with this 4th level? Why isn't there anything at all? Could it be that that mysterious person saw that this young master is incomparably talented and that the 4th level couldn't stump me, so he directly guaranteed me to enter the 5th level? Yi Yuan guessed very C. Killy. This 4th level was greatly different from the first 3 levels. It could be seen through at a glance. The 5th level's entrance was not far ahead. Yi Yuan could go over with a few leaps. Furthermore, this 4th level's layout was different from before. It seemed to be an illusionary S-P-A-C. The surrounding was void of anything. Who cares? Head over first before talking. As he said, Yi Yuan opened up his footsteps and directly walked over towards the 5th level's entrance. Yet he had just walked for not very far when all of a sudden, several dozen phantoms descended from the sky, encircling Yi Yuan in the center. "Illusionary spirits killing array, activate now," said one of the phantoms faintly.